Mahabharata, Book 12, Santi Parva. Part 1. Rajadharmanusana Parva. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 1. OM. Having bowed down to Narayana, and Nara, the foremost of male beings, and unto the goddess Sarasvati, must the word Jaya be uttered. Vaisampayana said, having offered oblations of water unto all their friends and kinsmen, the sons of Pandu, and Vidura, and Dhritarashtra, and all the Bharata ladies, continued to dwell there, on the banks of the sacred stream. The high-souled sons of Pandu desired to pass the period of mourning, which extended for a month, outside the Kuru city. After King Yudhishthira the Just had performed the water rites, many high-souled sages crowned with ascetic success and many foremost of regenerated rishis came there to see the monarch. Among them were the island-born Vyasa and Narada, and the great rishi Devala, and Devastana, and Kanwa. They were all accompanied by best of their pupils. Many other members of the regenerate order, possessed of wisdom and accomplished in the Vedas, leading lives of domesticity or belonging to the Snataka class, came to behold the Kuru king. Those high-souled ones, as they came, were duly worshipped by Yudhishthira. The great rishis then took their seats on costly carpets. Accepting the worship suited to that period of mourning and impurity that was offered them, they sat in due order around the king. Thousands of Brahmanas offered consolation and comfort to that King of Kings residing on the sacred banks of the Bhagirathi with heart exceedingly agitated by grief. Then Narada, after having accosted the rishis with the island born for their first, in due time, addressed Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, saying, "Through the might of thy arms and the grace of Madhava, the whole earth, O Yudhishthira, hath been righteously won by thee. By good luck, thou hast escaped with life from this dreadful battle. Observant as thou art of the duties of a Kshatriya, dost thou not rejoice, O son of Pandu? Having slain all thy foes, shalt thou not gratify thy friends, O king? Having obtained this prosperity, I hope, grief doth not afflict thee still." Yudhishthira said, "Indeed the whole earth hath been subjugated by me through my reliance on the might of Krishna's arms, through the grace of the Brahmanas, and through the strength of Bhima and Arjuna. This heavy grief, however, is always sitting in my heart, viz., that through covetousness I have caused this dreadful carnage of kinsmen. Having caused the death of the dear son of Subhadra and of the sons of Draupadi, this victory, O Holy One, appears to me in the light of a defeat. What wilt Subhadra of Vrishni's race, that sister-in-law of mine, say unto me? What also will the people residing in Dvarka say unto the slayer of Madhu when he goes thither from this place? This Draupadi, again, who is ever engaged in doing what is agreeable to us, bereaved of sons and kinsmen, is paining me exceedingly. This is another topic, O holy Narada, about which I will speak to thee. In consequence of Kunti having kept her counsels close in respect of a very important matter, great has been my grief. That hero who had the strength of 10,000 elephants, who in this world was an unrivaled car warrior, who was possessed of leonine pride and gait, who was endued with great intelligence and compassion, whose liberality was very great, who practiced many high vows, who was the refuge of the Dhritarashtras, who was sensitive about his honor, whose prowess was irresistible, who was ready to pay off all injuries and was always wrathful in battle, who overthrew us in repeated encounters, who was quick in the use of weapons, conversant with every mode of warfare, possessed of great skill, and endued with wonderful valor, that Karna was a son of Kunti, born secretly of her, and therefore a uterine brother of ours. Whilst we were offering oblations of water unto the dead, Kunti spoke of him as the son of Surya. Possessed of every virtue, that child had been cast into the water. Having placed him in a basket made of light materials, Kunti committed him to the current of Ganga. He who was regarded by the world as a Suta's child born of Radha was really the eldest son of Kunti and, therefore, our uterine brother. Covetous of kingdom, alas, I have unwittingly caused that brother of mine to be slain. It is this that is burning my limbs like a fire burning a heap of cotton. The white steed Arjuna knew him not for a brother. Neither I, nor Bhima, nor the twins, knew him for such. He, however, of excellent bow, knew us for his brothers. We have heard that on one occasion Pritha went to him for seeking our good and addressed him, saying, "Thou art my son." That illustrious hero, however, refused to obey Pritha's wishes. Subsequently, we are informed, he said unto his mother these words, "I am unable to desert Duryodhana in battle. If I do so, it would be a dishonorable, cruel, and ungrateful act. If, yielding to thy wishes, I make peace with Yudhishthira, people will say that I am afraid of the white steed Arjuna. Having vanquished Arjuna with Kesava, therefore, in battle, I will subsequently make peace with Dharma's son." Even these were his words, as we have heard. Thus answered, Pritha once more addressed her son of broad chest and said, "Fight Fulguna then, but spare my 4 other sons." The intelligent Karna, with joined hands, then replied unto his trembling mother, saying, "If I get thy 4 other sons even under my power, I will not slay them. Without doubt, O goddess, thou shalt continue to have 5 sons. If Karna be slain with Arjuna, thou shalt have 5. If, on the other hand, Arjuna be slain, thou shalt have 5, numbering me." Desirous of the good of her children, his mother once more said unto him, "Go, O Karna, do good unto those brothers of thine whose good thou always seekest." Having said these words, Pritha took his leave and came back to her abode. That hero has been slain by Arjuna, the uterine brother by the brother. Neither Pritha nor he had ever disclosed the secret, O Lord. That hero and great bowman was therefore slain by Arjuna in battle. Subsequently I have come to know, O best of regenerate ones, that he was my uterine brother. Indeed, at Pritha's words I have come to know that Karna was the eldest born. Having caused my brother to be slain, my heart is burning exceedingly. If I had both Karna and Arjuna for aiding me, I could have vanquished Vasudeva himself. Whilst I was tortured in the midst of the assembly by the wicked-souled sons of Dhritarashtra, my wrath, suddenly provoked, became cooled at sight of Karna. Even while listening to the harsh and bitter words of Karna himself on that occasion of our match at dice, to the words that Karna uttered from desire of doing what was agreeable to Duryodhana, my wrath became cooled at sight of Karna's feet. It seemed to me that Karna's feet resembled the feet of our mother Kunti. Desirous of finding out the reason of that resemblance between him and our mother, I reflected for a long time. With even my best exertions I failed to find the cause. Why, indeed, did the earth swallow up the wheels of his car at the time of battle? Why was my brother cursed? It behoveth thee to recite all this to me. I desire to hear everything from thee, O Holy One. Thou art acquainted with everything in this world, and thou knowest both the past and the future. Footnotes 1. Literally, the period of impurity. The period of mourning is the period of impurity, according to the Hindu scriptures. By performing the Shraddha rite, one becomes pure again. Till then, one can perform no religious rites. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 2. Vaisampayana said that foremost of speakers, the sage Narada, thus questioned, narrated everything about the manner in which he who was believed to be a Suta's son had been cursed in former days. Narada said, "It is even so, O mighty armed one, as thou sayest, O Bharata. Nothing could resist Karna and Arjuna in battle. This, O sinless one, that I am about to tell thee is unknown to the very gods. Listen to me, O mighty armed one, as it befell in former days. How all the Kshatriyas, cleansed by weapons, should attain to regions of bliss, was the question. For this, a child was conceived by Kunti in her maidenhood, capable of provoking a general war. Endued with great energy, that child came to have the status of a Sutta. He subsequently acquired the science of weapons from the preceptor, Drona, that foremost descendant of Angirasa's race. Thinking of the might of Bhimasena, the quickness of Arjuna in the use of weapons, the intelligence of thyself, O king, the humility of the twins, the friendship, from earliest years, between Vasudeva and the wielder of Gandiva, and the affection of the people for you all, that young man burnt with envy. In early age he made friends with King Duryodhana, led by an accident and his own nature and the hate he bore towards you all. Beholding that Dhananjaya was superior to every one in the science of weapons, Karna one day approached Drona in private and said these words unto him, I desire to be acquainted with the Brahma weapon, with all its mantras and the power of withdrawing it, for I desire to fight Arjuna. Without doubt, the affection thou bearest to every one of thy pupils is equal to what thou bearest to thy own son. I pray that all the masters of the science of weapons may, through thy grace, regard me as one accomplished in weapons. Thus addressed by him, Drona, from partiality for Fulguna, as also from his knowledge of the wickedness of Karna, said, none but a Brahmana, who has duly observed all vows, should be acquainted with the Brahma weapon, or a Kshatriya that has practiced austere penances, and no other. When Drona had answered thus, Karna, having worshipped him, obtained his leave, and proceeded without delay to Rama, then residing on the Mahendra mountains. Approaching Rama, he bent his head unto him and said, I am a Brahmana of Bhrigu's race. This procured honor for him. With this knowledge about his birth and family, Rama received him kindly and said, Thou art welcome, at which Karna became highly glad. While residing on the Mahendra mountains that resembled heaven itself, Karna met and mixed with many Gandharvas, Yakshas, and gods. Residing there he acquired all the weapons duly, and became a great favorite of the gods, the Gandharvas, and the Rakshasas. One day he roved on the seacoast by the side of that asylum. Indeed, Surya's son, armed with bow and sword, wandered alone. While thus employed, O Partha, he inadvertently slew, without witting it, the Homa cow of a certain utterer of Brahma who daily performed his Agnihotra rite. Knowing that he had perpetrated that act from inadvertence, he informed the Brahmana of it. Indeed, Karna, for the object of gratifying the owner, repeatedly said, O Holy One, I have killed this thy cow without wilting it. Forgive me the act. Filled with wrath, the Brahmana, rebuking him, said these words, O thou of wicked conduct, thou deservest to be killed. Let the fruit of this act be thine, O thou of wicked soul. While fighting him, O wretch whom thou always challengest, and for whose sake thou strivest so much every day, the earth shall swallow the wheel of thy car. And while the wheel of thy car shall thus be swallowed up by the earth, thy foe, putting forth his prowess, will cut off thy head, thyself being stupefied the while. Leave me, O vile man. As thou hast heedlessly slain this my cow, even so wilt thy foe cut off thy head while thou shalt be heedless. Though cursed, Karna still sought to gratify that foremost of Brahmanas by offering him kind and wealth and gems. The latter, however, once more answered him, All the words will not succeed in falsifying the words spoken by me. Go hence or remain, do whatever thou likest. Thus addressed by the Brahmana, Karna, hanging down his head from cheerlessness, returned timidly to Rama, reflecting on that matter. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 3. Narada said, that tiger of Bhrigu's race, viz., Rama, was well pleased with the might of Karna's arms, his affection for him, his self-restraint, and the services he did unto his preceptor. Observant of ascetic penances, Rama cheerfully communicated, with due forms, unto his penance-observing disciple, everything about the Brahma weapon with the mantras for withdrawing it. Having acquired a knowledge of that weapon, Karna began to pass his days happily in Bhrigu's retreat, and endued with wonderful prowess, he devoted himself with great ardor to the science of weapons. One day Rama of great intelligence, while roving with Karna in the vicinity or his retreat, felt very weak in consequence of the fasts he had undergone. From affection begotten by confidence, the tired son of Jamadagni, placing his head on Karna's lap, slept soundly, while his preceptor was thus sleeping, with head on his lap. A frightful worm, whose bite was very painful and which subsisted on phlegm and fat and flesh and blood, approached the presence of Karna. That blood-sucking worm, approaching Karna's thigh, began to pierce it. Through fear of awaking his preceptor, Karna became unable to either throw away or kill that worm. Though his limb was bored through by that worm, Bharata, the son of Surya, lest his preceptor should awake, suffered it to do its pleasure. Though the pain was intolerable, Karna bore it with heroic patience, and continued to hold Bhrigu's son on his lap, without quivering in the least and without manifesting any sign of pain. When at last Karna's blood touched the body of Rama of great energy, the latter awoke and said these words in fear, "Alas, I have been made impure. What is this that thou art doing? Tell me, casting off all fear, what is the truth of this matter?" Then Karna informed him of that worm's bite. Rama saw that worm, which resembled a hog in shape. It had 8 feet and very keen teeth, and it was covered with bristles that were all pointed like needles. Called by the name of Alarka, its limbs were then shrunk with fear. As soon as Rama cast his eyes on it, the worm gave up its life breath, melting in that blood which it had drawn. All this seemed wonderful. Then in the welkin was seen a Rakshasa of terrible form, dark in hue, of a red neck, capable of assuming any form it wilt, and staying on the clouds, his object fulfilled, the Rakshasa, with joined hands, addressed Rama, saying, "O best of ascetics, thou hast rescued me from this hell. Blessed be thou, I adore thee, thou hast done me good." Possessed of great energy, the mighty armed son of Jamadagni said unto him, "Who art thou? And why also didst thou fall into hell? Tell me all about it." He answered, "Formerly I was a great Asura of the name of Dansa. In the Krita period, O sire, I was of the same age with Bhrigu. I ravished the dearly loved spouse of that sage. Through his curse I fell down on the earth in the form of a worm. In anger thy ancestors said unto me, subsisting on urine and phlegm, O wretch, thou shalt lead a life of hell. I then besought him, saying, When, O Brahmana, shall this curse end? Bhrigu replied unto me, saying, This curse shall end through Rama of my race. It was for this that I had obtained such a course of life like one of uncleansed soul. O righteous one, by thee, however, I have been rescued from that sinful life. Having said these words, the great Asura, bending his head unto Rama, went away. Then Rama wrathfully addressed Karna, saying, O fool, no Brahmana could endure such agony. Thy patience is like that of a Kshatriya. Tell me the truth, without fear. Thus asked, Karna, fearing to be cursed, and seeking to gratify him, said these words, O thou of Bhrigu's race, know me for a Sudha, a race that has sprung from the intermixture of Brahmanas with Kshatriyas. People call me Karna the son of Radha. O thou of Bhrigu's race, be gratified with my poor self that has acted from the desire of obtaining weapons. There is no doubt in this that a reverend preceptor in the Vedas and other branches of knowledge is one's father. It was for this that I introduced myself to thee as a person of thy own race. Unto the cheerless and trembling Karna, prostrated with joined hands upon earth, that foremost one of Bhrigu's race, smiling though filled with wrath, answered, Since thou hast, from avarice of weapons, behaved here with falsehood, therefore, O wretch, this Brahma weapon shalt not dwell in thy remembrance. Since thou art not a Brahmana, truly this Brahma weapon shall not, up to the time of thy death, dwell in thee when thou shalt be engaged with a warrior equal to thyself. Go hence, this is no place for a person of such false behavior as thou. On earth, no Kshatriya will be thy equal in battle. Thus addressed by Rama, Karna came away, having duty taken his leave. Arriving then before Duryodhana, he informed him, saying, I have mastered all weapons. Footnotes 6:1 literally, shall not appear to thee by inward light. 6:2 the meaning is this weapon shall not dwell with thee up to thy last moments. Thou shalt forget it, or it shall not appear at thy bidding, when thy death becomes nigh, though at other times thou mayst be master of it. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 4. Narada said, having thus obtained weapons from him of Bhrigu's race, Karna began to pass his days in great joy, in the company of Duryodhana, O bull of Bharata's race. Once on a time, O monarch, many kings repaired to a self-choice at the capital of Chitrangada, the ruler of the country of the Kalingas. The city, O Bharata, full of opulence, was known by the name of Rajapura. Hundreds of rulers repaired thither for obtaining the hand of the maiden. Hearing that diverse kings had assembled there, Duryodhana also, on his golden car, proceeded thither, accompanied by Karna. When the festivities commenced in that self-choice, diverse rulers, O best of kings, came thither for the hand of the maiden. There were amongst them Sisupala and Jarasandha and Bhishmaka and Vakra and Kapataraman and Nila and Rukmi of steady prowess, and Srina who was ruler of the kingdom females, and Asoka and Satadhanwan and the heroic ruler of the Bhojas. Besides these, many others who dwelt in the countries of the south, and many preceptors, in arms, of the Mlechka tribes, and many rulers from the east and the north, O Bharata, came there. All of them were adorned with golden ingathas, and possessed of the splendor of pure gold. Of effulgent bodies, they were like tigers of fierce might. After all those kings had taken their seats, O Bharata, the maiden entered the arena, accompanied by her nurse and a guard of eunuchs. Whilst being informed of the names of the kings, as she made her round, that maiden of the fairest complexion passed by the son of Dhritarashtra, as she had passed others before him. Duryodhana, however, of Kuru's race, could not tolerate that rejection of himself. Disregarding all the kings, he commanded the maiden to stop. Intoxicated with the pride of energy, and relying upon Bhishma and Drona, King Duryodhana, taking up that maiden on his car, abducted her with force. Armed with sword, clad in mail, and his fingers cased in leathern fences, Karna, that foremost of all wielders of weapons riding on his car, proceeded along Duryodhana's rear. A great uproar then took place among the kings, all of whom were actuated by the desire for fight. Put on your coats of mail. Let the cars be made ready. These were the sounds that were heard. Filled with wrath, they pursued Karna and Duryodhana, showering their arrows upon them like masses of clouds pouring rain upon a couple of hills. As they thus pursued them, Karna felled their bows and arrows on the ground, each with a single arrow. Amongst them some became bowless, some rushed bow in hand, some were on the point of shooting their shafts, and some pursued them, armed with darts and maces. Possessed of great lightness of hands, Karna, that foremost of all smiters, afflicted them all. He deprived many kings of their drivers, and thus vanquished all those lords of earth. They then themselves took up the reins of their steeds, and saying, Go away, turned away from the battle with cheerless hearts. Protected by Karna, Duryodhana also came away with a joyous heart, bringing with him the maiden to the city called after the elephant. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 5. Narada said, hearing of the fame of Karna's might, the ruler of the Magadhas, King Jarasandha, challenged him to a single combat. Both conversant with the celestial weapons, a fierce battle took place between them in which they struck each other with diverse kinds of arms. At last, when their arrows were exhausted and bows and swords were broken and they both became carless, they began, possessed of might as they were, to fight with bare arms. While engaged with him in mortal combat with bare arms, Karna was about to sever the two portions of his antagonist's body that had been united together by Jara. The king of Magadha, then after feeling himself very much pained, cast off all desire of hostility and addressed Karna, saying, I am gratified. From friendship he then gave unto Karna the town Malini. Before this, that tiger among men and subjugator of all foes, viz., Karna, had been king of the Angas only, but from that time the grinder of hostile forces began to rule over Kampa also, agreeably to the wishes of Duryodhana, as thou knowest. Thus Karna became famous on earth for the valor of his arms. When, for thy good, the Lord of the Celestials begged of him his natural coat of mail and earrings, stupefied by celestial illusion, he gave away those precious possessions. Deprived of his car rings and divested of his natural armor, he was slain by Arjuna in Vasudeva's presence. In consequence of a Brahmana's curse, as also of the curse of the illustrious Rama, of the boon granted to Kunti and the illusion practiced on him by Indra, of his depreciation by Bhishma as only half a car warrior, at the tail of Rathas and Adarathas, of the destruction of his energy caused by Salya, with his keen speeches, of Vasudeva's policy, and, lastly, of the celestial weapons obtained by Arjuna from Rudra and Indra and Yama and Varuna and Kuvara and Drona and the illustrious Kripa, the wielder of Gandiva, succeeded in slaying Vikartana's son Karna of effulgence like that of Surya himself. Even thus had thy brother been cursed and beguiled by many. As, however, he has fallen in battle, thou shouldst not grieve for that tiger among men. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 6. Vaisampayana said, having said these words, the celestial rishi Narada became silent. The royal sage Yudhishthira, filled with grief, became plunged in meditation. Beholding that hero cheerless and unmanned by sorrow, sighing like a snake and shedding copious tears, Kunti, herself filled with grief and almost deprived of her senses by sorrow, addressed him in these sweet words of grave import and well suited to the occasion, O mighty-armed Yudhishthira, it behoveth thee not to give way to sorrow thus. O thou of great wisdom, kill this grief of thine, and listen to what I say. I tried in past times to apprise Karna of his brothership with thee. The god Surya also, O foremost of all righteous persons, did the same. All that a well-wishing friend, from desire of good, should say unto one, was said unto Karna by that god in a dream and once more in my presence. Neither by affliction nor by reasons could Surya or myself succeed in pacifying him or inducing him to unite himself with thee. Succumbing to the influence of time, he became resolved upon wreaking his enmity on thee. As he was bent upon doing injuries upon you all, I myself gave up the attempt. Thus addressed by his mother, King Yudhishthira, with tearful eyes and heart agitated by grief, said these words, in consequence of thyself having concealed thy counsels, this great affliction has overtaken me. Possessed of great energy, the righteous king, then, in sorrow, cursed all the women of the world, saying, henceforth no woman shall succeed in keeping a secret. The king, then, recollecting his sons and grandsons and kinsmen and friends, became filled with anxiety and grief. Afflicted with sorrow, the intelligent king, resembling a fire covered with smoke, became overwhelmed with despair. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 7. Vyasa said, "The righteous soul Yudhishthira, with an agitated heart and burning with sorrow, began to grieve for that mighty warrior Karna. Sighing repeatedly, he addressed Arjuna, saying, 'If, O Arjuna, we had led a life of mendicancy in the cities of the Vrishnis and the Andhakas, then this miserable end would not have been ours in consequence of having exterminated our kinsmen. Our foes, the Kurus, have gained in prosperity, while we have become divested of all the objects of life, for what fruits of righteousness can be ours when we have been guilty of self-slaughter? Fie on the usages of Kshatriyas, fie on might and valor, and fie on wrath, since through these such a calamity hath overtaken us. Blessed are forgiveness, and self-restraint, and purity, with renunciation and humility, and abstention from injury, and truthfulness of speech on all occasions, which are all practiced by forest recluses. Full of pride and arrogance, ourselves, however, through covetousness and folly, and from desire of enjoying the sweets of sovereignty, have fallen into this plight. Beholding those kinsmen of ours that were bent on acquiring the sovereignty of the world slain on the field of battle, such grief hath been ours that one cannot gladden us by giving the sovereignty of even the three worlds. Alas, having slain, for the sake of the earth, such lords of earth as deserved not to be slain by us, we are bearing the weight of existence, deprived of friends and reft of the very objects of life. Like a pack of dogs fighting one another for a piece of meat, a great disaster has overtaken us. That piece of meat is no longer dear to us. On the other hand, it shall be thrown aside. They that have been slain should not have been slain for the sake of even the whole earth or mountains of gold, or all the horses and kine in this world. Filled with envy and a hankering for all earthly objects, and influenced by wrath and pleasure, all of them, betaking themselves to the highway of death, have repaired to the regions of Yama. Practicing asceticism and brahmacharya and truth and renunciation, sires wish for sons endued with every kind of prosperity. Similarly, by fasts and sacrifices and vows and sacred rites and auspicious ceremonies mothers conceive. They then hold the fetus for 10 months. Passing their time in misery and in expectation of fruit, they always ask themselves in anxiety, shall these come out of the womb safely? Shall these live after birth? Shall they grow in might and be objects of regard on earth? Shall they be able to give us happiness in this and the other world? Alas, since their sons, youthful in years and resplendent with earrings, have been slain, therefore, those expectations of theirs rendered fruitless have been abandoned by them. Without having enjoyed the pleasure of this world, and without having paid off the debts they owed to their sires and the gods, they have repaired to Yama's abode. Alas, O mother, those kings have been slain just at that time when their parents expected to reap the fruits of their might and wealth. They were always fitted with envy and a hankering after earthly objects, and were exceedingly subject to anger and joy. For this, they could not be expected to enjoy at any time or any place the fruits of victory. I think that they among the Panchalas and the Kurus that have fallen in this battle have been lost, otherwise he that has slain would, by that act of his, obtain all regions of bliss. We are regarded as the cause of the destruction that has overtaken the world. The fault, however, is really ascribable to the sons of Dhritarashtra. Duryodhana's heart was always set upon guile. Always cherishing malice, he was addicted to deception. Although we never offended him, yet he always behaved falsely towards us. We have not gained our object, nor have they gained theirs. We have not vanquished them, nor have they vanquished us. The Dhritarashtras could not enjoy this earth, nor could they enjoy women and music. They did not listen to the counsels of ministers and friends and men learned in the scriptures. They could not, indeed, enjoy their costly gems and well-filled treasury and vast territories. Burning with the hate they bore us, they could not obtain happiness and peace. Beholding our aggrandizement, Duryodhana became colorless, pale, and emaciated. Suvala's son informed King Dhritarashtra of this. As a father full of affection for his son, Dhritarashtra tolerated the evil policy his son pursued. Without doubt, by disregarding Vidura and the high-souled son of Ganga, and in consequence of his neglect in restraining his wicked and covetous son, entirely governed by his passions, the king has met with destruction like my poor self. Without doubt, Suryodhana, having caused his uterine brothers to be slain and having eased this couple into burning grief, hath fallen off from his blazing fame. Burning with the hate he bore to us, Duryodhana was always of a sinful heart. What other kinsman of high birth could use such language towards kinsmen as he, from desire of battle, actually used in the presence of Krishna? We also have, through Duryodhana's fault, been lost for eternity, like suns burning everything around them with their own energy. That wicked-souled wight, that embodiment of hostility, was our evil star. Alas, for Duryodhana's acts alone, this race of ours has been exterminated. Having slain those whom we should never have slain, we have incurred the censures of the world. King Dhritarashtra, having installed that wicked-souled prince of sinful deeds, that exterminator of his race, in the sovereignty, is obliged to grieve today. Our heroic foes have been slain. We have committed sin. His possessions and kingdom are gone. Having slain them, our wrath has been pacified. But grief is stupefying me. O Dhananjaya, a perpetrated sin is expiated by auspicious acts, by publishing it wildly, by repentance, by almsgiving, by penances, by trips to tirthas after renunciation of everything, by constant meditation on the scriptures. Of all these, he that has practiced renunciation is believed to be incapable of committing sins anew. The Shrutis declare that he that practices renunciation escapes from birth and death, and obtaining the right rood, that person of fixed soul attains to Brahma. I shall, therefore, O Dhananjaya, go to the woods, with your leave, O scorcher of foes, disregarding all the pairs of opposites, adopting the vow of taciturnity, and walking in the way pointed out by knowledge. O slayer of foes, the Shrutis declare it, and I myself have seen it with my eyes, that one who is wedded to this earth can never obtain every kind of religious merit. Desirous of obtaining the things of this earth, I have committed sin, through which, as the Shrutis declare, birth and death are brought about. Abandoning the whole of my kingdom, therefore, and the things of this earth, I shall go to the woods, escaping from the ties of the world, freed from grief, and without affection for anything. Do thou govern this earth, on which peace has been restored, and which has been divested of all its thorns. O best of Kuru's race, I have no need for kingdom or for pleasure. Having said these words, King Yudhishthira the just stopped. His younger brother Arjuna then addressed him in the following words. Footnotes 9:1 The Kurus, our foes, having fallen in battle, have all gone to heaven, while grief has become our lot. 10:1 Sanjata Valarit Nisu is the true reading. 10:2 The Bombay reading Jayaphalam is correct. The Bengal reading Jamaphalam, however, is not unmeaning. 10:3 What Yudhishthira says here is this: all the warriors that have been slain in this battle have perished, they have not attained to heaven. If, indeed, heaven has been theirs, then the slayers too would obtain heaven, the scriptural ordinance having said so. It is impossible, however, to suppose that men of wrath who have done such wicked deeds should obtain such regions of bliss hereafter. 11:1 Pairs of opposites, such as heat and cold, joy and grief, etc. Kampa Gita. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 8. Vyasa said, like a person unwilling to forgive an insult, Arjuna of keen speech and prowess, and possessed of energy, betraying great fierceness and licking the corners of his mouth, said these words of grave import, smiling the while, "Oh, how painful, how distressing! I grieve to see this great agitation of thy heart, since having achieved such a superhuman feat, thou art bent upon forsaking this great prosperity. Having slain thy foes, and having acquired the sovereignty of the earth which has been won through observance of the duties of thy own order, why shouldst thou abandon everything through fickleness of heart? Where on earth hath a eunuch or a person of procrastination ever acquired sovereignty? Why then didst thou, insensate with rage, slay all the kings of the earth? He that would live by mendicancy cannot, by any act of his, enjoy the good things of the earth. Divested of prosperity and without resources, he can never win fame on earth or acquire sons and animals. If, O king, abandoning this swelling kingdom, thou livest in the observance of the wretched mode of life led by a mendicant, what will the world say of thee? Why dost thou say that abandoning all the good things of the earth, divested of prosperity, and reft of resources, thou wilt lead a life of mendicancy like a vulgar person? Thou art born in this race of kings. Having won by conquest the whole earth, wishest thou from folly to live in the woods after abandoning everything of virtue and profit? If thou retirest into the woods, in thy absence, dishonest men will destroy sacrifices. That sin will certainly pollute thee. King Nahusha, having done many wicked acts in a state of poverty, cried fie on that state and said that poverty is for recluses. Making no provision for the morrow is a practice that suits rishis. Thou knowest this well. That, however, which has been called the religion of royalty depends entirely on wealth. One who robs another of wealth robs him of his religion as well. Who amongst us, therefore, O king, would forgive an act of spoliation that is practiced on us? It is seen that a poor man, even when he stands near, is accused falsely. Poverty is a state of sinfulness. It behoveth thee not to applaud poverty, therefore. The man that is fallen, O king, grieveth, as also he that is poor. I do not see the difference between a fallen man and a poor man. All kinds of meritorious acts flow from the possession of great wealth like a mountain. From wealth spring all religious acts, all pleasures, and heaven itself, O king. Without wealth, a man cannot find the very means of sustaining his life. The acts of a person who, possessed of little intelligence, suffers himself to be divested of wealth, are all dried up like shallow streams in the summer season. He that has wealth has friends. He that has wealth has kinsmen. He that has wealth is regarded as a true man in the world. He that has wealth is regarded as a learned man. If a person who hath no wealth desires to achieve a particular purpose, he meets with failure. Wealth brings about accessions of wealth, like elephants capturing wild elephants. Religious acts, pleasures, joy, courage, wrath, learning, and sense of dignity, all these proceed from wealth, O king. From wealth one acquires family honor. From wealth, one's religious merit increases. He that is without wealth hath neither this world, nor the next, O best of men. The man that hath no wealth succeeds not in performing religious acts, for these latter spring from wealth, like rivers from a mountain. He that is lean in respect of, his possession of, steeds and kine and servants and guests, is truly lean, and not he whose limbs alone are so. Judge truly, O king, and look at the conduct of the gods and the Danavas. O king, do the gods ever wish for anything else than the slaughter of their kinsmen, the Asuras? If the appropriation of wealth belonging to others be not regarded as righteous, how, O monarch, will kings practice virtue on this earth? Learned men have, in the Vedas, laid down this conclusion. The learned have laid it down that kings should live, reciting every day the 3 Vedas, seeking to acquire wealth, and carefully performing sacrifices with the wealth thus acquired. The gods, through internecine quarrels, have obtained footing in heaven. When the very gods have won their prosperity through internecine quarrels, what fault can there be in such quarrels? The gods, thou sayest, act in this way. The eternal precepts of the Vedas also sanction it. To learn, teach, sacrifice, and assist at others' sacrifices, these are our principal duties. The wealth that kings take from others becomes the means of their prosperity. We never see wealth that has been earned without doing some injury to others. It is even thus that kings conquer this world. Having conquered, they call that wealth theirs, just as sons speak of the wealth of their sires as their own. The royal sages that have gone to heaven have declared this to be the duty of kings. Like water flowing on every direction from a swollen ocean, that wealth runs on every direction from the treasuries of kings. This earth formerly belonged to King Dilapa, Nahusha, Amvarisha, and Mendathari. She now belongs to thee. A great sacrifice, therefore, with profuse presents of every kind and requiring a vast heap of the earth's produce, awaits thee. If thou dost not perform that sacrifice, O king, then the sins of this kingdom shall all be thine. Those subjects whose king performs a horse sacrifice with profuse presents become all cleansed and sanctified by beholding the ablutions at the end of the sacrifice. Mahadeva himself, of universal form, in a great sacrifice requiring libations of all kinds of flesh, poured all creatures as sacrificial libations and then his own self. Eternal is this auspicious path. Its fruits are never destroyed. This is the great path called Dasaratha. Abandoning it, O king, to what other path wouldst thou betake thyself? Footnotes 12:1 Because wealth enables its possessor to practice the rites of religion. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 9. Yudhishthira said, For a little while, O Arjuna, concentrate thy attention and fix thy mind and hearing on thy inner soul. If thou listenest to my words in such a frame of mind, they will meet with thy approbation. Abandoning all worldly pleasures, I shall betake myself to that path which is trod by the righteous. I shall not, for thy sake, tread along the path thou recommendest. If thou askest me what path is auspicious that one should tread alone, I shall tell thee. If thou dost not desire to ask me, I shall yet, unasked by thee, tell thee of it. Abandoning the pleasures and observance of men of the world, engaged in performing the austerest of penances, I shall wander in the forest, with the animals that have their home there, living on fruit and roots. Pouring libations on the fire at due hours, and performing ablutions at morn and eve, I shall thin myself by reduced diet, and covering myself with skins, bear matted locks on my head. Enduring cold, wind, and heat as also hunger and thirst and toil, I shall emaciate my body by penances as laid down in the ordinance. Charming to the heart and the ear, I shall daily listen to the clear strains of cheerful birds and animals residing in the woods. I shall enjoy the fragrance of flower-burthen trees and creepers, and see diverse kinds of charming products that grow in the forest. I shall also see many excellent recluses of the forest. I shall not do the slightest injury to any creature. What need be said then of those that dwell in villages and towns? Leading a retired life and devoting myself to contemplation, I shall live upon ripe and unripe fruits and gratify the Pitris and the deities with offerings of wild fruits and spring water and grateful hymns. Observing in this way the austere regulations of a forest life, I shall pass my days, calmly awaiting the dissolution of my body. Or, living alone and observing the vow of taciturnity, with my head shaved clean, I shall derive my sustenance by begging each day of only one tree. Smearing my body with ashes, and availing of the shelter of abandoned houses, or lying at the foot of trees, I shall live, casting off all things dear or hateful, without indulging in grief or joy, and regarding censure and applause, hope and affliction, equally, and prevailing over every couple of opposites, I shall live casting off all the things of the world. Without conversing with anybody, I shall assume the outward form of a blind and deaf idiot, while living in contentment and deriving happiness from my own soul. Without doing the least injury to the four kinds of movable and immovable creatures, I shall behave equally towards all creatures, whether mindful of their duties or following only the dictates of the senses. I shall not jeer at anyone, nor shall I frown at anybody. Restraining all my senses, I shall always be of a cheerful face. Without asking anybody about the way, proceeding along any route that I may happen to meet with, I shall go on, without taking note of the country or the point of the compass to which or towards which I may go. Regardless of whither I may proceed, I shall not look behind. Divesting myself of desire and wrath, and turning my gaze inwards, I shall go on, casting off pride of soul and body. Nature always walks ahead, hence, food and drink will somehow be accomplished. I shall not think of those pairs of opposites that stand in the way of such a life. If pure food and even a small measure be not obtainable in the first house to which I may go, I shall get it by going to other houses. If I fail to procure it by even such a round, I shall proceed to 7 houses in succession and fill my craving. When the smoke of houses will cease, their hearth fires having been extinguished, when husking rods will be kept aside, and all the inmates will have taken their food, when mendicants and guests will cease to wander, I shall select a moment for my round of mendicancy and solicit alms at 2, 3, or 5 houses at the most. I shall wander over the earth, after breaking the bonds of desire. Preserving equability in success and failure, I shall earn great ascetic merit. I shall behave neither like one that is fond of life nor like one that is about to die. I shall not manifest any liking for life or dislike for death. If one strikes off one arm of mine and another smears the other arm with sandal paste, I shall not wish evil to the one or good to the other. Discarding all those acts conducive to prosperity that one can do in life, the only acts I shall perform will be to open and shut my eyes and take as much food and drink as will barely keep up life. Without ever being attached to action, and always restraining the functions of the senses, I shall give up all desires and purify the soul of all impurities. Freed from all attachments and tearing off all bonds and ties, I shall live free as the wind. Living in such freedom from affections, everlasting contentment will be mine. Through desire, I have, from ignorance, committed great sins. A certain class of men, doing both auspicious and inauspicious acts here, maintain their wives, children, and kinsmen, all bound to them in relations of cause and effect. When the period of their life runs out, casting off their weakened bodies, they take upon themselves all the effects of their sinful acts, for none but the actor is burdened with the consequences of his acts. Even thus, endued with actions, creatures come into this wheel of life that is continually turning like the wheel of a car, and even thus, coming thither, they meet with their fellow creatures. He, however, who abandons the worldly course of life, which is really a fleeting illusion although it looks eternal, and which is afflicted by birth, death, decrepitude, disease, and pain, is sure to obtain happiness. When again the very gods fall down from heaven and great rishis from their respective positions of eminence who, that is acquainted with truths of causes, and effects, would wish to have even heavenly prosperity? Insignificant kings, having performed diverse acts relating to the diverse means of kingcraft, known by the means of conciliation, gift, and sea, often slay a king through some contrivance. Reflecting on these circumstances, this nectar of wisdom hath come to me. Having attained it, I desire to get a permanent, eternal, and unchangeable place for myself. Always, conducting myself with such wisdom and acting in this way, I shall, by betaking myself to that fearless path of life, terminate this physical frame that is subject to birth, death, decrepitude, disease, and pain. Footnotes 14:1 The sense is that when I will not wrong the denizens of even the woods, there is little chance of my wronging men of the world. 14:2 There is a class of recluses who support life by gathering the fallen fruits of trees. Taking the tree for a living person, they walk under its shade and beg of it its fruits. Those fruits that fall down on such occasions are regarded as the alms granted by the tree to its mendicant guest. 15:1 All the possessions of a man depend upon the acts of a previous life. Wives, children, and kinsmen, therefore, as agents of happiness or the reverse, depend upon one's past acts. They are effects of pre-existing causes. Then again, they may be causes of effects to be manifested in the next life, for their acts also are supposed to affect the next life of him to whom they belong. 15:2 i.e., they for whom he acts do not take the consequences of his acts. 15:3 Bhajina is explained by Nilkantha as Swargasisarina. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 10. Bhimasena said, "Thy understanding, O king, has become blind to the truth, like that of a foolish and unintelligent reciter of the Veda in consequence of his repeated recitation of those scriptures. If censuring the duties of kings thou wouldst lead a life of idleness, then, O bull of Bharata's race, this destruction of the Dhritarashtra's was perfectly uncalled for. Are forgiveness and compassion and pity and abstention from injury not to be found in anybody walking along the path of Kshatriya duties? If we knew that this was thy intention, we would then have never taken up arms and slain a single creature. We would then have lived by mendicancy till the destruction of this body. This terrible battle between the rulers of the earth would also have never taken place. The learned have said this: all that we see is food for the strong. Indeed, this mobile and immobile world is our object of enjoyment for the person that is strong. Wise men acquainted with Kshatriya duties have declared that they who stand in the way of the person taking the sovereignty of the earth should be slain. Guilty of that fault, those that stood as enemies of our kingdom have all been slain by us. Having slain them, O Yudhishthira, righteously govern this earth. This our act, in refusing the kingdom, is like that of a person who, having dug a well, stops in his work before obtaining water and comes up smutted with mire. Or, this our act is like that of a person who, having climbed up a tall tree and taken honey therefrom, meets with death before tasting it. Or, it is like that of a person who, having set out on a long way, comes back in despair without having reached his destination. Or, it is like that of a person who, having slain all his foes, O thou of Kuru's race, at last falls by his own hand. Or, it is like that of a person afflicted with hunger, who, having obtained food, refuses to take it, or of a person under the influence of desire, who, having obtained a woman reciprocating his passion, refuses to meet with her. We have become objects of censure, O Bharata, because, O king, we follow thee that art of feeble understanding, in consequence of thyself being our eldest brother. We are possessed of mighty arms, we are accomplished in knowledge and endued with great energy. Yet we are obedient to the words of a eunuch as if we were entirely helpless. We are the refuge of all helpless persons. Yet, when people see us so, why would they not say that in respect of the acquisition of our objects we are entirely powerless? Reflect on this that I say. It has been laid down that a life of renunciation should be adopted only in times of distress, by kings overcome with decrepitude or defeated by foes. Men of wisdom, therefore, do not applaud renunciation as the duty of a kshatriya. On the other hand, they that are of clear sight think that the adoption of that course of life by a kshatriya involves even the loss of virtue. How can those that have sprung from that order, that are devoted to the practices of that order, and that have refuge in them, censure those duties? Indeed, if those duties be censurable, then why should not the supreme ordainer be censured? It is only those persons that are reft of prosperity and wealth and that are infidels in faith that have promulgated this precept of the Vedas about the propriety of a kshatriya's adoption of a life of renunciation as the truth. In reality, however, it is never proper for a kshatriya to do so. He who is competent to support life by prowess, he who can support himself by his own exertions, does not live, but really falls away from his duty by the hypocritical externals of a life of renunciation. That man only is capable of leading a solitary life of happiness in the woods who is unable to support sons and grandsons and the deities and rishis and guests and pitris. As the deer and boars and birds, though they lead a forest life, cannot attain to heaven, even so those kshatriyas that are not bereft of prowess yet not given to doing good turns cannot attain to heaven by leading only a forest life. They should acquire religious merit by other ways. If, O king, anybody were to obtain success from renunciation, then mountains and trees would surely obtain it. These latter are always seen to lead lives of renunciation. They do not injure anyone. They are, again, always aloof from a life of worldliness and are all Brahmacarans. If it be the truth that a person's success depends upon his own lot in life and not upon that of other, then, as a person born in the kshatriya order, thou shouldst betake thyself to action. He that is reft of action can never have success. If they that fill only their own stomachs could attain to success, then all aquatic creatures would obtain it, for these have none else to support save their own selves. Behold, the world moves on, with every creature on it employed in acts proper to its nature. Therefore, one should betake oneself to action. The man reft of action can never obtain success. Footnotes 16:1 The sense is that as the ordainer cannot be censured, therefore, that which he has ordained for the kshatriyas cannot be deserving of censure. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 11. Arjuna said, in this connection an old history is cited, viz., the discourse between certain ascetics and Sakra, O bull of Bharata's race. A number of well-born Brahmana youth of little understanding, without the hirsute honors of manhood, abandoning their homes, came to the woods for leading a forest life. Regarding that to be virtue, those youths of abundant resources became desirous of living as Brahmacarans, having abandoned their brothers and sires. It so happened that Indra became compassionate towards them. Assuming the form of a golden bird, the holy Sakra addressed them, saying, that which is done by persons that eat the remnants of a sacrifice is the most difficult of acts that men can achieve. Such an act is highly meritorious. The lives of such men are worthy of every praise. Having attained the object of life, those men, devoted to virtue, obtain the highest end. Hearing these words, the rishi said, Lo, this bird applauds those that subsist upon the remnants of sacrifices. He informs us of it, for we live upon such remnants. The bird then said, I do not applaud you. Ye are stationed with mire and very impure. Living upon offals, ye are wicked. Ye are not persons subsisting upon the remnants of sacrifice. The rishis said, "We regard this our course of life to be highly blessed. Tell us, O bird, what is for our good? Thy words inspire us with great faith." The bird said, "If you do not refuse me your faith by arraying yourselves against your better selves, then I shall tell you words that are true and beneficial." The rishis said, "We shall listen to thy words, O sire, for the different paths are all known to thee. O thou of righteous soul, we desire also to obey thy commands. Instruct us now." The bird said, "Among quadrupeds the cow is the foremost. Of metals, gold is the foremost. Of words, mantras, and of bipeds, the brahmanas are the foremost. These mantras regulate all the rites of a brahmana's life, beginning with those appertaining to birth and the period after it, and ending with those appertaining to death and the crematorium. These Vedic rites are his heaven, path, and foremost of sacrifices. If it were otherwise, how could I find the acts of persons in quest of heaven become successful through mantras? He who, in this world, adores his soul, firmly regarding it to be a deity of a particular kind, obtains success consistent with the nature of that particular deity. The seasons measured by half the months lead to the sun, the moon, or the stars. These three kinds of success, depending upon action, are desired by every creature. The domestic mode of life is very superior and sacred, and is called the field for the cultivation of success. By what path do those men go that censure action? Of little understanding and deprived of wealth, they incur sin. And since those men of little understanding live by abandoning the eternal paths of the gods, the paths of the rishis, and the paths of Brahma, therefore they attain to paths disapproved of by the Shrutis. There is an ordinance in the mantras which says, "Ye sacrificer, perform the sacrifice represented by gifts of valuable things. I will give thee happiness represented by sons, animals, and heaven." To live, therefore, in accordance with ordinance is said to be the highest asceticism of the ascetics. Therefore, ye should perform such sacrifices and such penances in the shape of gifts. The due performance of these eternal duties, viz., the worship of the gods, the study of the Vedas, and the gratification of the Pitris, as also regardful services unto the preceptors, these are called the austerest of penances. The gods, by performing such exceedingly difficult penances, have obtained the highest glory and power. I, therefore, tell you to bear the very heavy burden of the duties of domesticity. Without doubt, penances are the foremost of all things and are the root of all creatures. Asceticism, however, is to be obtained by leading a life of domesticity, upon which depends everything. They that eat the remnants of feasts, after duly apportioning the food morning and evening among kinsmen, attain to ends that are exceedingly difficult of attainment. They are called eater of the remnants of feasts, who eat after having served guests and gods and rishis and kinsmen. Therefore, those persons that are observant of their own duties, that practice excellent vows, and are truthful in speech, become objects of great respect in the world, with their own faith exceedingly strengthened. Free from pride, those achievers of the most difficult feats attain to heaven and live for unending time in the regions of Sakra. Arjuna continued, "Those ascetics then, hearing these words that were beneficial and fraught with righteousness, abandoned the religion of renunciation, saying, 'There is nothing in it,' and betook themselves to a life of domesticity. Therefore, O thou that are conversant with righteousness, calling to thy aid that eternal wisdom, rule the wide world, O monarch that is now destitute of foes." Footnotes 17:1 The meaning is that they who perform sacrifice and partake of the sacrificial food after offering it unto gods and guests acquire such religious merit that the like of it cannot be acquired by other men. Sacrifice, therefore, is the highest act in life and the most meritorious that man call do. 18:1 The iti after vadi is really eti. The absence of sandhi in the proper form is arsha. Literally rendered, the line becomes, according to the manner in which the person of firm conviction approaches the soul, is the success that he gets here. As the Shrutis declare, if one firmly regards oneself to be Shiva, the success one attains here and hereafter is after the kind of that deity. 18:2 The brevity of such passages is the chief obstacle to their clear comprehension. Fortunately, the allusions are very plain. What is meant is that those who died during the lighted fortnights of the summer solstice attain to solar regions of bliss. Those that died during the dark fortnights of the winter solstice attain to lunar regions. These last have to return after passing their allotted periods of enjoyment and happiness. While those that are freed from attachments, whatever the time of their death, go to stellar regions which are equal to that of Brahma. 18:3 Without attaining to the companionship of the gods and Pitris, and without obtaining Brahma, they sink in the scale of being and become worms and vermin. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 12. Vyasa said, hearing these words of Arjuna, O chastiser of foes, Nakula of mighty arms and a broad chest, temperate in speech and possessed of great wisdom, with face whose color then resembled that of copper, looked at the king, that foremost of all righteous persons, and spoke these words, besieging his brother's heart, with reason. Nakula said, the very gods had established their fires in the region called Visakayupa. Know, therefore, O king, that the gods themselves depend upon the fruits of action. The Pitris, that support, by rain, the lives of even all disbelievers, observing the ordinances of the Creator as declared in the Vedas, are, O king, engaged in action. Know them for downright atheists that reject the declaration of the Vedas, which inculcate action. The person that is learned in the Vedas, by following their declarations and all his acts, attains, O Bharata, to the highest region of heaven by the way of the deities. This domestic mode of life again has been said by all persons acquainted with Vedic truths to be superior to all the other modes of life. Knowing this, O king, that the person who in sacrifices gives away his righteously acquired wealth unto those brahmanas that are well conversant with the Vedas, and restrains his soul, is, O monarch, regarded as the true renouncer. He, however, who, disregarding a life of domesticity, that is, the source of much happiness, jumps to the next mode of life, that renouncer of his own self, O monarch, is a renouncer laboring under the quality of darkness. That man who is homeless, who roves over the world, in his mendicant rounds, who has the foot of a tree for his shelter, who observes the vow of taciturnity, never cooks for himself, and seeks to restrain all the functions of his senses, is, O Partha, a renouncer in the observance of the vow of mendicancy. That Brahmana who, disregarding wrath and joy, and especially deceitfulness, always employs his time in the study of the Vedas, is a renouncer in the observance of the vow of mendicancy. The four different modes of life were at one time weighed in the balance. The wise have said, O king, that when domesticity was placed on one scale, it required the three others to be placed on the other for balancing it. Beholding the result of this examination by scales, O Partha, and seeing further, O Bharata, that domesticity alone contained both heaven and pleasure, that became the way of the great rishis and the refuge of all persons conversant with the ways of the world. He, therefore, O bull of Bharata's race, who betakes himself to this mode of life, thinking it to be his duty and abandoning all desire for fruit, is a real renouncer, and not that man of clouded understanding who goes to the woods, abandoning home and its surroundings. A person, again, who under the hypocritical garb of righteousness fails to forget his desires, even while living in the woods, is bound by the grim king of death with his deadly fetters round the neck. Those acts that are done from vanity are said to be unproductive of fruit. Those acts, on the other hand, O monarch, that are done from a spirit of renunciation, always bear abundant fruits. Tranquility, self-restraint, fortitude, truth, purity, simplicity, sacrifices, perseverance, and righteousness, these are always regarded as virtues recommended by the rishis. And domesticity, it is said, are acts intended for pitris, gods, guests. In this mode of life alone, O monarch, are the threefold aims to be attained. The renouncer that rigidly adheres to this mode of life, in which one is free to do all acts, has not to encounter ruin either here or hereafter. The sinless Lord of all creatures, of righteous soul, created creatures with the intention that they would adore him by sacrifices with profuse presents. Creepers and trees and deciduous herbs, and animals that are clean, and clarified butter, were created as ingredients of sacrifice. For one, in the observance of domesticity, the performance of sacrifice is fraught with impediments. For this, that mode of life has been said to be exceedingly difficult and unattainable. Those persons, therefore, in the observance of the domestic mode of life, who, possessed of wealth and corn and animals, do not perform sacrifices, earn, O monarch, eternal sin. Amongst rishis, there are some that regard the study of the Vedas to be a sacrifice, and some that regard contemplation to be a great sacrifice which they perform in their minds. The very gods, O monarch, covet the companionship of a regenerate person like this, who in consequence of his treading along such a way which consists in the concentration of the mind, has become equal to Brahma. By refusing to spend in sacrifice the diverse kinds of wealth that thou hast taken from thy foes, thou art only displaying thy want of faith. I have never seen, O monarch, a king in the observance of a life of domesticity renouncing his wealth in any other way except in the Rajasuya, the Ashwamedha, and other kinds of sacrifice. Like Sakra, the chief of the celestial, O sire, perform those other sacrifices that are praised by the Brahmanas. That king, through whose heedlessness the subjects are plunged by robbers, and who does not offer protection to those whom he is called upon to govern, is said to be the very embodiment of Kati. If, without giving away steeds, and kine, and female slaves, and elephants adorned with trappings, and villages, and populous regions, and fields, and houses, unto Brahmanas, we retire into the woods with hearts not harboring friendly feeling towards kinsmen, even we shall be, O monarch, such callous of the kingly order. Those members of the kingly order that do not practice charity and give protection to others incur sin. Woe is their portion hereafter, and not bliss. If, O Lord, without performing great sacrifices and the rites in honor of thy deceased ancestors, and it, without bathing in sacred waters, thou betakest thyself to a wandering life, thou shalt then meet with destruction like a small cloud separated from a mass and dashed by the winds. Thou shalt then fall off from both worlds and have to take thy birth in the Pisacha order. A person becomes a true renouncer by casting off every internal and external attachment, and not simply by abandoning home for dwelling in the woods. A Brahmana that lives in the observance of these ordinances in which there are no impediments does not fall off from this or the other world. Observant of the duties of one's own order, duties respected by the ancients and practiced by the best of men, who is there, O Partha, that would grieve, O king, for having in a trice stain embattled his foes that swelled with prosperity, like Sakra slaying the forces of the Daityas. Having in the observance of Kshatriya duties subjugated the world by the aid of thy prowess, and having made presents unto persons conversant with the Vedas, thou canst, O monarch, go to regions higher than heaven. It behoves thee not, O Partha, to indulge in grief. Footnotes 19:1 The sense is that the gods themselves have become so by action. 19:2 The first word is compounded of N and Astika. 19:3 Devayana is the yana or way along which the deities have gone, the strict observance of the Vedic rites. 20:1 Renouncer of his own self, because he dries up his very body by denying himself food. 20:2 Such a person also is not a true renouncer. For a kshatriya, again, such a mode of life would be sinful. 20:3 Nilkantha thinks that the object of this verse is to show that even such a life properly appertains to a brahmana and not to a kshatriya. Therefore, if Yudhishthira would, without reigning, live quietly in the kingdom governed by some brother of his, he would then be equally sinning. 20:4 Acts done from vanity, i.e., with the bragging consciousness of one being himself the actor and the arranger of everything, acts done from a spirit of renunciation, i.e., without hope of reaping their fruits. 20:5 The threefold aims, i.e., religion, pleasure, and profit. 21:1 Antarala is thus explained by Nilkantha. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 13. Sadeva said, by casting off all external objects only, O Bharata, one does not attain to success. By casting off even mental attachments, the attainment of success is doubtful. Let that religious merit and that happiness which are his who has cast off external objects, but whose mind still internally covets them, be the portion of our foes. On the other hand, let that religious merit and that happiness which are his who governs the earth, having cast off all internal attachments also, be the portion of our friends. The word mama, mine, consisting of two letters, is death's self, white the opposite word namama, not mine, consisting of three letters, is eternal Brahma. Brahma and death, O king, entering invisibly into every soul, without doubt, cause all creatures to act. If this being, O Bharata, that is called soul, be not ever subject to destruction, then by destroying the bodies of creatures one cannot be guilty of slaughter. If, on the other hand, the soul and the body of a being are born or destroyed together, so that when the body is destroyed the soul also is destroyed, then the way, prescribed in the scriptures, of rites and acts would be futile. Therefore, driving away all doubts about the immortality of the soul, the man of intelligence should adopt that path which has been trodden by the righteous of old and older times. The life of that king is certainly fruitless who, having acquired the entire earth with her mobile and immobile creatures, does not enjoy her. As regards the man again who lives in the forest upon wild fruits and roots, but whose attachment to things of the earth has not ceased, such a one, O king, lives within the jaws of death. Behold, O Bharata, the hearts and the outward forms of all creatures to be but manifestations of thy own. They that look upon all creatures as their own selves escape from the great fear of destruction. Thou art my sire, thou art my protector, thou art my brother, and thou art my senior and preceptor. It behoveth thee, therefore, to forgive these incoherent utterances in sorrow of a woe-stricken person. True or false, this that has been uttered by our, O Lord of earth, has been uttered from a due regard for thee, O best of Bharatas, that I entertain. Footnotes 22:1 Sariram is contradistinguished from Vayam. The first is explained as appertaining to or encased in sarira, i.e., the mind. 22:2 What Sadeva wishes to say is that everything proceeds from selfishness is productive of death, while everything proceeding from an opposite frame of mind leads to Brahma or immortality. 22:3 The meaning entirely depends upon the word swabhavam, manifestation of self. In the second line, if Vritam be read for Butam, the sense would remain unaltered. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 14. Vaisampayana said, when Kunti's son, King Yudhishthira the Just remained speechless after listening to his brothers who were telling these truths of the Vedas, that foremost of women, viz., Draupadi, of large eyes and great beauty, and noble descent, O monarch, said these words unto that bull among kings seated in the midst of his brothers that resembled so many lions and tigers, and like the leader in the midst of a herd of elephants. Ever expectant of loving regards from all her husbands, but especially from Yudhishthira, she was always treated with affection and indulgence by the king. Conversant with duties and observant of them in practice, that lady of large hips, casting her eyes on her lord, desired his attention in shooting in sweet words, and said as follows. Draupadi said, These thy brothers, O Partha, are crying and drying their palates like chatakas, but thou dost not gladden them. O monarch, gladden these thy brothers, that resemble infuriated elephants, in prowess, with proper words, these heroes that have always drunk of the cup of misery. Why, O king, while living by the side of the Dweta lake, didst thou say unto these thy brothers then residing with thee, and suffering from cold and wind and sun, even these words, viz., Kama rushing to battle from desire of victory, we will slay Duryodhana and enjoy the earth that is capable of granting every wish. Depriving great car warriors of their cars, and slaying huge elephants, and strewing the field of battle with the bodies of car warriors and horsemen and heroes, ye chastisers of foes, ye will perform great sacrifices of diverse kinds with presents in profusion. All these sufferings, due to a life of exile in the woods, will then end in happiness. O foremost of all practicers of virtue, having thyself said these words unto thy brothers then, why, O hero, dost thou depress our hearts now? A eunuch can never enjoy wealth. A eunuch can never have children, even as there can be no fish in a mire destitute of water. A kshatriya without the rod of chastisement can never shine. A kshatriya without the rod of chastisement can never enjoy the earth. The subjects of a king that is without the rod of chastisement can never have happiness. Friendship for all creatures, charity, study of the Vedas, penances, these constitute the duties of a Brahmana and not of a king, O best of kings. Restraining the wicked, cherishing the honest, and never retreating from battle, these are the highest duties of kings. He is said to be conversant with duties, in whom are forgiveness and wrath, giving and taking, terrors and fearlessness, and chastisement and reward. It was not by study, or gift, or mendicancy, that thou hast acquired the earth. That force of the enemy, O hero, ready to burst upon thee with all its might, abounding with elephants and horse and cars, strong with three kinds of strength, protected by Drona and Karna and Aswathaman and Kripa, has been defeated and slain by thee, O hero. It is for this that I ask thee to enjoy the earth. Formerly, O puissant one, thou hadst, O monarch, swayed with might, the region called Jambu, O tiger among men, abounding with populous districts. Thou hadst also, O ruler of men, swayed with might that other region called Kranchadwipa, situate on the west of the great Meru and equal unto Jambudwipa itself. Thou hadst swayed with might, O king, that other region called Sakadwipa on the east of the great Meru and equal to Kranchadwipa itself. The region called Bhadraswa, on the north of the great Meru and equal to Sakadwipa, was also swayed by thee, O tiger, among men. Thou hadst even penetrated the ocean and swayed with might other regions, too, O hero, and the very islands begirt by the sea and containing many populous provinces. Having, O Bharata, achieved such immeasurable feats, and having obtained, through them, the adorations of the Brahmanas, how is it that thy soul is not gratified? Seeing these brothers of thine before thee, O Bharata, these heroes swelling with might and resembling bulls or infuriated elephants, and prowess, Kama, why dost thou not address them in delightful words? All of you are like celestials. All of you are capable of resisting foes. All of you are competent to scorch your enemies. If only one of you had become my husband, my happiness would even then have been very great. What need I say then, O tiger among men, when all of you, numbering 5, are my husbands, and look after me, like the 5 senses inspiring the physical frame? The words of my mother-in-law, who is possessed of great knowledge and great foresight, cannot be untrue. Addressing me, she said, O princess of Panchala, Yudhishthira will ever keep you in happiness, O excellent lady. Having slain many thousands of kings possessed of active prowess, I see, O monarch, that through thy folly thou art about to make that feat futile. They whose eldest brother becomes mad have all to follow him in madness. Through thy madness, O king, all the Pandavas are about to become mad. If, O monarch, these thy brothers were in their senses, they would then have immured thee with all unbelievers, in a prison, and taken upon themselves the government of the earth. That person who from dullness of intellect acts in this way never succeeds in winning prosperity. The man that treads along the path of madness should be subjected to medical treatment by the aid of incense and collyrium, of drugs applied through the nose, and of other medicines. O best of the Bharatas, I am the worst of all my sex, since I desire to live on even though I am bereaved of my children. Thou shouldst not disregard the words spoken by me and by these brothers of thine that are endeavoring thus to dissuade thee from thy purpose. Indeed, abandoning the whole earth, thou art inviting adversity and danger to come upon thee. Thou shinest now, O monarch, even as those 2 best of kings, viz., Mandathri and Amvarisha, regarded by all the lords of earth, did in former days. Protecting thy subjects righteously, govern the goddess earth with her mountains and forests and islands. Do not, O king, become cheerless. Adore the gods in diverse sacrifices. Fight thy foes. Make gifts of wealth and clothes and other objects of enjoyment unto the Brahmanas, O best of kings. Footnotes 23:1 The 3 kinds of angas referred to, as explained by Nilkantha, are 1. The strength that depends on the master, 2. That depending on good counsels, and 3. That depending on the perseverance and the courage of the men themselves. 24:1 Literally, crushed with the rod of chastisement. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 15. Vyasa said, hearing these words of Yajnasena's daughter, Arjuna once more spoke, showing proper regard for his mighty-armed eldest brother of unfading glory. Arjuna said, the man armed with the rod of chastisement governs all subjects and protects them. The rod of chastisement is awake when all else is asleep. For this, the wise have characterized the rod of chastisement to be righteousness itself. The rod of chastisement protects righteousness and profit. It protects also, O king. For this, the rod of chastisement is identified with the triple objects of life. Corn and wealth are both protected by the rod of chastisement. Knowing this, O thou that art possessed of learning, take up the rod of chastisement and observe the course of the world. One class of sinful men desist from sin through fear of the rod of chastisement and the king's bands. Another class desist from similar acts through fear of Yama's rod, and yet another from fear of the next world. Another class of persons desist from sinful acts through fear of society. Thus, O king, in this world, whose course is such, everything is dependent on the rod of chastisement. There is a class of persons who are restrained by only the rod of chastisement from devouring one another. If the rod of chastisement did not protect people, they would have sunk in the darkness of hell. The rod of chastisement, danda, has been so named by the wise because it restrains the ungovernable and punishes the wicked. The chastisement of brahmanas should be by word of mouth, of kshatriyas, by giving them only that much of food as would suffice for the support of life, of vaishyas, by the imposition of fines and forfeitures of property, while for sudras there is no punishment. For keeping men awake to their duties, and for the protection of property, ordinances, O king, have been established in the world, under the name of chastisement or punitive legislation. Thither where chastisement, of dark complexion and red eyes, stands in an attitude of readiness to grapple with every offender, and the king is of righteous vision, the subjects never forget themselves. The brahmacharan and the householder, the recluse in the forest and the religious mendicant, all these walk in their respective ways through fear of chastisement alone. He that is without any fear, O king, never performs a sacrifice. He that is without fear never giveth away. The man that is without any fear never desires to adhere to any engagement or compact. Without piercing the vitals of others, without achieving the most difficult feats, and without staying creatures like a fisherman, slaying fish, no person can obtain great prosperity. Without slaughter, no man has been able to achieve fame in this world or acquire wealth or subjects. Indra himself, by the slaughter of Vritra, became the great Indra. Those amongst the gods that are given to slaughtering others are adored much more by men. Rudra, Skanda, Sakra, Agni, Varuna are all slaughterers. Kala and Mrityu and Vayu and Kuvara and Surya, the Vasus, the Maruts, the Sathyas, and the Viswadevas, O Bharata, are all slaughterers. Humbled by their prowess, all people bend to those gods, but not to Brahman or Dhatri or Pushan at any time. Only a few men that are noble of disposition adore in all their acts those among the gods that are equally disposed towards all creatures and that are self-restrained and peaceful. I do not behold the creature in this world that supports life without doing any act of injury to others. Animals live upon animals, the stronger upon the weaker. The mongoose devours mice, the cat devours the mongoose, the dog devours the cat, the dog again is devoured by the spotted leopard. Behold, all things again are devoured by the destroyer when he comes. This mobile and immobile universe is food for living creatures. This has been ordained by the gods. The man of knowledge, therefore, is never stupefied at it. It behoveth thee, O great king, to become that which thou art by birth. Foolish Kshatriyas, alone, restraining wrath and joy, take refuge in the woods. The very ascetics cannot support their lives without killing creatures. In water, on earth, and fruits, there are innumerable creatures. It is not true that one does not slaughter them. What higher duty is there than supporting one's life? There are many creatures that are so minute that their existence can only be inferred. With the failing of the eyelids alone, they are destroyed. There are men who, subduing wrath and pride, betake themselves to ascetic courses of life and, leaving village and towns, repair to the woods. Arrived there, those men may be seen to be so stupefied as to adopt the domestic mode of life once more. Others may be seen who, in the observance of domesticity, tilling the soil, uprooting herbs, cutting off trees and killing birds and animals, perform sacrifices and at last attain to heaven. O son of Kunti, I have no doubt in this that the acts of all creatures become crowned with success only when the policy of chastisement is properly applied. If chastisement were abolished from the world, creatures would soon be destroyed. Like fishes in the water, stronger animals prey on the weaker. This truth was formerly spoken by Brahmana himself, viz., that chastisement, properly applied, upholds creatures. Behold, the very fires, when extinguished, blaze up again, in fright, when blown. This is due to the fear of force or chastisement. If there were no chastisement in the world distinguishing the good from the bad, then the whole world would have been enveloped in utter darkness, and all things would have been confounded. Even they that are breakers of rules, that are atheists and scoffers of the Vedas, afflicted by chastisement, soon become disposed to observe rules and restrictions. Everyone in this world is kept straight by chastisement. A person naturally pure and righteous is scarce. Yielding to the fear of chastisement, man becomes disposed to observe rules and restraints. Chastisement was ordained by the Creator himself for protecting religion and profit, for the happiness of all the four orders, and for making them righteous and modest. If chastisement could not inspire fear, then ravens and beasts of prey would have eaten up all other animals and men and the clarified butter intended for sacrifice. If chastisement did not uphold and protect, then nobody would have studied the Vedas, nobody would have milked a milch cow, and no maiden would have married. If chastisement did not uphold and protect, then ravage and confusion would have set in on every side, and all barriers would have been swept away, and the idea of property would have disappeared. If chastisement did not uphold and protect, people could never duly perform annual sacrifices with large presents. If chastisement did not uphold and protect, no one, to whatever mode of life he might belong, would observe the duties of that mode as declared in the Scriptures, and no one would have succeeded in acquiring knowledge. Neither camels, nor oxen, nor horses, nor mules, nor asses would, even if yoked thereto, drag cars and carriages, if chastisement did not uphold and protect. Upon chastisement depend all creatures. The learned, therefore, say that chastisement is the root of everything. Upon chastisement rests the heaven that men desire, and upon it rests this world also. Thither where foe-destroying chastisement is well applied, no sin, no deception, and no wickedness is to be seen. If the rod of chastisement be not uplifted, the dog will lick the sacrificial butter. The crow also would take away the first, sacrificial, offering, if that rod were not kept uplifted. Righteously or unrighteously, this kingdom hath now become ours. Our duty now is to abandon grief. Do thou, therefore, enjoy it and perform sacrifices. Men that are fortunate, living with their dear wives and children, eat good food, wear excellent clothes, and cheerfully acquire virtue. All our acts, without doubt, are dependent on wealth. That wealth again is dependent on chastisement. Behold, therefore, the importance of chastisement. Duties have been declared for only the maintenance of the relations of the world. There are two things here, viz. Abstention from injury and injury prompted by righteous motives. Of these, two, that is superior by which righteousness may be acquired. There is no act that is wholly meritorious, nor any that is wholly wicked. Right or wrong, in all acts, something of both is seen. Subjecting animals to castration, their horns again are cut off. They are then made to bear weights, are tethered, and chastised. In this world that is unsubstantial and rotten with abuses and rendered painful, O monarch, do thou practice the ancient customs of men, following the rules and analogies cited above. Perform sacrifices, give alms, protect thy subjects, and practice righteousness. Slay thy foes, O son of Kunti, and protect thy friends. Let no cheerlessness be thine, O king, while slaying foes. He that does it, O Bharata, does not incur the slightest sin. He that takes up a weapon and slays an armed foe advancing against him does not incur the sin of killing a fetus, for it is the wrath of the advancing foe that provokes the wrath of the slayer. The inner soul of every creature is incapable of being slain. When the soul is incapable of being slain, how then can one be slain by another? As a person enters a new house, even so a creature enters successive bodies. Abandoning forms that are worn out, a creature acquires new forms. People capable of seeing the truth regard this transformation to be death. Footnotes 25:1 Censure is the only punishment for a Brahmana offender. A Kshatriya may be punished by taking away all property, but care should be taken to give him food sufficient for maintaining life. A Vaishya should be punished by forfeiture of possessions. There is practically no punishment for a Sudra for being unable to possess wealth. Dispossession of wealth cannot be a punishment in his case. Again, service being his duty, the imposition of labor on him cannot be a punishment. For all that, hard work may be imposed upon him. 26:1 A fisherman who would not slay fish would go without food. 26:2 The sense is that if in supporting life one kills these creatures, he does not in any way commit sin. 27:1 Bhoga is explained by Nilkantha as Palanaya, Maryadea. 27:2 The meaning seems to be that the milch cow suffers herself to be milked only through fear of chastisement, and maidens also marry, without practicing free love, through fear of chastisement by the king, society, or Yama in the next world. 27:3 If this does not come up to the grossness of the doctrine, spare the rod and ruin the child, it at least is plain that the fear of being regarded a dunce and a fool and incurring the ridicule or displeasure of the tutor and classmates induces one to acquire knowledge. 27:4 The illustration used by the commentator is that it is better to kill the tiger that has invaded the fold than remain quiet for fear of injuring that beast of prey and commit sin. For that slaughter there is merit, for if not slaughtered, the beast will slaughter the kind before the spectator's eyes, and the latter would incur sin by passively witnessing the sight. At any rate, to be more general, it is better to injure, says Arjuna, from righteous motives than not to injure from fear of sin. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 16. Vaisampayana said, after the conclusion of Arjuna's speech, Bhimasena of great wrath and energy, mustering all his patience, said these words unto his eldest brother, Thou art, O monarch, conversant with all duties. There is nothing unknown to thee. We always wish to imitate thy conduct, but, alas, we cannot do it. I will not say anything. I will not say anything. Even this is what I had wished. Impelled, however, by great grief, I am constrained to say something. Listen to these words of mine, O ruler of men. Through the stupefaction of thy faculties, everything is endangered, and ourselves are being made cheerless and weak. How is it that thou that art the ruler of the world, thou that art conversant with all branches of knowledge, sufferest thy understanding to be clouded, in consequence of cheerlessness, like a coward? The righteous and unrighteous paths of the world are known to thee. There is nothing belonging either to the future or the present that is also unknown to thee, O puissant one. When such is the case, O monarch, I will indicate, O ruler of men, the reasons in favor of your assuming sovereignty. Listen to me with undivided attention. There are two kinds of diseases, viz., physical and mental. Each springs from the other. None of them can be seen existing independently. Without doubt, mental diseases spring from physical ones. Similarly, physical diseases spring from mental ones. This is the truth. He that indulgeth in regrets on account of past physical or mental woes, reapeth woe from woe and suffereth double woe. Cold, heat, and wind, these three are the attributes of the body. Their existence in harmony is the sign of health. If one of the three prevails over the rest, remedies have been laid down. Cold is checked by heat, and heat is checked by cold. Goodness, passion, and darkness are the three attributes of the mind. The existence of these three in harmony is the sign of mental, health. If one of these prevails over the rest, remedies have been prescribed. Grief is checked by joy, and joy is checked by grief. One, living in the present enjoyment of this, wishes to recollect his past woes. Another, living in the present suffering of woe, wishes to recollect his past bliss. Thou, however, wert never sad in grief or glad in bliss. Thou shouldst not, therefore, use thy memory for becoming sad during times of bliss, or glad during times of woe. It seems that destiny is all-powerful. Or, if it be thy nature, in consequence of which thou art thus afflicted, how is it that it does not behove thee to recollect the sight thou sawest before, viz. the scantily clad Krishna dragged, while in her season, before the assembly? Why does it not behove thee to recollect our expulsion from the Kuru city and our exile into the woods, dressed in deerskins, as also our living in the great forests? Why hast thou forgotten the woes inflicted by Jatasura, the battle with Chitrasena, and the distress suffered at the hands of the Sindhu king? Why hast thou forgotten the kick received by the Princess Draupadi from Kachaka while we were living in concealment? A fierce battle, O chastiser of foes, like that which thou hast fought with Bhishma and Drona, is now before thee, to be fought, however, with thy mind alone. Indeed, that battle is now before thee in which there is no need of arrows, of friends, of relatives and kinsmen, but which will have to be fought with thy mind alone. If thou givest up thy life-breath before conquering in this battle, then, assuming another body, thou shalt have to fight these very foes again. Therefore, fight that battle this very day, O bull of Bharata's race, disregarding the concerns of thy body, and aided by thy own acts, conquer and identify with thy mind's foe. If thou canst not win that battle, what will be thy condition? On the other hand, by winning it, O monarch, thou shalt have attained the great end of life. Applying thy intellect to this, and ascertaining the right and the wrong paths of creatures, follow thou the course adopted by thy sire before thee, and govern properly thy kingdom. By good luck, O king, the sinful Duryodhana hath been staying with all his followers. By good luck, thou too hast attained to the condition of Draupadi's locks. Perform with due rites, and profuse presents the horse sacrifice. We are thy servants, O son of Pritha, as also Vasudeva of great energy. Footnotes 29:1 otherwise named phlegm, bile, and wind. 29:2 the sense is that thou wert ever superior to joy and grief, and never sufferedst thyself to be elated with joy or depressed with grief. 29:3 the argument seems to be this: if it is thy nature to call back thy woes even when happiness is before thee, why dost thou not then recollect the insult to your wife? The recollection of this insult will fill thee with wrath and convince thee that in slaying thy foes, those insulters of thy wife, thou hast acted very properly. 29:4 the meaning is that in consequence of thy abandonment of prosperity and kingdom, and, therefore, of the means of effecting thy salvation by sacrifice and gifts and other act of piety, thou shalt have to be reborn and to renew this mental battle with thy doubts. 29:5 this is a difficult verse, and I am not sure that I have understood it correctly. Gantavium is explained by Nilkantha as connected with Paramaviactarupasia. According to Nilkantha, this means that thou shouldst go to, i.e., conquer, and identify thyself with, the param or foe of that which is of unmanifest form, the mind. Of course, this would mean that Yudhishthira should identify himself with his own soul, for it is the soul which is his foe and with which he is battling. Such conquest and identification implies the cessation of the battle and, hence, the attainment of tranquility. 30:1 the condition of Draupadi's lock, i.e., thou hast been restored to the normal condition. Draupadi had kept her locks disheveled since the day they had been seized by Dusasana. After the slaughter of the Kurus, those locks were bound up as before, or restored to their normal condition. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 17. Yudhishthira said, discontent, heedless attachment to earthly goods, the absence of tranquility, might, folly, vanity, and anxiety affected by these sins, O Bhima, thou covetest sovereignty. Freed from desire, prevailing over joy and grief and attaining to tranquility, strive thou to be happy. That peerless monarch who will govern this unbounded earth will have but one stomach. Why dost thou then applaud this course of life? One's desires, O bull of Bharata's race, are incapable of being filled in a day, or in many months. Desire, which is incapable of gratification, cannot, indeed, be fitted in course of one's whole life. Fire, when fed with fuel, blazeth forth, when not so fed, it is extinguished. Do thou, therefore, extinguish with little food the fire in thy stomach when it appears. He that is bereft of wisdom seeks much food for his stomach. Conquer thy stomach first. Thou shalt then be able to conquer the earth. The earth being conquered, that which is for thy permanent good will then be won by thee. Thou applaudest desires and enjoyments and prosperity. They, however, that have renounced all enjoyments and reduced their bodies by penances, attain to regions of beatitude. The acquisition and preservation of kingdom is attended with both righteousness and unrighteousness. The desire for them exists in thee. Free thyself, however, from thy great burthens, and adopt renunciation. The tiger, for filling one stomach of his, slaughters many animals. Other animals destitute of strength and moved by covetousness live upon the tiger's prey. If kings, accepting earthly possessions, practice renunciation, they can never have contentment. Behold the loss of understanding that is noticeable in them. As a matter of fact, however, they who subsist on leaves of trees, or use 2 stones only or their teeth alone for husking their grain, or live upon water only or air alone, succeed in conquering hell. That king who rules this wide unbounded earth, and that person who regards gold and pebbles equally, amongst these two, the latter is said to have attained the object of his life and not the former. Depending, therefore, upon that which is the eternal refuge of joy both here and hereafter, cease thou to act and hope with respect to thy wishes, and cease to bear attachment to them. They that have given up desire and enjoyment have never to grieve. Thou, however, grievest for enjoyments. Discarding desire and enjoyment, thou mayst succeed in liberating thyself from false speech. There are 2 well-known paths for us, viz., the path of the Pitris and the path of the gods. They that perform sacrifices go by the Pitri path, while they that are for salvation go by the God path. By penances, by brahmacharya, by study of the Vedas, the great rishis, casting off their bodies, proceeded to regions that are above the power of death. Worldly enjoyments have been styled as bonds, they have also been called action. Liberated from those 2 sins, viz., bonds and action, one attains to the highest end. Mention is made of a verse sung, of old, by Janaka, who was freed from the pairs of opposites, liberated from desire and enjoyments, and observant of the religion of moksha. That verse runs thus: My treasures are immense, yet I have nothing. If again the whole of Mithila were burnt and reduced to ashes, nothing of mine will be burnt. As a person on the hilltop looketh down upon men on the plain below, so he that is got up on the top of the mansion of knowledge seeth people grieving for things that do not call for grief. He, however, that is of foolish understanding, does not see this. He who, casting his eyes on visible things, really seeth them, is said to have eyes and understanding. The faculty called understanding is so called because of the knowledge and comprehension it gives of unknown and incomprehensible things. He who is acquainted with the words of persons that are learned, that are of cleansed souls, and that have attained to a state of Brahma, succeeds in obtaining great honors. When one seeth creatures of infinite diversity to be all one and the same, and to be but diversified emanations from the same essence, one is then said to have attained Brahma. Those who reach this high state of culture attain to that supreme and blissful end, and not they who are without knowledge, or they who are of little and narrow souls, or they who are bereft of understanding, or they who are without penances. Indeed, everything rests on the cultivated understanding. Footnotes 30:2 The Bengal tiger acts as a fisher to both animals and men. When the tiger goes on a fishing expedition, what it usually does is to catch large fishes from shallow streams and throw them landwards far from the water's edge. The poor beast is very often followed, unperceived, by the smaller carnivorous animals, and sometimes by bands of fishermen. I have seen large fishes with the claw marks of the tiger on them exposed for sale in a village market. 31:1 The sense seems to be that unless kings perform such penances they cannot escape hell. Such penances, however, are impossible for them as long as they are in the midst of luxuries. To accept wealth and not use it, therefore, is impracticable. 31:2 i.e., thou art not liberated from desire. 31:3 The false speech, in this instance, consists in professing oneself to be really unattached white enjoying wealth and power, i.e., the hypocritical profession of renunciation in the midst of luxuries. As already said by Yudhishthira, such renunciation is impracticable. 31:4 The path of the Pitris means the course of Vedic rites by which one attains to bliss hereafter. The path of the gods means the abandonment of religious rites for contemplation and pious conduct. 31:5 This truth has been expressed in various forms of language in various passages of the Mahabharata. The fact is, the unification of infinite variety and its identification with the Supreme Soul is attainment of Brahma. One, therefore, that has attained to Brahma ceases to regard himself as separate from the rest of the universe. Selfishness, the root of sin and injury, disappears from him. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 18. Vaisampayana said, when Yudhishthira, after saying these words, became silent, Arjuna, afflicted by that speech of the king, and burning with sorrow and grief, once more addressed his eldest brother, saying, people recite this old history, O Bharata, about the discourse between the ruler of the Videhas and his queen. That history has reference to the words which the grief-stricken spouse of the ruler of the Videhas had said to her lord when the latter, abandoning his kingdom, had resolved to lead a life of mendicancy. Casting off wealth and children and wives and precious possessions of various kinds, and the established path for acquiring religious merit and fire itself. King Janaka shaved his head and assumed the garb of a mendicant. His dear spouse beheld him deprived of wealth, and stalled in the observance of the vow of mendicancy, resolved to abstain from inflicting any kind of injury on others, free from vanity of every kind, and prepared to subsist upon a handful of barley fallen off from the stalk and to be got by picking the grains from crevices in the field. Approaching her lord at a time when no one was with him, the queen, endued with great strength of mind, fearlessly and in wrath, told him these words fraught with reason, why hast thou adopted a life of mendicancy, abandoning thy kingdom full of wealth and corn? A handful of fallen off barley cannot be proper for thee. Thy resolution tallies not with thy acts, since abandoning thy large kingdom thou covetest, O king, a handful of grain. With this handful of barley, O king, wilt thou succeed in gratifying thy guests, gods, rishis and pitris? This thy labor, therefore, is bootless. Alas, abandoned by all these, viz., gods, guests and pitris, thou leadest a life of wandering mendicancy, O king, having cast off all action. Thou wert, before this, the supporter of thousands of Brahmanas versed in the 3 Vedas and of many more besides. How canst thou desire to beg of them thy own food today? Abandoning thy blazing prosperity, thou castest thy eyes around like a dog for his food. Thy mother hath today been made sonless by thee, and thy spouse, the princess of Kosala, a widow. These helpless Kshatriyas, expectant of fruit and religious merit, wait upon thee, placing all their hopes on thee. By killing those hopes of theirs, to what regions shalt thou go, O king, especially when salvation is doubtful and creatures are dependent on actions? Sinful as thou art, thou hast neither this world nor the other, since thou wishest to live, having cast off thy wedded wife. Why, indeed, dost thou lead a life of wandering mendicancy, abstaining from all actions, after having abandoned garlands and perfumes and ornaments and robes of diverse kinds? Having been, as it were, a large and sacred take unto all creatures, having been a mighty tree worthy of adoration and granting its shelter unto all, alas, how canst thou wait upon and worship others? If even an elephant desists from all work, carnivorous creatures coming in packs and innumerable worms would eat it up. What need be said of thyself that art so powerless? How couldst thy heart be set on that mode of life which recommends an earthen pot and a triple-headed stick, and which forces one to abandon his very clothes, and which permits the acceptance of only a handful of barley after abandonment of everything? If, again, thou sayest that kingdom and a handful of barley are the same to thee, then why dost thou abandon the former? If, again, a handful of barley becomes an object of attachment with thee, then thy original resolution of abandoning everything falls to the ground. If, again, thou canst act up to thy resolution of abandoning everything, then who am I to thee, who art thou to me, and what can be thy grace to me? If thou beest inclined to grace, rule then this earth. They that are desirous of happiness, but are very poor and indigent and abandoned by friends, may adopt renunciation. But he who imitates those men by abandoning palatial mansions and beds and vehicles and robes and ornaments, acts improperly, indeed. One always accepts gifts made by others, another always makes gifts. Thou knowest the difference between the two. Who, indeed, of these two shouldst be regarded the superior? If a gift be made to one who always accepts gifts, or to one that is possessed of pride, that gift becomes bootless like the clarified butter that is poured upon a forest conflagration. As a fire, O king, never dies till it has consumed all that has been thrown into it, even so a beggar can never be silenced till he receives a donative. In this world, the food that is given by a charitable person is the sure support of the pious. If, therefore, the king does not give food, where will the pious that are desirous of salvation go? They that have food in their houses are householders. Mendicants are supported by them. Life flows from food. Therefore, the giver of food is the giver of life. Coming out from among those that lead a domestic mode of life, mendicants depend upon those very persons from whom they come. Those self-restrained men, by doing this, acquire and enjoy fame and power. One is not to be called a mendicant for his having only renounced his possessions, or for his having only adopted a life of dependence on eleemosynary charity. He who renounces the possessions and pleasures of the world in a sincere frame of mind is to be regarded a true mendicant. Unattached at heart, though attached in outward show, standing aloof from the world, having broken all his bonds, and regarding friend and foe equally, such a man, O king, is regarded to be emancipated. Having shaved their heads clean and adopted the brown robe, men may be seen to betake themselves to a life of wandering mendicancy, though bound by various ties and though ever on the lookout for bootless wealth. They who, casting off the three Vedas, their usual occupations, and children, adopt a life or mendicancy by taking up the triple-headed crutch and the brown robe, are really persons of little understanding. Without having cast off anger and other faults, the adoption of only the brown robe, no, O king, is due to the desire of earning the means of sustenance. Those persons of clean-shaven heads that have set up the banner of virtue have this only, viz., the acquisition of sustenance, for their object in life. Therefore, O king, keeping thy passions under control, do thou win regions of bliss hereafter by supporting them that are truly pious amongst men of matted locks or clean-shaven heads, naked or clad in rags, or skins, or brown robes. Who is there that is more virtuous than he who maintains his sacred fire, who performs sacrifices with presents of animals and dakshina, and who practices charity day and night? Arjuna continued, King Janaka is regarded to have been a truth-knowing person in this world. Even he, in this matter, viz., the ascertainment of duty, had become stupefied. Do not yield to stupefaction. Even thus the duties of domesticity are observed by persons practicing charity. By abstaining from injuries of all kinds, by casting off desire and wrath, by being engaged in protecting all creatures, by observing the excellent duty of charity, and lastly by cherishing superiors and persons of age, we shall succeed in attaining such regions of bliss as we like. By duly gratifying gods, guests, and all creatures, by worshipping brahmanas, and by truthfulness of speech, we shall certainly attain to desirable regions of bliss. Footnotes 32:1 Sacrifice 32:2 Literally, thy resolution is of one kind, while thy acts are of another kind. 33:1 Paratantreshu is explained by Nilkantha as dependent on destiny. If this means the fate that connects one's present life with the acts of a former one, the explanation is not incorrect. The more obvious meaning, however, is dependent on action. 33:2 A wedded wife is the companion of one's religious acts. 33:3 Thou shouldst not, therefore, abandon action. 33:4 The meaning seems to be this: if a person can truly act up to his resolution of complete renunciation of everything, then that person stands alone in the midst of the world, and he is nobody's, and nobody is his. Hence, he can neither be pleased nor displeased with anyone. King Janaka's abandonment, therefore, of wife and kingdom is inconsistent with that perfect renunciation or withdrawal of self within self. He might continue to enjoy his possessions without being at all attached to or affected by them. 33:5 Such libations, to be efficacious, ought to be poured upon fires properly kindled with mantras. 34:1 Therefore, Janaka should resume his kingdom and practice charity, otherwise, religious mendicants would be undone. 34:2 Such a man might rule even a kingdom without forfeiting his title to be regarded a mendicant, for he might rule without attachment. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 19. Yudhishthira said, I am conversant with both the Vedas and the scriptures that lead to the attainment of Brahma. In the Vedas there are precepts of both kinds, viz., those that inculcate action and those that inculcate renouncement of action. The scriptures are confounding and their conclusions are based upon reasons. The truth, however, that is in the mantras, is duly known to me. Thou art conversant only with weapons and observant of the practices of heroes. Thou art unable to understand truly the sense of the scriptures. If thou wert really acquainted with duty, then thou couldst have understood that words such as these ought not to have been addressed to me by even one possessed of the clearest insight into the meaning of the scriptures and acquainted with the truths of religion. That, however, which thou hast said unto me, induced by fraternal affection, has been fit and proper, O son of Kunti. I am, for that, pleased with thee, O Arjuna. There is no one equal to thee in the three worlds in all duties connected with battle and in skill in respect of diverse kinds of acts. Thou mayst, therefore, speak of the subtleties connected with those subjects, subtleties, that is, that are impenetrable by others. It behoveth thee not, however, O Dhananjaya, to doubt my intelligence. Thou art conversant with the science of battle, but thou hast never waited upon the aged. Thou knowest not the conclusions arrived at by those that have studied the subject in brief and detail. Even this is the conclusion of intelligent men whose understanding are bent on achieving salvation, viz., that amongst ascetic penances, renunciation, and knowledge of Brahma, the second is superior to the first, and the third is superior to the second. This, however, that thou thinkest, viz., that there is nothing superior to wealth, is an error. I will convince thee of it, so that wealth may not again appear to thee in that light. All men that are righteous are seen to be devoted to ascetic penances and the study of the Vedas. The rishis also, that have many eternal regions for them, have the merit of penances. Others possessed of tranquility of soul, having no enemies, and dwelling in the woods, have, through penances and study of the Vedas, proceeded to heaven. Pious men, by restraining desire for worldly possessions, and casting off that darkness which is born of folly, proceed northward, i.e., by luminous paths, to the regions reserved for practicers of renunciation. The path that lies to the south and that leads to regions of light, i.e., lunar regions, are reserved for men devoted to action. These are attained by persons subject to birth and death. That end, however, which persons desirous of salvation have before their eyes, is indescribable. Yoga is the best means for attaining to it. It is not easy to explain it to thee. Those that are learned live, reflecting on the scriptures from desire of finding what is unreal. They are, however, often led away to this and to that in the belief that the object of their search exists in this and that. Having mastered, however, the Vedas, the Aranyakas, and the other scriptures, they miss the real, like men failing to find solid timber in an uprooted banana plant. Some there are who, disbelieving in its unity, regard the soul, that dwells in this physical frame consisting of the five elements, to be possessed of the attributes of desire and aversion, and others. Incapable of being seen by the eye, exceedingly subtle, and inexpressible by words, it revolves in a round of rebirths among the creatures of the earth, keeping before it that which is the root of action. Having made the soul advance towards itself, which is the spring of every kind of blessedness, having restrained all desires of the mind, and having cast off all kinds of action, one may become perfectly independent and happy. When there is such a path that is trod by the righteous, and that is attainable by knowledge, why, O Arjuna, dost thou applaud wealth which is full of every kind of calamity? Men of olden times that were conversant with the scriptures, O Bharata, men that were always engaged in gifts and sacrifice and action, were of this opinion. O Bharata, there are some fools who, accomplished in the science of argumentation, deny the existence of the soul, in consequence of the strength of their convictions of a previous life. It is very difficult to make them accept this truth about final emancipation. Those wicked men, though possessed of great learning, travel all over the earth, making speeches in assemblies, and deprecating the true doctrine about emancipation. O Partha, who else will succeed in understanding that which we do not understand? Indeed, as those men cannot understand the true meaning of the scriptures, similarly they cannot succeed in knowing those wise and pious persons that are truly great and that have deep acquaintance with the scriptures. O son of Kunti, men acquainted with truth obtain Brahma by asceticism and intelligence, and great happiness by renunciation. Footnotes 36:1 refers to the well-known definition of the soul or mind in the Nyaya philosophy, which says that it is distinguished by the attributes of desire, aversion, will, pleasure and pain, and the cognitive faculties. 36:2 The soul, though really bereft of attributes, nevertheless revolves and around among creatures, i.e., enters other bodies on the dissolution of those previously occupied. The reason of this round or continual journey is avidya or illusion, viz., that absence of true knowledge in consequence of which men engage themselves in action. When the soul is freed from this avidya, action ceases, and the soul becomes revealed in its true nature, which consists in the absence of all attributes. 36:3 Hetumanta Pandita means learned in the science of reasoning. Dritapurv is explained by Nilkantha as persons endued with strong convictions of a past life. Sudravarta means difficult of being made to understand. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 20. Vaisampayana said, after Yudhishthira had stopped, the great ascetic Devastana, possessed of eloquence, said these words, fraught with reason, unto the king. Devastana said, Fulgana has told thee that there is nothing superior to wealth. I shall discourse to thee on that subject. Listen to me with undivided attention, O Ajatasattu, thou hast righteously won the earth. Having won her, it behoves thee not, O king, to abandon her without cause. For modes of life are indicated in the Vedas. Do thou, O king, duly pass through them, one after another. At present thou shouldst, therefore, perform great sacrifices with profuse presents. Amongst the very rishis, some are engaged in the sacrifice represented by Vedic study, and some in that presented by knowledge. Therefore, O Bharata, thou must know that the very ascetics also are addicted to action. The Vaikhanasas, however, are said to preach that he who does not seek for wealth is superior to him that seeks for it. I think that he who would follow that precept would incur many faults. Men collect together diverse things for the performance of sacrifices simply because of the Vedic ordinance. He who, tainted by his own understanding, giveth away wealth to an undeserving person without giving it to the deserving, doth not know that he incurs the sin of killing a fetus. The exercise of the duty of charity after discriminating the deserving from the undeserving is not easy. The Supreme Ordainer created wealth for sacrifice, and he created man also for taking care of that wealth and for performing sacrifice. For this reason, the whole of one's wealth should be applied to sacrifice. Pleasure would follow from it as a natural consequence. Possessed of abundant energy, Indra, by the performance of diverse sacrifices with profuse gifts of valuables, surpassed all the gods. Having got their chiefship by that means, he shineth in heaven. Therefore, everything should be applied to sacrifices. Clad in deerskins, the high-souled Mahadeva, having poured his own self as a libation in the sacrifice called Sarva, became the first of gods, and surpassing all creatures in the universe and prevailing over them by means of that achievement, shines in resplendence. King Maruta, the son of Avikshit, by the profusion of his wealth, vanquished Sakra himself, the chief of the gods. In the great sacrifice he performed, all the vessels were of gold, and Shri herself came in person. Thou hast heard that the great King Harishchandra, having performed sacrifices, earned great merit and great happiness. Though a man, he nevertheless vanquished Sakra by his wealth. For this reason, everything should be applied to sacrifice. Footnotes 37:1 The sense is that instead of performing sacrifices after acquisition of wealth, it is better not to perform sacrifices if they cannot be performed without wealth. Nilkantha, by interpreting Danahitu as sacrifices which have wealth for the means of their accomplishment, would come to this meaning directly. 37:2 Atmanam is explained by Nilkantha as meaning something that is regarded as dear as self, i.e., wealth. Such a person incurs the sin of killing a fetus, because that sin proceeds from killing one's own self. Improper use of wealth is, of course, regarded as killing one's own self. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 21. Devasthana said, in this connection is cited in old history, viz., the discourse that Vrihaspati, asked by Indra, delivered unto him. Vrihaspati said, contentment is the highest heaven, contentment is the highest bliss. There is nothing higher than contentment. Contentment stands as the highest. When one draws away all his desires like a tortoise drawing in all its limbs, then the natural resplendence of his soul soon manifests itself. When one does not fear any creature, nor any creature is frightened at one, when one conquers one's desire and aversion, then is one said to behold one's soul. When one, indeed, in word and thought, seeks to injure nobody and cherishes no desire, one is said to attain to Brahma. Thus, O son of Kunti, whatever religion is followed by creatures, they obtain corresponding fruits. Awaken thyself by this consideration, O Bharata. Some praise peacefulness, some praise exertion, some there are that praise contemplation, and some praise both peacefulness and exertion. Some praise sacrifice, others, renunciation. Some praise gifts, others, acceptance. Some, abandoning everything, live in silent meditation. Some praise sovereignty in the cherishing of subjects, after slaving, cutting and piercing foes. Some are for passing their days in retirement. Observing all this, the conclusion of the learned is that that religion which consists in not injuring any creature is worthy of the approbation of the righteous. Abstention from injury, truthfulness of speech, justice, compassion, self-restraint, procreation of offspring upon one's own wives, amiability, modesty, patience, the practice of these is the best of our religions, as said by the self-create Manu himself. Therefore, O son of Kunti, do thou observe this religion with care. That Kshatriya, who, conversant with the truths or royal duties, takes sovereignty upon himself, restraining his soul at all times, equally regarding that which is dear and that which is not, and subsisting upon the remains of sacrificial feasts, who is engaged in restraining the wicked and cherishing the righteous, who obliges his subjects to tread in the path of virtue and who himself treads in that path, who at last transmits his crown to his son and betakes himself to the woods, thereto live on the products of the wilderness and act according to the ordinances or the Vedas after having cast off all idleness, that Kshatriya who conducts himself thus, conforming in everything to the well-known duties of kings, is sure to obtain excellent fruits in both this world and the next. That final emancipation, of which thou speakest, is exceedingly difficult to obtain, and its pursuit is attended with many impediments. They that adopt such duties and practice charity and ascetic penances, that are possessed of the quality of compassion and are freed from desire and wrath, that are engaged in ruling their subjects with righteousness and fighting for the sake of kind and brahmanas, attain hereafter to a high end. For the Rudras with the Vasus and the Adityas, O scorcher of foes, and the Sathyas and hosts of kings adopt this religion. Practicing without heedlessness the duties inculcated by that religion, they attain to heaven through those acts of theirs. Footnotes 38:1 The Shrutis declare that he who frightens others is frightened himself, while he who frightens not is not himself frightened. The fruits won by a person correspond with his practices. Yudhishthira is, therefore, exhorted to take the sovereignty, for sovereignty, righteously exercised and without attachment, will crown him with bliss hereafter. 38:2 Nikam na Chapar is explained by Nilkantha thus. Literally, this means that it is not that others do not praise, ekam or contemplation, i.e., some there are that praise contemplation or meditation. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 22. Vyasa said, after this, Arjuna once more addressed his eldest brother of unfading glory, viz., King Yudhishthira of cheerless heart, and said these words, O thou that art conversant with every kind of duty, having by the practice of kshatriya duties obtained sovereignty that is so very difficult of acquisition, and having conquered all thy foes, why dost thou burn in grief? O king, as regards kshatriyas, death in battle is regarded more meritorious for them than the performance of diverse sacrifices. It is so declared in the ordinance that lays down the duties of kshatriyas. Penances and renunciation are the duties of brahmanas. Even this is the ordinance, affecting the two orders, about the next world. Indeed, O puissant one, death in battle is laid down for kshatriyas. The duties of kshatriyas are exceedingly fierce and are always connected with the use of weapons, and it has been laid down, O chief of the Bharatas, that they should, when the time comes, perish by weapons on the field of battle. The life of even a Brahmana, O king, that lives in the observance of kshatriya duties, is not censurable, for kshatriyas also have sprung from Brahmana. Neither renunciation, nor sacrifice, nor penances, nor dependence on the wealth of others, O ruler of men, has been ordained for kshatriyas. Thou art acquainted with all duties, and thou art of righteous soul, O bull of Bharata's race. Thou art a wise king, skilled in all acts. Thou canst distinguish what is right in this world from what is wrong. Casting off this cheerlessness by repentance, address thyself with a strong will to action. The heart of a kshatriya especially is hard as thunder. Having by the exercise of kshatriya duties vanquished thy foes and acquired empire without a thorn in its side, conquer thy soul, O ruler of men, and be engaged in the performance of sacrifices and the practice of charity. Indra himself, though a Brahmana, became a kshatriya in his acts, and battled with his sinful kinsfolk for 810 times. Those acts of his, O monarch, are adorable and worthy of praise. Through them he obtained, as we have heard, the chiefship of the gods. Do thou, therefore, O monarch, perform sacrifices with profuse presents even as Indra did, O ruler of men, and thereby free thyself from thy fever. Do not, O bull among kshatriyas, grieve thus for what is past. They that have been slain have attained to the highest end, sanctified by weapons and agreeably to the ordinances of the kshatriya religion. That which has happened was ordained to happen. Destiny, O tiger among kings, is incapable of being resisted. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 23. Vyasa said, thus addressed by Arjuna of curly hair, the Kuru king born of Kunti remained speechless. Then the island-born, Vyasa, said these words. Vyasa said, the words of Arjuna, O amiable Yudhishthira, are true. The highest religion, as declared by the scriptures, depends on the duties of domesticity. Thou art acquainted with all duties. Do thou then duly practice the duties prescribed for thee, viz., the duties of domesticity. A life of retirement in the woods, casting off the duties of domesticity, has not been laid down for thee. The gods, pitris, guests, and servants all depend, for their sustenance, upon the person leading a life of domesticity. Do thou then support all these, O Lord of the earth. Birds and animals and various other creatures, O ruler of men, are supported by men leading domestic lives. He, therefore, that belongs to that mode of life is superior to all others. A life of domesticity is the most difficult of all the four modes of life. Do thou practice that mode of life then, O Partha, which is difficult of being practiced by persons of unrestrained sense. Thou hast a good knowledge of all the Vedas. Thou hast earned great ascetic merit. It behoveth thee, therefore, to bear like an ox the burthen of thy ancestral kingdom. Penances, sacrifices, forgiveness, learning, mendicancy, keeping the senses under control, contemplation, living in solitude, contentment, and knowledge of Brahma should, O king, be striven after by Brahmanas to the best of their ability for the attainment of success. I shall now tell thee the duties of Kshatriyas. They are not unknown to thee. Sacrifice, learning, exertion, ambition, wielding the rod of punishment, fierceness, protection of subjects, knowledge of the Vedas, practice of all kinds of penances, goodness of conduct, acquisition of wealth, and gifts to deserving persons, these, O king, well performed and acquired by persons of the royal order, secure for them both this world and the next, as heard by us. Amongst these, O son of Kunti, wielding the rod of chastisement has been said to be the foremost. Strength must always reside in a kshatriya, and upon strength depends chastisement. Those duties that I have mentioned are, O king, the principal ones for kshatriyas and contribute greatly to their success. Vrihaspati, in this connection, sang this verse, like a snake devouring a mouse, the earth devours a king that is inclined to peace and a brahmana that is exceedingly attached to a life of domesticity. It is heard again that the royal sage Satyamna, only by wielding the rod of chastisement, obtained the highest success, like Daksha himself, the son of Prachetas. Yudhishthira said, O Holy One, by what acts did Satyamna, that lord of the earth, obtain the highest success? I desire to hear the history of that king. Vyasa said, in this connection is cited this old history. There were two brothers, viz., Sankha and Likit, of rigid vows. The two brothers had two separate dwellings, both of which were beautiful. Situate by the bank of the stream called Vahuta, both of those residences were adorned with trees that were always burthened with flowers and fruits. Once on a time Likit came to the residence of his brother Sankha. At that time, however, Sankha had gone out of his asylum on no fixed purpose. Arrived at the asylum of his brother, Likit plucked many ripe fruits. Obtaining them, the regenerate Likit began to eat them without any qualms of conscience. While still employed in the act of eating, Sankha came back to his retreat. Beholding him eating, Sankha addressed his brother, saying, Whence have these fruits been obtained, and for what reason art thou eating them? Approaching his elder brother and saluting him, Likit smilingly replied, saying, I have taken them even from this retreat. Filled with great rage, Sankha said unto him, Thou hast committed theft by thyself taking these fruits. Go and approaching the king confess to him what thou hast done. Tell him, O best of kings, I have committed the offense of approaching what was not given to me. Knowing me for a thief and observing the duty of thy order, do thou soon inflict upon me, O ruler of men, the punishment of a thief. Thus addressed, the highly blessed Likit of rigid vows, at the command of his brother, proceeded to King Satyamna. Hearing from his gatekeepers that Likit had come, King Satyamna, with his counselors, advanced for receiving the sage. Meeting him, the king addressed that foremost of all persons conversant with duties, saying, Tell me, O revered one, the reason of thy coming. Regard it as already accomplished. Thus questioned, that regenerate sage said unto Satyamna, Do thou promise first that thou wilt achieve it? It will then behove thee, after hearing me, to accomplish that promise. O bull among men, I ate some fruits that had not been given me by my elder brother. Do thou, O monarch, punish me for it without delay. Satyamna answered, If the king be regarded as competent to wield the rod of chastisement, he should be regarded, O bull among Brahmanas, as equally competent to pardon. Purified in respect of thy act, O thou of high vows, consider thyself as pardoned. Tell me now what other wishes thou hast. I shall certainly accomplish those commands of thine. Vyasa continued, thus honored by the high-souled king. The regenerate sage Likit, however, did not solicit him for any other favor. Then that ruler of the earth caused the 2 hands of the high-souled Likit to be cut off, whereupon the latter, bearing the punishment, went away. Returning to his brother Sankha, Likit, in great affection, said, It behoveth thee now to pardon this wretch that hath been duly punished for what he did. Sankha said, I am not angry with thee, nor hast thou injured me, O foremost of all persons conversant with duties. Thy virtue, however, had suffered a shock. I have rescued thee from that plight. Proceed without delay to the river Vahuta and gratify duly, with oblations of water, the gods, rishis, and the pitris, and never again set thy heart on sin. Hearing these words of Sankha, Likit performed his ablutions in the sacred stream and set about for commencing the water rite. Upon this, 2 hands, resembling 2 lotuses, appeared at the extremities of his stumps. Filled with wonder, he came back to his brother and showed him the 2 hands. Sankha said unto him, All this has been accomplished by me through my penances. Do not be surprised at it. Providence hath been the instrument here. Likit answered, O thou of great splendor, why didst thou not purify me at first, when, O best of regenerate ones, such was the energy of thy penances? Sankha said, I should not have acted otherwise. I am not thy chastiser. The ruler, who has punished thee, has been himself purified, as also thyself, along with the pitris. Vyasa continued, That king, O eldest son of Pandu, became eminent by this act and obtained the highest success like the Lord Daksha himself. Even this is the duty of Kshatriyas, viz., the ruling of subjects. Any other, O monarch, would be regarded as a wrong path for them. Do not give way to grief. O best of all persons conversant with duty, listen to the beneficial words of this thy brother. Wielding the rod of chastisement, O king, is the duty of kings and not the shaving of the head. Footnotes 40:1 literally, the absence of contentment with present prosperity. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 24. Vaisampayana said, Once more the great sage Krishnadvipayana said these words unto Ajatasattu, the son of Kunti, Let these great car warriors of abundant energy of mind, O monarch, let these brothers of thine, O Yudhishthira, the chief of the Bharatas, obtain those wishes of theirs that they cherished while dwelling in the woods. Rule thou the earth, O son of Pritha, like another, Yayati, the son of Nahusha. Before now misery was yours while ye dwelt in the woods in the observance of ascetic penances. That misery is ended, O tiger among men. Enjoy happiness, therefore, for some time. Having, O Bharata, earned and enjoyed religious merit and wealth and pleasure for some time with thy brothers, thou mayst then, O king, retire into the woods. Be freed first, O Bharata, from the debt thou owest to persons that may beg of thee, to the pitris, and to the gods. Thou mayst then, O son of Kunti, practice all the other modes of life that come afterwards. Do thou, O son of Kuru's race, perform the sacrifices of Sarvamedha and Aswamedha. Thou shalt then attain, O monarch, to the highest end hereafter. Installing thy brothers also in great sacrifices with plentiful presents to the Brahmanas, thou shalt, O son of Pandu, acquire great fame. There is a saying, O tiger among men and best of the Kurus. Listen to it, for by acting according to it, O king, thou shalt not swerve from virtue. Those men only, O Yudhishthira, whose practices resemble those of robbers, cause a king by their counsels to take to a career of war and victory. That king who, guided by considerations of place and time, and moved by an understanding dependent on the scriptures, pardons even a number of robbers, incurs no sin. That king who, realizing his tribute of a sixth, doth not protect his kingdom, taketh a fourth part of the sins of his kingdom. Listen also to that by which a king may not swerve from virtue. By transgressing the scriptures, one incurs sil, while by obeying them one may live fearlessly. That king who, guided by an understanding based upon the scriptures and disregarding lust and wrath, behaves impartially, like a father, towards all his subjects, never incurs sin. O thou of great splendor, if a king, afflicted by destiny, fails to accomplish an act which he should, such failure would not be called a trespass. By force and policy should the king put down his foes. He must not suffer sin to be perpetrated in his kingdom, but should cause virtue to be practiced. Brave men, those that are respectable in their practices, they that are virtuous in their acts, they that are possessed of learning, O Yudhishthira, Brahmanas conversant with Vedic texts and rites, and men of wealth, should especially be protected. In determining suits and accomplishing religious acts, they that are possessed of great learning should alone be employed. A prudent king will never repose his confidence upon one individual, however accomplished. That king who does not protect his subjects, whose passions are ungovernable, who is full of vanity, who is stained with haughtiness and malice, incurs sin and earns the reproach of tyranny. If the subjects of a king, O monarch, waste away from want of protection and are afflicted by the gods and ground down by robbers, the sin of all this stains the king himself. There is no sin, O Yudhishthira, in doing an act with heartiness, after full deliberation and consultation with men capable of offering good advice. Our tasks fail or succeed through destiny. If exertion, however, be applied, sin would not touch the king. I shall recite to thee, O tiger among kings, the story of what happened to an ancient king of the name of Hayagriva, O son of Pandu, the story, viz., of the heroic Hayagriva of unstained deeds, who after having slain a large number of his foes in battle, was himself defeated and slain while without a follower by his side. Having achieved all that should be done for keeping foes under check and adopted all those foremost of means by which men may be protected, Hayagriva acquired great fame from the battles he fought and is now enjoying great bliss in heaven. Mangled by robbers with weapons, boldly fighting with them, and casting off his life in battle, the high-souled Hayagriva, ever attentive to his kingly duties, achieved the object of his life and is now enjoying great bliss in heaven. The bow was his, sacrificial, stake and the bowstring was the cord for tying the victims. Shafts constituted the smaller ladle and the sword the large one, and blood was the clarified butter that he poured. The car was the altar, and the wrath he felt in battle was the fire, and the four foremost of steeds yoked unto his vehicle were the four hatras. Having poured upon that sacrificial fire his foes as libations, and then his own life-breaths at the completion of the sacrifice, that vigorous lion among kings, viz., Hayagriva, became freed from sin and is now sporting in the regions of the gods. Having protected his kingdom with policy and intelligence, the high-souled Hayagriva of resigned self and great strength of mind and accustomed to the performance of sacrifices filled all the worlds with his fame and is now sporting in the region of the gods. Having obtained the merit dependent on the performance of sacrifices as also every kind of merit that is connected with human affairs, he wielded the rod of chastisement and ruled the earth with vigor and without pride. For this the virtuous and high-souled Hayagriva is sporting in the region of the gods. Possessed of learning, practicing renunciation, actuated by faith, and full of gratitude, that king, having performed diverse acts, left this world of men and won the regions that are reserved for the intelligent and the wise, and those that are of approved usages and behavior, and prepared to cast off their lives in battle. Having studied the Vedas well and the other scriptures also, having ruled his kingdom properly and caused all the four orders to adhere to their respective duties, the high-souled Hayagriva is sporting in joy the regions of the gods. Having won many battles and cherished his subjects, having drunk the soma juice and sacrifices and gratified the foremost of Brahmanas with presents and judiciously wielded the rod of chastisement over those placed under his sway, and at last cast off his life in battle, that king is living happily in heaven. His life was worthy of every praise. Learned and honest men applaud it, deserving as it is of every applause. Having won heaven and acquired the regions reserved for heroes, that high-souled monarch of virtuous deeds became crowned with success. Footnotes 43:1 Adadana is explained as a robber or one who forcibly takes other people's property. Some texts read Naraswara. The sense should remain unaltered. 43:2 Manu also mentions a sixth of the produce as the king's share. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 25. Vyasa said, hearing the words of the island-born Rishi and seeing Dhananjaya angry, Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, saluted Vyasa and made the following answer. Yudhishthira said, this earthly sovereignty and the diverse enjoyments appertaining thereto fail to give any joy to my heart. On the other hand, this poignant grief, consequent upon the loss of my kinsman, is eating away its core. Hearing the lamentations of these women who have lost their heroic husbands and children, I fail to attain peace, O sage. Vyasa continued, thus addressed, the virtuous Vyasa, that foremost of all persons conversant with yoga, possessed of great wisdom and intimately acquainted with the Vedas, said unto Yudhishthira the following words. Vyasa said, no man can acquire anything by his own acts or by sacrifices and worship. No man can give anything to a fellow man. Man acquires everything through time. The Supreme Ordainer has made the course of time the means of acquisition. By mere intelligence or study of the Scriptures, men, if time be unfavorable, cannot acquire any earthly possession. Sometimes an ignorant fool may succeed in winning wealth. Time is the efficacious means for the accomplishment of all acts. During times of adversity, neither science, nor incantations, nor drugs yield any fruits. In times, however, of prosperity, those very things, properly applied, become efficacious and bear success. By time the winds blow violently, by time the clouds become rain-charged, by time tanks become adorned with lotuses of different kinds, by time trees in the forest become decked with flowers. By time nights become dark or lighted. By time the moon becomes full. If the time for it does not come, trees do not bear flowers and fruits. If the time for it does not come, the currents of rivers do not become fierce. Birds and snakes and deer and elephants and other animals never become excited when the time for it does not come. If the time for it does not come, women do not conceive. It is with time that winter and summer and the rainy season come. If the time for it does not come, no one is born and no one dies. If the time does not come, the infant does not acquire power of speech. If the time does not come, one does not acquire youth. It is with time that the seed sown puts forth its sprouts. If the time does not come, the sun does not appear above the horizon, nor, when the time for it does not come, does he repair to the Asta hills. If the time for it does not come, the moon does not wax nor wane, nor the ocean, with its high billows, rise and ebb. In this connection is instanced the old story recited, O Yudhishthira, by King Sennacherib in grief. The irresistible course of time affects all mortals. All earthly things, ripened by time, suffer destruction. Some, O king, slay some men. The slayers, again, are slain by others. This is the language of the world. Really, however, no one stays and no one is slain. Someone thinks men slay their fellow men. Another thinks men do not slay. The truth is that the birth and destruction of all creatures have been ordained to happen in consequence of their very nature. Upon the loss of one's wealth or the death of one's wife or son or sire, one cries out, saying, "Alas, what grief!" and dwelling upon that sorrow always enhances it. Why do you, like a foolish person, indulge in grief? Why do you grieve for them that are subject to grief? Behold, grief is increased by indulgence as fear is by yielding to. This body even is not mine. Nothing in this earth is mine. Or, the things of this earth belong as much to others as to me. The wise, seeing this, do not suffer themselves to be deluded. There are thousands of causes for sorrow, and hundreds of causes for joy. These every day affect the ignorant only, but not him that is wise. These, in course of time, become objects of affection or aversion, and appearing as bliss or woe revolve, as if in a wheel, for affecting living creatures. There is only sorrow in this world, but no happiness. It is for this that sorrow only is felt. Indeed, sorrow springs from that affliction called desire, and happiness springs from the affliction called sorrow. Sorrow comes after happiness, and happiness after sorrow. One does not always suffer sorrow or always enjoy happiness. Happiness always ends in sorrow, and sometimes proceeds from sorrow itself. He, therefore, that desires eternal happiness must abandon both. When sorrow must arise upon the expiration of happiness, and happiness upon the expiration of sorrow, one should, for that, cast off, like a snake-bit, limb of one's body, that from which one experiences sorrow, or that heart burning which is nurtured by sorrow, or that which is the root of his anxiety. Be it happiness or sorrow, be it agreeable or disagreeable, whatever comes should be borne with an unaffected heart. O amiable one, if thou abstainest, in even a slight measure, from doing what is agreeable to your wives and children, thou shalt then know who is whose, and why so, and for what. They that are highly stupid, and they that are masters of their souls, enjoy happiness here. They, however, that occupy an intermediate place suffer misery. This, O Yudhishthira, is what Sennacherib of great wisdom said, that person who was conversant with what is good or bad in this world, with duties, and with happiness and misery. He who is grieved at other people's griefs can never be happy. There is no end of grief, and grief arises from happiness itself. Happiness and misery, prosperity and adversity, gain and loss, death and life, in their turn, wait upon all creatures. For this reason the wise man of tranquil soul should neither be elated with joy nor be depressed with sorrow. To be engaged in battle has been said to be the sacrifice for a king. A due observance of the science of chastisement is his yoga, and the gift of wealth and sacrifices in the form of dakshina is his renunciation. All these should be regarded as acts that sanctify him. By governing the kingdom with intelligence and policy, casting off pride, performing sacrifices, and looking at everything and all persons with kindness and impartiality, a high-souled king, after death, sports in the region of the gods. By winning battles, protecting his kingdom, drinking the soma juice, advancing his subjects, wielding judiciously the rod of chastisement, and casting off his body at last in fight, a king enjoys happiness in heaven. having studied all the Vedas and the other scriptures' duty, having protected the kingdom properly, and having caused all the four orders to adhere to their respective duties, a king becomes sanctified and finally sports in heaven. He is the best of kings whose conduct, even after his death, is applauded by the inhabitants of city and country and by his counselors and friends. Footnotes 44:1 Satyakatatma is explained by Nilkantha as without pride or resigned self. 44:2 Yoga is explained as vigor in action, Nyasa as the abandonment of pride. 45:1 and that have, by their death, escaped from all grief. 46:1 Rachita is explained by Nilkantha as Vardita. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 26. Vaisampayana said, in this connection, the high-souled Yudhishthira said unto Arjuna these words fraught with reason. Thou thinkest, O Partha, that there is nothing superior to wealth, and that the poor man can neither have heaven, nor happiness, nor the acquisition of his wishes. This, however, is not true. Many persons are seen that have been crowned with success through sacrifice in the shape of Vedic study. Many sages are seen by devotion to penances to have acquired eternal regions of bliss. They, O Dhananjaya, who always observe the practices of the rishis by betaking themselves to brahmacharya and who become acquainted with all duties, are regarded by the gods as brahmanas. O Dhananjaya, thou shouldst always regard those rishis that are devoted to the study of the Vedas and those that are devoted to the pursuit of true knowledge as persons that are truly virtuous. O son of Pandu, all our acts depend upon those that are devoted to the acquisition of true knowledge. We know this to be the opinion of the Vaikanasas, O puissant one. The Ayas, the Prishnis, the Sakatas, O Bharata, the Arunas, and the Kauravas have all gone to heaven through the merit of Vedic study. By performing those acts, O Dhananjaya, that are indicated in the Vedas, viz., battle, study of the Vedas, sacrifices, the restraint of passion that is so difficult, one goes to heaven by the southern path of the sun, Dakshinayana. I have, before this, told thee that those very regions belong to persons that are observant of Vedic acts. Thou shalt see, however, that the northern path, Uttarayana, is traveled by those that are devoted to yoga penances. Those eternal and bright regions to which that path leads belong to men of yoga. Of these two, the northern path is much applauded by those conversant with the Puranas. Thou shouldst know that one acquires heaven through contentment. From contentment springs great happiness. There is nothing higher than contentment. Unto the yogin who has controlled wrath and joy, contentment is his high praise and success. In this connection is cited the discourse by Yayati of old. Listening to that discourse, one may succeed in withdrawing all his desires like a tortoise drawing in all his limbs. When one cherishes no fear of anything, when one is not feared by anything, when one cherishes no desire, when one bears no hate, then is one said to have attained to the state of Brahma. When one does not bear sinfully towards any creature, an act, thought, or word, one is then said to have attained to Brahma. When one has controlled his pride and folly, and withdrawn himself from all attachments, it is then that that pious man of irradiated soul becomes fit for attaining to that salvation which consists in the annihilation of separate existence. Listen now to me with concentrated attention, O son of Pritha, as I say it unto thee. Some desire virtue, some good conduct, and some wealth. One may desire wealth as a means for the acquisition of virtue. The abandonment, however, of such desire would be better for him. There are many faults attached to wealth and consequently to those religious acts that are performed with wealth. We have seen it with our own eyes. It behoveth thee also to see this. He that desires wealth finds it very difficult to abandon that which should by every means be abandoned. Good deeds are very rare in those that amass riches. It is said that wealth can never be acquired without injuring others, and that, when earned, it brings numerous troubles. A person of narrow heart, setting at naught the fear of repentance, commits acts of aggression towards others, tempted by even a little wealth, unconscious all the while of the sin of Brahmanicide that he incurs by his acts. Obtaining wealth, which is so difficult of acquisition, one burns with grief if one has to give a portion of it to one's servants, with grief, that is, which is equal to what one would feed if one is actually robbed by depredators. If, on the other hand, one does not part with one's wealth, obloquy becomes one's share. One, however, that has no wealth, never becomes the subject of censure. Withdrawn from all attachments, such a person can become happy in all respects by supporting life upon what little he may obtain as alms. No one, however, can be happy by the acquisition of wealth. In this connection, certain verses relating to sacrifices are recited by persons conversant with ancient scriptures. Wealth was created by the Creator for the sake of sacrifices, and man was created by him for protecting that wealth and performing sacrifices. For this, all wealth should be applied to sacrifices. It is not proper that it should be spent for the gratification of desire of enjoyment. The Creator then confers wealth upon mortals for the sake of sacrifices. Know this, O son of Kunti, thou that art the foremost of all wealthy persons. It is for this that the wise think that wealth, without doubt, is nobody's on earth. One should perform sacrifices with it and give it away with a trustful heart. One should spend, and gift, what one has acquired, and not waste or spend it in gratifying one's desire of enjoyment. What use is there in amassing wealth when such proper objects exist in which to spend it? Those persons of little understanding that give away wealth unto men that have swerved from the duties of their order have to subsist hereafter for 100 years on ordure and dirt. That men give unto the undeserving and refrain from giving unto the deserving is due to inability to discriminate between the deserving and the undeserving. For this reason, the practice of even the virtue of charity is difficult. These are the two faults connected with wealth even when acquired, viz., give to an undeserving person and abstaining from giving unto him that is deserving. Footnotes 47:1 True knowledge is knowledge of Brahma. What is said here is that our conduct, acts, should be framed according to the opinion of persons possessed of such knowledge. 48:1 What the poet says here is this: it is better not to wish for or covet wealth as a means for the performance of sacrifices than to covet it for performing sacrifices. A poor man will act better by not performing sacrifices at all than by performing them with wealth acquired by the usual means. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 27. Yudhishthira said, in consequence of the fall Abhimanyu of tender years, of the sons of Draupadi, of Drishtadyumna, of Virata, of King Drupada, of Vasasena conversant with every duty, of the royal Drishtaketu, and of diverse other kings hailing from diverse regions, in battle, grief does not forsake my wretched self that am a slayer of kinsmen. Indeed, I am inordinately covetous of kingdom and am an exterminator of my own race. He upon whose breast and limbs I used to roll in sport, alas, that Ganga's son has been slain by me in battle through lust of sovereignty. When I beheld that lion among men, viz., our grandsire, assailed by Sikandin and trembling and reeling in consequence of Partha's shafts that resembled thunderbolts in energy, when I beheld his tall form pierced all over with blazing arrows and himself become weak like an aged lion, my heart was deeply pained. When I beheld that afflictor of hostile cars reel like a mountain summit and fall down strengthless on the terrace of his own vehicle with his face turned towards the east, my senses were stupefied. that scion of Kuru's race who with bow and shaft in hand had contended in fierce battle for many days with Rama himself of Briga's line on the field sanctified by Kuru, that son of Ganga, that hero, who, at Varanasi, for the sake of brides, had, on a single car, challenged to battle the assembled Kshatriyas of the world, he who had burnt by the energy of his weapons that irresistible and foremost of kings, viz. Ugrayuda, alas, that hero has been caused by me to be slain in battle. Knowing full well that Sikandin the prince of Panchala was his destroyer, that hero still refrained from slaying the prince with his shafts. Alas, such a magnanimous warrior was slain by Arjuna. O best of sages, at that moment when I beheld the grandsire stretched on the earth and covered with blood, a violent fever afflicted my heart. He who had protected and reared us when we were children, alas, he was caused to be slain by my sinful self that am covetous of kingdom, that am a slayer of reverend seniors, and a perfect fool, for the sake of sovereignty that would last but a few days. Our preceptor, the great archer Drona, adored by all the kings, was approached by me and addressed falsely in respect of his son. The memory of that act of mine is burning all my limbs. The preceptor said unto me, Tell me truly, O king, whether my son liveth still. Expecting truth from me, the Brahmana asked me of all others. By silently uttering the word elephant, I behaved falsely towards him. Sinful that I am exceedingly covetous of kingdom, and a slayer of my reverend seniors, I behaved even thus towards my preceptor in battle, throwing off the garb of truth, which I was believed to wear, for I said unto him that a Swathaman had been killed when, in fact, an elephant of that name had been slain. To what regions shall I go, thereafter, having perpetrated such infamous deeds? I caused also my eldest brother Karna to be slain, that terrible warrior who never retreated from battle. Who is there more sinful than I? Through covetousness I caused Abhimanyu of tender years, that hero who resembled a lion born in the hills, to penetrate into the array that was protected by Drona himself. I am like one guilty of infanticide. Sinful as I am, I have not since then been able to look Arjuna or the lotus-eyed Krishna in the face. I grieve also Draupadi, who is bereft of her 5 sons like the earth bereft of her 5 mountains. I am a great offender, a great sinner, and a destroyer of the earth. Without rising from the seat that I now occupy, I will weaken my body by starvation and meet with death. Know me who am the slayer of my preceptor as one that has sat down here in the observance of the prior vow. An exterminator of my race, I must do so in order that I may not be reborn in any of other orders of beings. I shall forego all food and drink, and without moving from this place, O great ascetic, shall dry up my life breaths that are so dear. I pray you with humility, grant me permission in this, and go whithersoever you please. Let every one grant me permission. I shall cast off this body of mine. Vaisampayana continued, restraining Pritha's son who, stupefied by sorrow on account of his kinsman, uttered such words. Vyasa, that best of ascetics, spoke as follows, first telling him, This cannot be. Vyasa said, It behoveth thee not, O monarch, to indulge in such poignant grief. I shall repeat what I have once said. All this is destiny, O puissant one. Without doubt, all creatures that are born display at first a union of diverse materials and forces. Dissolution, however, overtakes them at the end. Like bubbles in the water, they rise and disappear. All things massed together are sure to crumble away, and all things that rise must fall down. Union ends in dissolution, and life ends in death. Idleness, though temporarily agreeable, ends in misery, and labor with skill, though temporarily painful, ends in happiness. Affluence, prosperity, modesty, contentment, and fame dwell in labor and skill, but not in idleness. Friends are not competent to bestow happiness, nor foes competent to inflict misery. Similarly, wisdom does not bring wealth, nor does wealth bring happiness. Since, O son of Kunti, thou hast been created by the Maker to engage thyself in work. Success springs from work. Thou art not fit, O king, to avoid work. Footnotes 50:1 The meaning is that I must undergo such a severe penance in order that in my next life I may not be born as an inferior animal but succeed in taking birth among men. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 28. Vyasa said, Vyasa then dispelled the grief of the eldest son of Pandu, who, burning with sorrow on account of the slaughter of his kinsmen, had resolved to make an end of himself. Vyasa said, in this connection is cited the old story, O tiger among men, that is known by the name of Asma's discourse. Listen to it, O Yudhishthira. Janaka, the ruler of the Videhas, O king, filled with sorrow and grief, questioned a wise Brahmana of the name of Asma for the resolution of his doubts. Janaka said, how should a man desirous of his own good behave upon occasions of the accession and the destruction of both kinsmen and wealth? Asma said, immediately after the formation of a man's body, joys and griefs attach themselves to it. Although there is a possibility of either of the two overtaking the person, yet whichever actually overtakes him quickly robs him of his reason, like the wind driving away gathering clouds. In times of prosperity, one thinks in this strain, viz., I am of high birth. I can do whatever I like, I am not an ordinary man. His mind becomes soaked with such triple vanity. Addicted to all earthly enjoyments, he begins to waste the wealth hoarded by his ancestors. Impoverished in course of time, he regards the appropriation of what belongs to others as even laudable. Like a hunter piercing a deer with his shafts, the king then punishes that wicked wight, that robber of other people's possessions, that transgressor of law and rule. Without attaining to 100 years, the usual period of human life, such men scarcely live beyond 20 or 30 years. Carefully observing the behavior of all creatures, a king should, by the exercise of his intelligence, apply remedies for alleviating the great sorrows of his subjects. The causes of all mental sorrow are two, viz., delusion of the mind and the accession of distress. No third cause exists. All these diverse kinds of woe, as also those arising from attachment to earthly enjoyments that overtake man, are even such. Decrepitude and death, like a pair of wolves, devour all creatures, strong or weak, short or tall. No man can escape decrepitude and death, not even the subjugator of the whole earth girt by the sea. Be it happiness or be it sorrow that comes upon creatures, it should be enjoyed or borne without elation or depression. There is no method of escape from them. The evils of life, O king, overtake one in early or middle or old age. They can never be avoided, while those sources of bliss that are coveted never come. The absence of what is agreeable, the presence of what is disagreeable, good and evil, bliss and woe, follow destiny. Similarly, the birth of creatures and their death, and the accessions of gain and loss, are all preordained. Even as scent, color, taste, and touch spring naturally, happiness and misery arise from what has been preordained. Seats and beds and vehicles, prosperity and drink and food, ever approach leaving creatures according to time's course. Physicians even get ill. The strong become weak. They that are in the enjoyment of prosperity lose all and become indigent. The course of time is very wonderful. High birth, health, beauty, prosperity, and objects of enjoyment are all won through destiny. The indigent, although they may not desire it, have many children. The affluent again are seen to be childless. Wonderful is the course of destiny. The evils caused by disease, fire, water, weapons, hunger, poison, fever, and death, and falls from high places, overtake a man according to the destiny under which he is born. It is seen in this world that somebody without sinning suffers diverse ills, while another, having sinned, is not borne down by the weight of calamity. It is seen that somebody in the enjoyment of wealth perishes in youth, while someone that is poor drags on his existence, borne down by decrepitude, for 100 years. One born in an ignoble race may have a very long life, while one sprung from a noble line perishes soon like an insect. In this world, it is very common that persons in affluent circumstances have no appetite, while they that are indigent can digest chips of wood. Impelled by destiny, whatever sins the man of wicked soul, discontented with his condition, commits, saying, I am the doer, he regards to be all for his good. Hunting, dice, women, wine, brawls, these are censured by the wise. Many persons, however, possessed of even extensive knowledge of the Scriptures, are seen to be addicted to them. Objects, whether coveted or otherwise, come upon creatures in consequence of time's course. No other cause can be traced. Air, space, fire, moon, sun, day, night, the luminous bodies, and the firmament, rivers, and mountains, who makes them and who supports them. Cold, and heat, and rain, come one after another in consequence of time's course. It is even so, O bull among men, with the happiness and the misery of mankind. Neither medicines, nor incantations, can rescue the man assailed by decrepitude or overtaken by death. As two logs of wood floating on the great ocean come together and are again, when the time comes, separated, even so creatures come together and are again, when the time comes, separated. Time acts equally towards those men that are in affluent circumstances and that enjoy the pleasures of song and dance in the company of women, and those helpless men that live upon the food that others supply. In this world 1,000 kinds of relationship are contracted, such as mother and father and son and wife. In reality, however, whose are they and whose are we? No one can become anyone's own, nor can anyone become anybody else's own. Our union here with wives and kinsfolk and well-wishers is like that of travelers at a roadside inn. Where am I? Where shall go? Who am I? How come I here? What for and whom I grieve? Reflecting on these questions, one obtains tranquility. Life and its environments are constantly revolving like a wheel, and the companionship of those that are dear is transitory. The union with brother, mother, father, and friend is like that of travelers in an inn. Men of knowledge behold, as if with corporeal eyes, the next world that is unseen. Without disregarding the Scriptures, one desirous of knowledge should have faith. One possessed of knowledge should perform the rites laid down in respect of the Pitris and the gods, practice all religious duties, perform sacrifices, judiciously pursue virtue, profit, and pleasure. Alas, no one understands that the world is sinking on the ocean of time that is so very deep and that is infested with those huge crocodiles called decrepitude and death. Many physicians may be seen afflicted with all the members of their families, although they have carefully studied the science of medicine. Taking bitters and diverse kinds of oily drugs, these succeed not in escaping death, like ocean in transcending its continents. Men well versed in chemistry, notwithstanding chemical compounds applied judiciously, are seen to be broken down by decrepitude like trees broken down by elephants. Similarly, persons possessed of ascetic merit, devoted to study of the Vedas, practicing charity, and frequently performing sacrifices, succeed not in escaping decrepitude and death. As regards all creatures that have taken birth, neither years, nor months, nor fortnights, nor days, nor nights, that have once passed, do ever return. Man, whose existence is so transitory, is forced, in course of time, whether he will or not, to come upon this inevitable and broad path that has to be trodden by every creature. Whether the body springs from the creature or the creature springs from the body, one's union, however, with wives and other friends is like that of travelers in an inn. One cannot obtain a lasting companionship with anyone. One cannot obtain such companionship with one's own body. How then it can be had with anyone else? Where, O king, is thy sire today, and where thy grandsire? Thou beholdst them not today, and they do not behold thee. O sinless one! No person can see either heaven or hell. The Scriptures, however, are the eyes of the virtuous. O king, frame thy conduct according to the Scriptures. What pure heart! One should practice first the vow of Brahmacharya, and then beget children, and then perform sacrifices, for paying off the debt one owes to the Pitris, the gods, and men. Performing sacrifices and engaged in procreating children, after having first observed the vow of Brahmacharya, one who bath wisdom for his eyes, casting off all anxiety of heart, should pay court to heaven, this world, and his own soul. That king bent upon the practice of virtue who strives judiciously for acquiring heaven and earth, and who takes of earthly goods just what is ordained, as the king's share, in the Scriptures, wins a reputation that spread over all the worlds and among all creatures, mobile and immobile. The ruler of the Videhas, of clear understanding, having heard these words full of reason, become freed from grief, and taking Asma's leave proceeded towards his abode. O thou of unfading glory, cast off thy grief and rise up. Thou art equal to Sakra himself. Suffer thy soul to be gladdened. The earth has been won by thee in the exercise of Kshatriya duties. Enjoy her, O son of Kunti, and do not disregard my words. Footnotes 51:1 Even such i.e., spring from such causes. 51:2 Man covets freedom from decay and immortality, but instead of obtaining what he covets for, decay and death become his portion on earth. 51:3 i.e., these appear and disappear in the course of time. 52:1 Literally, the science of life. 53:1 This inevitable and broad path is the path of life. What is said here is that every creature is subject to birth. 53:2 The first line of this verse refers to the disputed question of whether the body exists independent of life, or the creature exists independent of the body. This is much disputed by Hindu philosophers. The gross body may be dissolved, but the linga sarira, composed of the subtlest elements, exists as a cause for the unborn soul. This is maintained by many. 53:3 Param here is explained by Nilkantha as Paramatma. Pay court, i.e., seek to obtain and enjoy them. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 29. Vyasa said, the foremost of kings, viz., Yudhishthira the son of Dharma, still remaining speechless, Pandu's son Arjuna addressed Krishna and spoke as follows. Arjuna said, this scorcher of foes, viz., Dharma's son, is burning with grief on account of his slaughtered kinsfolk. Comfort him, O Madhava. I once more, O Janardana, all of us have fallen into great danger. It behoveth thee, O mighty armed one, to dispel his grief. Vyasa continued, thus addressed by the high-souled Arjuna, the lotus-eyed Govinda of unfading glory turned his face towards the king. Kesava could not by any means be disregarded by Yudhishthira. From the earliest years Govinda was dearer to Yudhishthira than Arjuna himself. Taking up the king's hand adorned with sandal paste and looking like a column of marble, the mighty armed Soren began to speak, gladdening the hearts of all who listened to him. His face, adorned with teeth and eyes that were very beautiful, shone brightly like a full-blown lotus at sunrise. Vasudeva said, "Do not, O tiger among men, indulge in such grief that emaciates thy body. They who have been slain in this battle will on no account be got back. Those Kshatriyas, O king, that have fallen in this great battle are even like objects that one acquires in one's dreams and that vanish when one awakes. All of them were heroes and ornaments of battle. They were vanquished while rushing with faces towards their foes. No one amongst them was slain with wounds on the back or while flying away. All of them, having contended with heroes in great battle and having cast off their life breaths then, have, sanctified by weapons, proceeded to heaven. It behoveth thee not to grieve for them. Devoted to the duties of Kshatriyas, possessed of courage, perfectly conversant with the Vedas and their branches, all of them have attained to that blissful end which is obtainable by heroes. It behoveth thee not to grieve for them after hearing of those high-souled lords of the earth, of ancient days, that departed from this world." In this connection is cited the old discourse of Narada before Srinjaya when the latter was deeply afflicted with grief on account of the death of his son. Narada said, "Kama subject to happiness and misery, myself, thyself and all creatures, O Srinjaya, shall have to die. What cause then is there for sorrow? Listen to me as I recite the great blessedness of some ancient king. Hear me with concentrated attention. Thou shalt then, O king, cast off thy grief. Listening to the story of those high-souled lords of the earth, abate thy sorrow. Oh, hear me as I recite their stories to thee in detail. By listening to the charming and delightful history of those kings of ancient times, malignant stars may be propitiated and the period of one's life be increased. We hear, O Srinjaya, that there was a king of the name of Maruta who was the son of Avikshit. Even he fell a prey to death. The gods with Indra and Varuna and Vrihaspati at their head came to sacrifice, called Viswasraj, performed by that high-souled monarch. Challenging Sakra, the chief of the gods, that king vanquished him in battle. The learned Vrihaspati, from desire of doing good unto Indra, had refused to officiate at Maruta's sacrifice. Thereupon Samvarta, the younger brother of Vrihaspati, acceded to the king's request. During the rule of that king, O best of monarchs, the earth yielded crops without being tilled and was adorned with diverse kinds of ornaments. In the sacrifice of that king, the Viswadevas sat as courtiers, the Maruts acted as distributors of food and presents, and the high-souled Sathyas were also present. In that sacrifice of Maruta, the Maruts drank soma. The sacrificial presents the king made surpassed, in value, those ever made by the gods, the Gandharvas, and men. When even that king, O Srinjaya, who transcended thee in religious merit, knowledge, renunciation, and affluence, and who was purer than thy son, felt a prey to death, do not grieve for thy son. There was another king of the name of Suhotra the son of Ati. We hear, O Srinjaya, that even he fell a prey to death. During his rule, Maghavat showered gold for 1 whole year upon his kingdom. Obtaining that king for her lord, the earth became in reality, and not in name only as before, Vasumti. The rivers, during the sway of that king, bore golden tortoises, crabs, alligators, sharks, and porpoises, for the adorable Indra, O king, had showered these upon them. Beholding those golden fishes and sharks and tortoises in hundreds and thousands, Ati's son became filled with wonder. Collecting that vast wealth of gold that covered the earth, Suhotra performed a sacrifice at Kurajangala and gave it away unto the Brahmanas, when that king, O Srinjaya, who transcended thee in the four attributes of religious merit, knowledge, renunciation, and affluence, and who was purer than thy son, felt a prey to death, do not grieve for thy son that is dead. Thy son never performed a sacrifice and never made gifts. Knowing this, pacify thy mind and do not give way to grief. We hear also, O Srinjaya, that Vrihadratha the king of the Angas fell a prey to death. He gave away 100,000 steeds. 100,000 maidens also, adorned with golden ornaments, he gave away as presents in a sacrifice he performed. 100,000 elephants also of the best breed, he gave away as presents in another sacrifice performed by him. 100 millions also of bulls, adorned with golden chains, with thousands of kine accompanying them, he gave away as sacrificial presents. While the king of Anga performed his sacrifice by the hill called Vishnupada, Indra became intoxicated with the soma he drank, and the Brahmanas with the presents they received. And the sacrifices, O monarch, numbering by hundreds, that this king performed of old, the presents he made far surpassed those ever made by the gods, the Gandharvas, and men. No other man was born, or will ever be born, that gave or will give away so much wealth as was given away by the king of the Angas in the 7 sacrifices he performed, each of which was characterized by the consecration of the soma. When, O Srinjaya, this Vrihadratha even, who was thy superior in the 4 attributes and who was purer than thy son, fell a prey to death, do not grieve for thy son that is dead. We hear also, O Srinjaya, that Sivi, the son of Usanara, fell a prey to death. That king swayed the whole earth as one sways the leathern shield in his hand. Riding on a single car that proved victorious in every battle, King Sivi caused the whole earth to resound with the rattle of his wheels and subjugated all monarchs. Usanara's son Sivi gave away, in a sacrifice, all the kine and horses he had, both domestic and wild. The Creator himself thought that no one amongst the kings of the past or the future had or would have the ability to bear the burthen, O Srinjaya, that Usanara's son Sivi, that foremost of kings, that hero who was possessed of prowess equal to that of Indra himself, bore. Do not, therefore, grieve for thy son who never performed any sacrifice nor made any gift. Indeed, O Srinjaya, when Sivi, who was far superior to thee in the 4 attributes and who was purer than thy son, fell a prey to death, do not grieve for thy son that is dead. We hear, O Srinjaya, that the high-souled Bharata also, the son of Dushmanta and Sakuntala, who had a vast and well-filled treasury, fell a prey to death. Devoting 300 horses unto the gods on the banks of the Yamuna, 20 on the banks of the Sarasvati, and 14 on the banks of Ganga, that king of great energy, in days of old, performed, in this order, 1,000 horse sacrifices and 100 Rajasuyas. No one amongst the kings of the earth can imitate the great deeds of Bharata, even as no man can, by the might of his arms, soar into the welkin. Erecting numerous sacrificial altars, he gave away innumerable horses and untold wealth unto the sage Kanwa. When even he, O Srinjaya, who was far superior to thee in the 4 attributes and who was purer than thy son, fell a prey to death, do not grieve for thy son that is dead. We hear, O Srinjaya, that Rama also, the son of Dasaratha, fell a prey to death. He always cherished his subjects as if they were the sons of his own loins. In his dominions there were no widows and none that was helpless. Indeed, Rama in governing his kingdom always acted like his father Dasaratha. The clouds, yielding shower season ably, caused the crops to grow abundantly. During the period of his rule, food was always abundant in his kingdom. No death occurred by drowning or by fire. As long as Rama governed it, there was no fear in his kingdom of any disease. Every man lived for 1,000 years, and every man was blessed with 1,000 children. During the period of Rama's sway, all men were whole and all men attained the fruition of their wishes. The very women did not quarrel with one another. What need then be said of the men? During his rule his subjects were always devoted to virtue. Contented, crowned with fruition and respect of all the objects of their desire, fearless, free, and wedded to the vow of truth, were all the people when Rama governed the kingdom. The trees always bore flowers and fruit and were subject to no accidents. Every cow yielded milk, filling a drona to the brim. Having dwelt, in the observance of severe penances, for 4 and 10 years in the woods, Rama performed 10 horse sacrifices of great splendor, and to them the freest access was given to all. Possessed of youth, of a dark complexion, with red eyes, he looked like the leader of an elephantine herd. With aim stretching down to his knees and of handsome face, his shoulders were like those of a lion and the might of his arms great. Ascending upon the throne of Ayodhya, he ruled for 10,100 years. When he, O Sranjaya, who transcended thee in the 4 principal attributes and who was purer than thy son, fell a prey to death, do not grieve for thy son that is dead. We hear, O Sranjaya, that King Bhajaratha also died. In one of the sacrifices of that king, intoxicated with the soma he had drunk, Indra, the adorable chastiser of Paka and the chief of the gods, vanquished, by putting forth the might of his arms, many thousands of Asuras. King Bhajaratha, in one of the sacrifices he performed, gave away 1,000,000 of maidens adorned with ornaments of gold. Each of those maidens sat upon a car, and unto each car were attached 4 steeds. With each car were 100 elephants, all of the foremost breed and decked with chains of gold. Behind each elephant were 1,000 steeds, and behind each steed 1,000 kine, and behind each cow 1,000 goats and sheep. The river goddess, Ganga, named, from before, Bhagirathi, sat upon the lap of this king dwelling near her stream, and from this incident she came to be called Urvasi. The triple-coursed Ganga had agreed to be the daughter of Bhajaratha of Ikshvaku's race, that monarch ever engaged in the performance of sacrifices with presents in profusion unto the Brahmanas. When he, O Sranjaya, who transcended thee in respect of the 4 principal attributes and who was purer than thy son, fell a prey to death, do not grieve for thy son. We hear, O Sranjaya, that the high-souled Dilapa also fell a prey to death. The Brahmanas loved to recite his innumerable deeds. In one of his great sacrifices that king, with heart fully assenting, gave away the entire earth, abounding with wealth, unto the Brahmanas. In each sacrifice performed by him, the chief priest received as sacrificial fee 1,000 elephants made of gold. In one of his sacrifices, the stake, set up for slaughtering the victims, was made of gold and looked exceedingly beautiful. Discharging the duties assigned to them, the gods, having Sakra for their chief, used to seek the protection of that king. Upon that golden stake, possessed of great effulgence and decked with a ring, 6,000 gods and Gandharvas danced in joy, and Viswavesu himself, in their midst, played on his veena the 7 notes according to the rules that regulate their combinations. Such was the character of Viswavesu's music that every creature, whatever he might be, thought that the great Gandharva was playing to him alone. No other monarch could imitate this achievement of King Dilapa. The elephants of that king, intoxicated and adorned with housings of gold, used to lie down on the roads. Those men proceeded to heaven that succeeded in obtaining a sight even of the high-souled King Dilapa, who was ever truthful in speech and whose bow could bear 100 foes equal in energy to 100 anantas. These 3 sounds never ceased in Dilapa's abode, viz., the voice of Vedic recitations, the twang of bows, and cries of let it be given. When he, O Sranjaya, who transcended thee in the 4 principal attributes and who was purer than thy son, fell a prey to death, do not grieve for thy son that is dead. Yuvanaswa's son Mandathri also, O Sanjaya, we have heard, fell a prey to death. The deities named Maruts extracted that child from his sire's stomach through one of its sides. Sprung from a quantity of clarified butter that had been sanctified by mantras, and that had by mistake been quaffed by his sire instead of his sire's spouse, Mandathri was born in the stomach of the high-souled Yuvanaswa. Possessed of great prosperity, King Mandathri conquered the three worlds. Beholding that child of celestial beauty lying on the lap of his sire, the god asked one another, "From whom shall this child obtain suck?" Then Indra approached him, saying, "He shall obtain stick even from me." From this circumstance, the chief of the deities came to call the child by the name of Mandathri. From the nourishment of that high-souled child of Yuvanaswa, the finger of Indra, placed in his mouth, began to yield a jet of milk. Sucking Indra's finger, he grew up into a stout youth in 100 days. In 12 days he looked like one of 12 years. The whole earth in one day came under the sway of that high-souled and virtuous and brave king who resembled Indra himself for prowess in battle. He vanquished King Angatha, Maruta, Asita, Gaya, and Vrahadratha, the king of the Amgas. When Yuvanaswa's son fought in battle with Angatha, the gods thought that the firmament was breaking with the twang of his how. The whole earth from where the sun rises to where he sets is said to be the field of Mandathri. Having performed horse sacrifices and 100 Rajasuyas, he gave unto the Brahmanas many Rohita fishes. Those fishes were each 10 yojanas in length and 1 in breadth. Those that remained after gratifying the Brahmanas were divided amongst themselves by the other classes. When he, O Sranjaya, who transcended thee in respect of the 4 principal attributes and who was purer than thy son, fell a prey to death, do not grieve for thy son that is dead. We hear, O Sanjaya, that Yayati, the son of Nahusha, also fell a prey to death. Having subjugated the whole world with its seas, he journeyed through it, decking it with successive sacrificial altars, the intervals between which were measured by throws of a heavy piece of wood. Indeed, he reached the very shores of the sea as he proceeded, performing great sacrifices on those altars along his way. Having performed 1,000 sacrifices and 100 Vajapayas, he gratified the foremost of Brahmanas with 3 mountains of gold. Having slain many Daityas and Danavas duly arrayed in battle, Nahusha's son, Yayati, divided the whole earth among his children. At last, discarding his other sons headed by Yadu and Drahu, he installed his youngest son, Puru, on his throne, and then entered the woods accompanied by his wife. When he, O Sranjaya, who far surpassed thee in the 4 principal attributes and who was purer than thy son, fell a prey to death, do not grieve for thy son that is dead. We hear, O Sranjaya, that Amvarisha also, the son of Nabhaga, fell a prey to death. That protector of the world and foremost of kings was regarded by his subjects as the embodiment of virtue. That monarch, in one of his sacrifices, assigned to the Brahmanas, for waiting upon them, 1,000,000 of kings who had themselves performed thousands of sacrifices each. Men of piety praised Amvarisha, the son of Nabhaga, saying that such feats had never been achieved before, nor would their like be achieved in the future. Those hundreds upon hundreds and thousands upon thousands of kings that had at the command of Amvarisha waited at his sacrifices upon the Brahmanas that came there, became, through Amvarisha's merits, crowned with the fruits of the horse sacrifice, and followed their lord by the southern path, to regions or brightness and bliss. When he, O Sranjaya, who far surpassed thee in the 4 principal attributes and who was purer than thy son, fell a prey to death, do not grieve for thy child that is dead. We hear, O Sranjaya, that Sasavendu also, the son of Chitrasena, fell a prey to death. That high-souled king had 100,000 wives, and 1,000,000 of sorts. All of them used to wear golden armor, and all of them were excellent bowmen. Each of those princes married 100 princesses, and each princess brought 100 elephants. With each of those elephants were 100 cars. With each car were 100 steeds, all of good breed and all decked with trappings of gold. With each steed were 100 kine, and with each cow were 100 sheep and goats. This countless wealth, O monarch, Sasavindu gave away, in a horse sacrifice, unto the Brahmanas. When he, O Sranjaya, who far surpassed thee in the 4 principal attributes and who was purer than thy son, fell a prey to death, do not grieve for thy child that is dead. We hear, O Sranjaya, that Gaya also, the son of Amritareas, fell a prey to death. For 100 years, that king subsisted upon the remains of sacrificial food. Pleased with such devotion, Agni desired to give him boons. The boons solicited by Gaya were, let my wealth be inexhaustible even if I give ceaselessly. Let my regard for virtue exist forever. Let my heart ever take pleasure in truth, through thy grace, O cater of sacrificial libations. It hath been heard by us that King Gaya obtained all those wishes from Agni. On days of the new moon, on those of the full moon, and on every 4th month, for 1,000 years, Gaya repeatedly performed the horse sacrifice. Rising, at the completion of every sacrifice, he gave away 100,000 kine and hundreds of mules unto the Brahmanas during this period. That bull among men gratified the gods with soma, the Brahmanas with wealth, the Pitris with svadha, and the women with the accomplishment of all their wishes. In his great horse sacrifice, King Gaya caused a golden ground to be made, measuring 100 cubits in length and 50 in breadth, and gave it away as the sacrificial fee. That foremost of men, viz., Gaya, the son of Amritareas, gave away as many kine as there are sand grains, O king, in the river Ganga. When he, O Sranjaya, who far surpassed thee in the 4 principal attributes and who was purer than thy son, fell a prey to death, do not grieve for thy son that is dead. We hear, O Sranjaya, that Sankriti's son Rantadeva also fell a prey to death. Having undergone the austerest of penances and adored him with great reverence, he obtained these boons from Sakra, having solicited them, saying, let us have abundant food and numerous guests. Let not my faith sustain any diminution, and let us not have to ask anything of any person. The animals, both domestic and wild, slaughtered in his sacrifice, used to come to him, viz., the high-souled Rantadeva of rigid vows and great fame, of their own accord. The secretions that flowed from the skins of the animals, slaughtered in his sacrifices, produced a mighty and celebrated river which to this day is known by the name of Charmanwadi. King Rantadeva used to make gifts unto the Brahmanas in an extensive enclosure. When the king said, unto thee I give 100 nishkas, unto thee I give 100, the Brahmanas, without accepting what was offered, made a noise, expressive of refusal. When, however, the king would say, I give 1,000 nishkas, the gifts were all accepted. All the vessels and plates, in Rantadeva's palace, for holding food and other articles, all the jugs and pots, the pans and plates and cups, were of gold. On those nights during which the guests used to live in Rantadeva's abode, 20,100 kine had to be slaughtered. Yet even on such occasions, the cooks, decked in earrings, used to proclaim, amongst those that sat down to supper there is abundant soup, take as much as ye wish, but of flesh we have not as much today as on former occasions. When he, O Sranjaya, who far surpassed thee in the 4 principal attributes and who was purer than thy son, fell a prey to death, do not grieve for thy son that is dead. We hear, O Sranjaya, that the high-souled Sagara also fell a prey to death. He was of Ikshvaku's race, a tiger among men, and of superhuman prowess. 60,000 suns used to walk behind him, like myriads upon myriads of stars waiting upon the moon in the cloudless firmament of autumn. His sway extended over the whole of this earth. He gratified the gods by performing 1,000 horse sacrifices. He gave away unto deserving Brahmanas palatial mansions with columns of gold and other parts, made entirely of that precious metal, containing costly beds and bevies of beautiful ladies with eyes resembling petals of the lotus, and divers other kinds of valuable objects. At his command, the Brahmanas divided those gifts among themselves. Through anger that king caused the earth to be excavated, whereupon she came to have the ocean on her bosom, and for this the ocean has come to be called Sagara after his name. When he, O Srinjaya, who far surpassed thee in the four principal attributes and who was purer than thy son, fell a prey to death, do not grieve for thy son that is dead. We hear, O Srinjaya, that King Prithu also, the son of Vena, fell a prey to death. The great rishis, assembling together in the great forest, installed him in the sovereignty of the earth. And because it was thought that he would advance all mankind, he was, for that reason, called Prithu, the advancer. And because also he protected people from injuries, Kshata, he was, for that reason, called a Kshatriya, protector from injuries. Beholding Prithu the son of Vena, all the creatures of the earth exclaimed, "We have been lovingly attached to him." From this circumstance of the loving attachment to him of all creatures, he came to be called a Raja, one that can inspire attachment. The earth, during his sway, yielded crops without being tilled, every leaf that the trees had bore honey, and every cow yielded a jugful of milk. All men were hale, and all their wishes used to be crowned with fruition. They had no fear of any kind. They used to live as they pleased, in fields or in sheltered houses. When Prithu desired to go over the sea, the waters became solidified. The rivers also never swelled up when he had to cross them, but remained perfectly calm. The standard on his car moved freely everywhere, without being obstructed by any impediment. King Prithu, in one of his grand horse sacrifices, gave away unto the Brahmin as 21 mountains of gold, each measuring 3 nalwas. When he, O Srinjaya, who far surpassed thee in the four principal attributes and who was purer than thy son, fell a prey to death, do not grieve for thy son that is dead. Upon what, O Srinjaya, dost thou reflect in silence? It seems, O king, that thou hearest not these words of mine. If thou hast not heard them, then this discourse of mine has been a fruitless rhapsody, like medicine or diet, to a person on the point of death. Srinjaya said, I am attending, O Narada, to this discourse of thine, of excellent import and perfumed like a garland of flowers, this discourse upon the conduct of high-souled royal sages of meritorious deeds and great fame, that can certainly dispel grief. Thy discourse, O great sage, has not been a fruitless rhapsody. I have been freed from grief at thy very sight. Like one never satiated with drinking nectar, I am not satiated with thy words. O thou of true sight, if thou, O Lord, be inclined to show thy grace towards this person burning on account of the death of his son, then that son, through that grace of thine, is sure to be revived and to mingle once more with me in this life. Narada said, I will give back to thee that son of thine, named Suvarnashtavan, whom Parvata gave thee and who has been bereft of life. Of the splendor of gold, that child shall have 1,000 years. Footnotes 54:1 This sacrifice is one in which the performer parts with all his wealth. 55:1 Vasumdi means possessed of wealth, from Vasu and the syllable mat. 55:2 The Bengal reading Chainam in the first line of 31 is better than the Bombay reading Chitya, which, Nilkantha explains, means Shatanavan Bhava. 55:3 These 7 sacrifices were the Agnishtoma, the Ati-Agnishtoma, the Uktya, the Shodashi, the Vajapaya, the Adaratra, and the Aptarayama. Each of these required the consecration of the Soma. 56:1 The expression used is he caused one umbrella only to be set up. The custom is well known that none but kings could cause umbrellas to be held over their heads. 56:2 Kanwa had brought up in his retreat Bharata's mother Sakuntala, who had been deserted immediately after her birth by her mother, Menaka. Bharata himself was born in Kanwa's retreat. 57:1 Jeruthian is explained by Nilkantha as Studyan. It may also mean Trigunadakshinan. 57:2 The legend about the bringing down of Ganga is very beautiful. Ganga is nothing else than the melted form of Vishnu. For a time she dwelt in the pot, Kamandalu, of Brahman. The ancestors of Bhajaratha having perished through Kapila's curse, Bhajaratha resolved to rescue their spirits by calling down Ganga from heaven and causing her sacred waters to roll over the spot where their ashes lay. He succeeded in carrying out his resolution after conquering many difficulties. Urvasi literally means one who sits on the lap. 57:3 Triple-coursed, because Ganga is supposed to have one stream in heaven, one on the earth, and a third in the nether regions. 58:1 The sense, I think, is that such was the profusion of Dilapa's wealth that no care was taken for keeping gold-decked elephants within guarded enclosures. 58:2 Satadhanwan is explained by Nilkantha as one whose bow is capable of bearing 100 anantas. 58:3 Literally, me he shall suck. 58:4 The Birdwan translators take Asita and Gaia as one person called Asatangya, and K.P. Singha takes Anga and Vrahadratha to be two different persons. Of course, both are wrong. 59:1 Samyapat is explained as hurling a heavy piece of wood. What it meant here is that Yayati, having erected an altar, took up and hurled a piece of wood forward, and upon the place where it fell, erected another altar. In this way he proceeded till he reached the very seashore. 59:2 Dakshina is explained by Nilkantha as men possessed of Dakshya. It may mean liberal-minded men. 60:1 Literally, there was but one umbrella opened on the earth in his time. 61:1 The word in the original is Nala. Nilkantha supposes that it has been so used for the sake or rhythm, the correct form being Nalwa, meaning a distance of 400 cubits. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 30. Yudhishthira said, "How did the son of Srinjaya become Suvarnashtavan? Why also did Parvata give Srinjaya that child? And why did he die? When the lives of all men in those days extended for 1,000 years, why did Srinjaya's son die in infancy? Or was he in name only Suvarnashtavan? How also did he come to be so? I desire to know all this." Krishna said, "I will recite to thee, O king, the facts as they happened. There are two rishis, the foremost ones in the world, named Narada and Parvata. Narada is the maternal uncle and Parvata is his sister's son. With cheerful hearts, the uncle Narada and the nephew Parvata had, in days of old, O king, left heaven for a pleasant ramble on earth for tasting clarified butter and rice. Both of them, possessed of great ascetic merit, wandered over the earth, subsisting on food taken by human beings. Filled with joy and entertaining great affection for each other, they entered into a compact that, whatever wish, good or bad, would be entertained by one should be disclosed to the other, but on the event of one of them acting otherwise, he should be subject to the other's curse. Agreeing to that understanding, those two great rishis, adored of all the worlds, repaired to King Srinjaya, the son of Sidya, and said unto him, We too, for thy good, shall dwell with thee for a few days. O Lord of earth, do thou attend to all our wants duly. The king, saying, So be it, set himself to attend upon them hospitably. After a while, one day, the king, filled with joy, introduced to those illustrious ascetics his daughter of the fairest complexion, saying, "This my daughter will wait upon you both. Bright as the filaments of the lotus, she is beautiful and of faultless limbs, accomplished and of sweet manners, and is called Sukumari by name." "Very well," said the rishis in reply, upon which the king directed his daughter, telling her, "O child, attend upon these two brahmanas as thou wouldst upon the gods or thy sire." The virtuous princess, saying, "So be it," began to attend upon them in obedience to her father's behest. Her dutiful services and her unrivaled beauty very soon inspired Narada with a tender flame towards her. That tender sentiment began to grow in the heart of the illustrious saint like the moon gradually waxing on the accession of the lighted fortnight. The virtuous Narada, however, overwhelmed by shame, could not disclose that burning attachment to his sister's son, the high-souled Parvata. By his ascetic power, as also by signs, Parvata understood all. Inflamed with rage, the latter thereupon resolved to curse the love-afflicted Narada. And he said, "Having of thy own accord made a compact with me that, whatever wish, good or bad, would be cherished by either of us should be disclosed to the other, thou hast violated it." These were thy own words. O Brahmana, it is for this that I shall curse thee. Thou didst not tell me before that thy heart has been pierced by the charms of the maiden Sukumari. It is for this that I shall curse thee. Thou art a Brahmacharin. Thou art my preceptor. Thou art an ascetic and a Brahmana. Yet hast thou broken the compact thou hadst made with me. Fitted with rage I shall, for this, curse even thee. Listen to me. This Sukumari shall, without doubt, become thy wife. From the time of thy marriage, however, O puissant one, both she and all men shall behold thee an ape, for thy true features having disappeared, an ape shalt thou appear unto all. Hearing these words of his, the uncle Narada, filled with wrath, cursed his nephew Parvata in return, saying, "Although thou hast ascetic merit and brahmacharya and truth and self-restraint, and although thou art ever devoted to virtue, thou shalt not yet succeed in proceeding to heaven." Filled with rage and desire of vengeance, they thus cursed and flamed against each other like a couple of infuriated elephants. From that time the high-souled Parvata began to wander over the earth, respected as he deserved, O Bharata, for his own energy. Narada then, that foremost of Brahmanas, obtained according to due rights the hand of Srinjaya's daughter, the faultless Sukumari. The princess, however, beheld Narada exactly as the curse had said. Indeed, just after the last of the wedding mantras had been recited, Sukumari beheld the celestial rishi to have a face like that of an ape. She, however, did not on that account disregard her lord. On the other hand, she dedicated her love to him. Indeed, the princess, chaste as she was, devoted herself entirely to her lord and did not in her heart even desire any one else among the gods, munis, and yikshas for a husband. One day, as the illustrious Parvata, in course of his wanderings, entered a solitary forest, he beheld Narada there. Saluting him, Parvata said, "Show thy grace unto me by permitting me, O puissant one, to go to heaven." Seeing the cheerless Parvata kneeling before him with joined hands, Narada, himself mere cheerless, said unto him, "Thou hadst cursed me first, saying, Be thou an ape. After thou hadst said so unto me, I cursed thee from anger, saying, From this day thou shalt not dwell in heaven. It was not well of thee, since thou art like a son unto me." The two saints then freed each other from their mutual curses. Beholding her husband possessed of celestial form and blazing with beauty, Sukumari fled from him, taking him to be somebody other than her lord. Seeing the beautiful princess flying away from her lord, Parvata addressed her, saying, "This one is even thy husband." Do not entertain any scruple. This one is the illustrious and puissant Rishi Narada, that foremost of virtuous persons. He is thy Lord, of one soul with thee. Do not have any doubt. Assured in diverse ways by the high Pravata and formed also of the curse on her lord, the princess regained her equanimity. Then Pravata proceeded to heaven and Narada to his home. Vasudeva continued, the illustrious Rishi Narada, who was himself an actor in this matter, is here. O best of men, asked by thee, he will tell thee everything that happened. Footnotes 62:1 literally, one whose excreta are gold. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 31. Vaisampayana said, the royal son of Pandu then addressed Narada, saying, O Holy One, I desire to hear of the birth of the child whose excreta were gold. Thus addressed by King Yudhishthira the Just, the sage Narada began to narrate to him all that had occurred in connection with that child of golden excreta. Narada said, It is even so, O thou of mighty arms, as Kesva here hath said. Asked by thee, I shall now recite the portion that remains of this story. Myself and my sister's son, the great ascetic Pravata, came, on one occasion, unto Srinjaya, that foremost of all victorious kings, for dwelling with him. Honored by him with due rights, and with every wish of ours gratified, we took up our residence in his abode. After the season of rains had gone, and when the time came for our own departure, Pravata said unto me those words of grave import suitable to the hour, We have, O Brahmana, dwelt in the abode of this king for some time, highly honored by him. Think of what return we should make. I then, O monarch, addressed Pravata of blessed aspect, saying, O nephew, this becomes thee, and, O thou of great power, all this depends upon thyself. Through thy boons let the king be made happy, and let him obtain his wishes. Or, if thou choosest, let him be crowned with success through the ascetic merits of both of us. After this, Pravata, having called King Srinjaya, that foremost of victorious persons, said unto him these words, O bull of Kuru's race, we have been exceedingly gratified, O king, with thy hospitable attentions given to us with every sincerity. With our permission, O foremost of men, think of the boon thou shouldst solicit. Let the boon, however, be such that it may not imply enmity to the gods or destruction to men. Accept then, O king, a boon, for thou deservest one as we think. Hearing these words, Srinjaya replied, If ye have been gratified with me, my object then has been gained, for that of itself has been my greatest gain, and that is regarded by me as the fruition of all my desire. Unto Srinjaya, who said so, Pravata again said, Solicit, O king, the fruition of that wish which thou art cherishing in thy heart for a long time. Srinjaya answered, I desire a son that shall be heroic and possessed of great energy, firm in his vows and of long life, highly blessed and possessed of splendor equal to that of the chief himself of the deities. At this, Pravata said, This thy desire shall be fulfilled. Thy child, however, shall not be long-lived, for thy wish for such a son is even for prevailing over the chief of the gods. Thy son shall be known by the name of Suvarnashtavan. He shall be possessed of splendor like that of the chief of the gods, but take care to protect him always from that deity. Hearing these words of the high-souled Pravata, Srinjaya began to beseech that saint for ordaining otherwise, saying, Let my son be long-lived, O Muni, through thy ascetic merit. Pravata, however, said nothing, through partiality for Indra. Beholding the king very cheerless, I said unto him, Think of me, O king, in thy distress, and I shall promise to come when thought of by thee. Do not grieve, O Lord of earth. I will give thee back thy beloved child, even if he be dead, in his living form. Having said so unto that monarch, both of us left his presence for coming to where we wished, and Srinjaya returned to his abode as he pleased. After some time had elapsed, the royal sage Srinjaya had borne unto him a son of great prowess and blazing forth with energy. The child grew up like a large lotus in a lake and became Suvarnashtavan in reality as in name. This extraordinary fact, O best of the Kurus, soon became widely known over the world. The chief of the gods also came to know it as the result of Parvata's boon. Fearing humiliation at the hands of the child when he would grow up, the slayer of Vala and Vritra began to watch for the latches of the prince. He commanded his celestial weapon Thunder, standing before him in embodied shape, saying, "Go, O puissant one," and assuming the form of a tiger slay this prince. When grown up, this child of Srinjaya may, by his achievements, humiliate me, O Thunder, as Parvata said. Thus addressed by Sakra, the celestial weapon Thunder, that subjugator of hostile towns, began from that day to continually watch for the latches of the prince. Srinjaya, meanwhile, having obtained that child whose splendor resembled that of Indra himself, became filled with joy. The king, accompanied by his wives, and the other ladies of his household, took up his residence in the midst of a forest. One day, on the shores of the Bhagirathi, the boy, accompanied by his nurse, ran hither and thither in play. Though only 5 years of age, his prowess, even then, resembled that of a mighty elephant. While thus employed, the child met a powerful tiger that came upon him suddenly. The infant prince trembled violently as he was being crushed by the tiger and soon fell down lifeless on the earth. At this sight, the nurse uttered loud cries of grief. Having slain the prince, the tiger, through Indra's powers of delusion, vanished there and then. Hearing the voice of the crying nurse, the king, in great anxiety, ran to the spot. He beheld his son there, his blood quaffed off, and lying lifeless on the ground like the moon dropped from the firmament. Taking up on his lap the boy covered with blood, the king, with heart stricken by grief, began to lament piteously. The royal ladies then, afflicted with grief and crying, quickly ran to the spot where King Srinjaya was. In that situation the king thought of me with concentrated attention. Knowing that the king was thinking of me, I appeared before him. Stricken with grief as the king was, I recited to him all those stories, O monarch, that hero of Yadu's race has already recited to thee. I brought Srinjaya's child back to life, with Indra's permission. That which is ordained must occur. It is impossible that it should be otherwise. After this, Prince Suvarnashtavan of great fame and energy began to delight the hearts of his parents. Of great prowess, he ascended the throne of his father after the latter had repaired to heaven, and ruled for a period of 1,100 years. He worshipped the gods in many great sacrifices characterized by profuse presents. Possessed of great splendor, he gratified the gods and the Pitris. Having procreated many sons, all of whom by their issues multiplied the race, he went the way of all nature, O king, after many years. Do thou, O foremost of kings, dispel this grief born in thy heart, even as Kesva has counseled thee, as also Vyasa of austere penances. Rise up, O king, and bear the burthen of this thy ancestral kingdom, and perform high and great sacrifices so that thou mayst obtain, hereafter, whatever regions may be desired by thee. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 32. Vaisampayana said unto King Yudhishthira, who still remained speechless and plunged in grief, the island-born Vyasa, that great ascetic, conversant with truths of religion, spoke again. Vyasa said, O thou of eyes like lotus petals, the protection of subjects is the duty of kings. Those men that are always observant of duty regard duty to be all-powerful. Do thou, therefore, O king, walk in the steps of thy ancestors. With Brahmanas, penances are a duty. This is the eternal ordinance of the Vedas. Penances, therefore, O bull of Bharata's race, constitute the eternal duty of Brahmanas. A Kshatriya is the protector of all persons in respect of their duties. That man who, addicted to earthly possessions, transgresses wholesome restraints, that offender against social harmony, should be chastised with a strong hand. That insensate person who seeks to transgress authority, be he an attendant, a son, or even a saint, indeed, all men of such sinful nature, should by every means be chastised or even killed. That king who conducts himself otherwise incurs sin. He who does not protect morality when it is being disregarded is himself a trespasser against morality. The Kauravas were trespassers against morality. They have, with their followers, been slain by thee. Thou hast been observant of the duties of thy own order. Why then, O son of Pandu, dost thou indulge in such grief? The king should slay those that deserve death, make gifts to persons deserving of charity, and protect his subjects according to the ordinance. Yudhishthira said, I do not doubt the words that fall from thy lips, O thou of great ascetic merit. Everything appertaining to morality and duty is well known to thee, O foremost of all persons conversant with morality and duty. I have, however, for the sake of kingdom, caused many persons to be slain. Those deeds, O Brahmana, are burning and consuming me. Vyasa said, O Bharata, is the Supreme Being the doer, or is man the doer? Is everything the result of chance in the world, or are the fruits that we enjoy or suffer the results of previous action? If man, O Bharata, does all acts, good or bad, being urged thereto by the Supreme Being, then the fruits of those acts should attach to the Supreme Being himself. If a person cuts down, with an axe, a tree in forest, it is the person that incurs the sin and not the axe by any means. Or, if it be said that, the axe being only the material cause, the consequence of the act of cutting should attach to the animate agent and not to the inanimate tool, then the sin may be said to belong to the person that has made the axe. This, however, can scarcely be true. If this be not reasonable, O son of Kunti, that one man should incur the consequence of an act done by another, then, guided by this, thou shouldst throw all responsibility upon the Supreme Being. If, again, man be himself the agent of all his acts virtuous and sinful, then supreme director there is none, and, therefore, whatever thou hast done cannot bring evil consequences on thee. No one, O king, can ever turn away from that which is destined. If, again, destiny be the result of the acts of former lives, then no sin can attach to one in this life, even as the sin of cutting down a tree cannot touch the maker of the axe. If thou thinkest it is chance only that acts in the world, then such an act of destruction could never happen nor will ever happen. If it is necessary to ascertain what is good and what is evil in the world, attend to the scriptures. In those scriptures it has been laid down that kings should stand with the rod of chastisement uplifted in their hands. I think, O Bharata, that acts, good and bad, are continually revolving here as a wheel, and men obtain the fruits of those acts, good or bad, that they do. One sinful act proceeds from another. Therefore, O tiger among kings, avoid all evil acts and do not thus set thy heart upon grief. Thou shouldst adhere, O Bharata, to the duties, even if reproachable, of thy own order. This self-destruction, O king, does not look well in thee. Expiations, O king, have been ordained for evil acts. He that is alive can perform them, but he that dies fails in their performance. Therefore, O king, without laying down thy life, perform those expiatory acts. If thou dost not perform them, thou mayst have to repent in the next world. Footnotes. 66:1 A Kshatriya should protect a Brahmana in respect of his penances and a Vaishya in respect of the duties of his order. Whatever impediments a Brahmana or a Vaishya might encounter in the discharge of his duties must be removed by a Kshatriya. 67:1 i.e., thou shouldst think that the consequences of all acts must attach to the Supreme Being himself, he being the urger of us all. 67:2 Na para etc., i.e., there is no Supreme Being and no next world. 67:3 No one being free in this life, all one's acts being the result of previous acts, there can be no responsibility for the acts of this life. 67:4 The manner in which this great battle has been brought about shows evidence of design and not mere chance. Neelkantha reads Hatam, which is evidently wrong. There can be no doubt that the correct reading is Hatham. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 33. Yudhishthira said, Sons and grandsons and brothers and sires and fathers-in-law and preceptors and maternal uncles and grandsires, many high-souled kshatriyas, many relatives, by marriage, friends, companions, sisters, sons, and kinsmen, O grandsire, and many foremost of men coming from diverse countries, have fallen. All these, O grandsire, have been caused to be slain by myself alone, from desire of kingdom. Having caused so many heroic kings who were always devoted to righteousness and all of whom had quaffed soma and sacrifices, what end shall I attain, O great ascetic? Thinking that this earth has been bereft of many lions among kings, all of whom were in the enjoyment of great prosperity, I burn continually to this day. Having witnessed this slaughter of kinsmen and millions of other men, I burn with grief, O grandsire. Oh, what will be the plight of those foremost of ladies who have been deprived of sons, of husbands, and of brothers? Reproaching the Pandavas and the Vrishnis as cruel murderers, those ladies, with emaciated features and plunged in grief, will throw themselves on the earth. Not beholding their sires and brothers and husbands and sons, those ladies, through affliction, casting off their life breath, will go to the abode of Yama, O foremost of Brahmanas. I have no doubt of this. The course of morality is very subtle. It is plain that we shall be stained with the guilt of slaughtering women for this. Having slain our kinsmen and friends and thereby committed an inexpiable sin, we shall have to fall into hell with heads downwards. O best of men, we shall, therefore, waste our limbs with the austerest of penances. Tell me, O grandsire, to what mode of life I should betake myself then? Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of Yudhishthira, the island-born rishi, having reflected keenly for some time, addressed the son of Pandu as follows. Vyasa said, remembering the duties of a kshatriya, O king, do not give way to grief. All those kshatriyas, O bull among kshatriyas, have fallen in the observance of their proper duties. In the pursuit of great prosperity and of great fame on earth, those foremost of men, all of whom were liable to death, have perished through the influence of time. Thou hast not been their slayer, nor this Bhima, nor Arjuna, nor the twins. It is time that took away their life breaths according to the great law of change. Time hath neither mother, nor father, nor anybody for whom he is disposed to show any favor. He is the witness of the acts of all creatures. By him have they been taken away. This battle, O bull of Bharata's race, was only an occasion ordained by him. He causes creatures to be slain through the instrumentality of creatures. This is the manner in which it puts forth its irresistible power. Know that time, in his dealings with creatures, is dependent upon the bond of action and is the witness of all actions good and bad. It is time that brings about the fruits, fraught with bliss or woe, of our actions. Think, O mighty armed one, of the acts of those kshatriyas that have fallen. Those acts were the causes of their destruction, and it is in consequence of them that they have perished. Think also of thy own acts consisting of observances of vows with restrained soul. And think also how thou hast been forced by the Supreme Ordainer to do such an act as the slaughter of so many human beings. As a weapon made by a smith or carpenter is under the control of the person that is handling it, and moves as he moves it, similarly this universe, controlled by actions done in time, moves as those actions move it. Seeing that the births and deaths of creatures take place without any assignable cause and in perfect wantonness, grief and joy are perfectly needless. Although this entanglement of thy heart is a mere delusion, still, if it pleaseth thee, O king, perform expiatory rites, for washing thyself free of thy so-called sin. It is heard, O Partha, that the gods and the Asuras fought against each other. The Asuras were the elder, and the gods the younger brothers. Covetous of prosperity, fierce was the battle fought between them. The fight lasted for 32,000 years. Making the earth one vast expanse of blood, the gods slew the Daityas and gained possession of heaven. Having obtained possession of the earth, a large number of Brahmanas, conversant with the Vedas, armed themselves, stupefied with pride, with the Danavas for giving them help in the fight. They were known by the name of Salavrika and numbered 80,000. All of them, however, were slain by the gods. Those wicked-souled persons who desire the extinction of virtue and who set sinfulness a-going deserve to be slain even as the furious Daityas were slain by the gods. If by slaying a single individual a family may be saved, or if by slaying a single family the whole kingdom may be saved, such an act of slaughter will not be a transgression. Sin, O king, sometimes assumes the form of virtue, and virtue sometimes assumes the form of sin. They, however, that are learned, know which is which. Therefore, counsel thyself, O son of Pandu, for thou art well versed in the scriptures. Thou hast, O Bharata, only followed the path formerly trodden by the very gods. Men like yourselves never go to hell, O bull of Pandu's race. Comfort these thy brothers and all thy friends, O scorcher of foes. He who deliberately engages himself in sinful acts, and committing sinful acts feels no shame but continues the same as before, is called, in the scripture, a great sinner. There is no expiation for him, and his sins know no diminution. Thou art born in noble race. Forced by the faults of others, thou hast most unwillingly done this, and having done this thou repentest of it. The horse sacrifice, that grand rite, has been indicated as an expiation for thee. Make preparations for that sacrifice, O monarch, and thou shalt be freed from thy sins. The divine chastiser of Paka, having vanquished his foes with the assistance of the Maruts, gradually performed 100 sacrifices and became Sadakratu. Freed from sin, possessed of heaven, and having obtained many regions of bliss and great happiness and prosperity, Sakra, surrounded by the Maruts, is shining in beauty and illuminating all the quarters with his splendor. The Lord of Sachi is adored in the heavens by the Apsaras. The Rishis and the other gods all worship him with reverence. Thou hast got the earth through thy prowess. All the kings have been vanquished by thee, O sinless one, through thy prowess. Proceeding with thy friends to their kingdom, O king, install their brothers, sons, or grandsons on their thrones. Behaving with kindness towards even the children in the womb, make thy subjects glad and happy, and rule the earth. Install on their thrones the daughters of those that have no sons. Women are fond of pleasure and power. Through this means they will cast off their sorrows and become happy. Having comforted the whole empire in this way, O Bharata, adore the gods in a horse sacrifice as the virtuous Indra did in days of old. It is not proper for us to grieve for those high-souled Kshatriyas, O bull of thy order, that have fallen in battle. Stupefied by the power of the destroyer, they have perished in the observance of the duties of their own order. Thou hast discharged the duties of a Kshatriya and obtained the earth without a thorn in it. Observe thy own duties, O son of Kunti, for then, O Bharata, thou shalt be able to obtain happiness in the other world. Footnotes 68:1 Nilkantha explains this in a different way. He thinks that the expression Kritantavitas injecta means through their own faults. 69:1 The performer of 100 sacrifices. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 34-35. Yudhishthira said, after doing what acts does a man become liable to perform expiation? And what are those acts which he must do for being freed from sin? Tell me this, O grandsire. Vyasa said, having omitted to do those acts that have been ordained, and done those that have been interdicted, and having behaved deceitfully, a man becomes liable to perform expiation. The person in the observance of the Brahmacharya vow, who rises from bed after the sun has risen or goes to bed while the sun is setting, one who has a rotten nail or black teeth, one whose younger brother weds first, one who weds before his elder brother is wedded, one who has been guilty of the slaughter of a Brahmana, one who speaks ill of others, one who weds a younger sister before the elder sister has been wedded, one who weds an elder sister after having wedded a younger one, one who falls away from a vow, one who slays any one of the regenerate classes, one who imparts a knowledge of the Vedas to a person unworthy of it, one who does not impart a knowledge thereof to a person that is worthy of it, one who takes many lives, one who sells flesh, one who has abandoned his sacred fire, one who sells a knowledge of the Vedas, one who slays his preceptor or woman, one born in a sinful family, one who slays an animal willfully, one who sets fire to a dwelling house, one who lives by deceit, one who acts in opposition to his preceptor, and one who has violated a compact, these all are guilty of sins requiring expiation. I shall now mention other acts that men should not do, viz., acts that are interdicted by both the world and the Vedas. Listen to me with concentrated attention. The rejection of one's own creed, the practice of other people's creed, assisting at the sacrifice or the religious rites of one that is not worthy of such assistance, eating of food that is forbidden, deserting one that craves protection, neglect in maintaining servants and dependents, selling salt and treacle, and similar other substances, killing of birds and animals, refusal, though competent, to procreate upon a soliciting woman, omission to present the daily gifts of handfuls of grass to kind and the like, omission to present the dakshina, humiliating a brahmana, these all have been pronounced by persons conversant with duty to be acts that no one should do. The son that quarrels with the father, the person that violates the bed of his preceptor, one that neglects to produce offspring in one's wedded wife, are all sinful, O tiger among men. I have now declared to thee, in brief as also in detail, those acts and omissions by which a man becomes liable to perform expiation. Listen now to the circumstances under which men, by even committing these acts, do not become stained with sin. If a Brahmana well acquainted with the Vedas takes up arms and rushes against thee in battle for killing thee, thou mayst proceed against him for taking his life. By such an act the slayer does not become guilty of the slaughter of a Brahmana. There is a mantra in the Vedas, O son of Kunti, that lays this down: I declare unto thee only those practices that are sanctioned by the authority of the Vedas. One who slays a Brahmana that has fallen away from his own duties and that advances, weapon in hand, with intent to slaughter, does not truly become the slayer of a Brahmana. In such a case it is the wrath of the slayer that proceeds against the wrath of the slain. A person by drinking alcoholic stimulants in ignorance or upon the advice of a virtuous physician when his life is at peril should have the regenerating ceremonies performed once more in his case. All that I have told thee, O son of Kunti, about the eating of interdicted food, may be cleansed by such expiatory rites. Connection with the preceptor's wife at the preceptor's command does not stain the pupil. The sage Uddalaka caused his son Swetaketu to be begotten by a disciple. A person by committing theft for the sake of his preceptor in a season of distress is not stained with sin. One, however, that takes to thieving for procuring enjoyments for himself becomes stained. One is not stained by stealing from other than brahmanas in a season of distress and for the sake of one's preceptor. Only one that steals under such circumstances without himself appropriating any portion thereof is untouched by sin. A falsehood may be spoken for saving one's own life or that of another, or for the sake of one's preceptor, or for gratifying a woman, or for bringing about a marriage. One's vow of brahmacharya is not broken by having wet dreams. In such cases, the expiation laid down consists in the pouring of libations of clarified butter on the blazing fire. If the elder brother be fallen or has renounced the world, the younger brother does not incur sin by marrying. Solicited by a woman, connection with her is not destructive of virtue. One should not slay or cause to be slain an animal except in a sacrifice. Animals have become sacred, fit for sacrifice, through the kindness manifested towards them by the Creator Himself in the ordinance laid down by Him. By making a gift in ignorance to an undeserving brahmana, one does not incur sin. The omission, through ignorance, to behave with liberality towards a deserving person does not lead to sin. By casting off an adulterous wife, one does not incur sin. By such treatment the woman herself may be purged while the husband may avoid sin. One who knows the true use of the soma juice does not incur sin by selling it. By dismissing a servant who is incompetent to render service, one is not touched by sin. I have now said unto thee those acts by doing which one does not incur sin. I shall now speak to thee of expiation in detail. Footnotes 70:1 IE charges his pupils the fee for teaching them the scriptures. 70:2 IE, not in a sacrifice. 71:1 Jigansiat is Jigansi and IAT, i.e., may proceed with intention to slay. 72:1 IE, one who knows that the soma is used in sacrifices for gratifying the gods. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 36. Vyasa said, by penances, religious rites, and gifts, O Bharata, a man may wash off his sins if he does not commit them again. By subsisting upon only one meal a day, and that procured by mendicancy, by doing all his acts himself, without relying on the aid of a servant, by making his round of mendicancy with a human skull in one hand and a katanga in another, by becoming a brahmacharan and always ready for exertion, by casting off all malice, by sleeping on the bare ground, by publishing his offense to the world. By doing all this for full 12 years, a person can cleanse himself from the sin of having slain a brahmana. By perishing upon the weapon of a person living by the use of arms, of one's own will and upon the advice of persons learned in the scriptures, or by throwing one's self down, for 3 times, with head downwards, upon a blazing fire, or by walking 100 yojanas all the while reciting the Vedas, or by giving away one's whole property to a brahmana conversant with the Vedas, or at least so much as would secure to him a competence for life, or a house properly furnished, and by protecting kine and brahmanas, one may be cleansed of the sin of having slain a brahmana. By living upon the scantiest meal every day for a space of 6 years, a person may be cleansed of that sin. By observing a harder vow with regard to food, one may be cleansed in 3 years. By living upon one meal a month, one may be cleansed in course of only a year. By observing, again, an absolute fast, one may be cleansed within a very short time. There is no doubt again that one is cleansed by a horse sacrifice. Men that have been guilty of having slain a Brahmana and that have succeeded in taking the final bath at the completion of the horse sacrifice become cleansed of all their sins. This is an injunction of great authority in the Shrutis. One again, by slaying down his life in a battle undertaken for the sake of a Brahmana, becomes cleansed of the sin of having slain a Brahmana. By giving away 100,000 kine unto persons deserving of gifts, one becomes cleansed of the sin of having slain a Brahmana as also, indeed, of all his sins. One that gives away 5 and 20,000 kine of the Kapila species, and while all of them have calved, becomes cleansed of all his sins. One who, at the point of death, gives away 1,000 kine with calves unto poor but deserving persons, becomes freed from sin. That man, O king, who gives away 100 steeds of the Kamboja breed unto Brahmanas of regulated behavior, becomes freed from sin. That man, O Bharata, who gives unto even one person all that he asks for, and who, having given it, does not speak of his act to any one, becomes freed from sin. If a person who has once taken alcohol drinks, as expiation, hot liquor, he sanctifies himself both here and hereafter. By falling from the summit of a mountain or entering a blazing fire, or by going on an everlasting journey after renouncing the world, one is freed from all sins. By performing the sacrifice laid down by Vrihaspati, a Brahmana who drinks alcoholic liquors may succeed in attaining to the region of Brahman. This has been said by Brahman himself. If a person, after having drunk alcoholic liquor, becomes humble and makes a gift of land, and abstains from it ever afterwards, he becomes sanctified and cleansed. The person that has violated his preceptor's bed should lie down on a sheet of iron having heated it, and having cut off the emblem of his sex should leave the world for a life in the woods, with eyes always turned upwards. By casting off one's body, one becomes cleansed of all his evil acts. Women, by leading a regulated life for 1 year, become cleansed of all their sins. The person who observes a very rigid vow, or gives away the whole of his wealth, or perishes in a battle fought for the sake of his preceptor, becomes cleansed of all his sins. One who uses falsehood before one's preceptor or acts in opposition to him becomes cleansed of that sin by doing something agreeable to one's preceptor. One who has fallen off from the vow of Brahmacharya may become cleansed of that sin by wearing the hide of a cow for 6 months and observing the penances laid down in the case of the slaughter of a Brahmana. One who has been guilty of adultery or of theft may become cleansed by observing rigid vows for a year. When one steals another's property, one should, by every means in his power, return to that other property of the value of what has been stolen. One may then be cleansed of the sin of theft. The younger brother who has married before the marriage of the elder brother, as also the elder brother whose younger brother has married before him, becomes cleansed by observing a rigid vow, with collected soul, for 12 nights. The younger brother, however, should wed again for rescuing his deceased ancestors. Upon such second wedding, the first wife becomes cleansed and her husband himself would not incur sin by taking her. Men conversant with the scriptures declare that women may be cleansed of even the greatest sins by observing the vow of Chaturmasya, all the while living upon scanty and cleansing food. Persons conversant with the scriptures do not take into account the sins that women may commit at heart. Whatever their sins, of this description, they are cleansed by their menstrual course like a metallic plate that is scoured with ashes. Plates, made of the alloy of brass and copper, stained by a Sudra eating off it, or a vessel of the same metal that has been smelt by a cow, or stained by a Brahmana's Gandusha, may be cleansed by means of the 10 purifying substances. It has been laid down that a Brahmana should acquire and practice the full measure of virtue. For a person at the kingly order, it has been laid down that he should acquire and practice a measure of virtue less by a fourth part. So, a Vaishya should acquire a measure less than a Kshatriya's by a fourth, and a Sudra less than a Vaishya's by a fourth. The heaviness or lightness of sins, for purposes of expiation, of each of the 4 orders should be determined upon this principle. Having slain a bird or an animal, or cut down living trees, a person should publish his sin and fast for 3 nights. By having intercourse with one with whom intercourse is prohibited, the expiation for one is wandering in wet clothes and sleeping on a bed of ashes. These, O king, are the expiations for sinful acts, according to precedent and reason and scriptures and the ordinances. A Brahmana may be cleansed of all sins by reciting the Gayatri in a sacred place, all the while living upon frugal fare, casting off malice, abandoning wrath and hate, unmoved by praise and blame, and abstaining from speech. He should during the daytime be under shelter of the sky, and should lie down at night even at such a place. Thrice during the day, and thrice during the night, he should also plunge with his clothes into a stream or lake for performing his ablutions. Observant of rigid vows, he should abstain from speech with women, Sudras, and fallen persons. A Brahmana, by observing such regulations, may be cleansed of all sins unconsciously committed by him. A person obtains in the other world the fruits, good or bad, of his acts here, which are all witnessed by the elements. Be it virtue or be it vice, according to the true measure that one acquires of either, one enjoys or suffers the consequences, even here. By knowledge, by penances, and by righteous acts, therefore, one enhances his weal, even here. One, therefore, may similarly enhance his misery by committing unrighteous acts. One should, therefore, always achieve acts that are righteous and abstain altogether from those that are unrighteous. I have now indicated what the expiations are of the sins that have been mentioned. There is expiation for every sin except those that are called Mahapatakas, highly heinous sins. As regards sins in respect of unclean food and the like, and improper speeches, etc., they are of 2 classes, viz., those committed consciously and those that are committed unconsciously. All sins that are committed consciously are grave, while those that are committed unconsciously are trivial or light. There is expiation for both. Indeed, sin is capable of being washed away by observance of the ordinances spoken of. Those ordinances, however, have been laid down only for believers in God and those that have faith. They are not for atheists or those that have no faith, or those in whom pride and malice predominate. A person, O tiger among men, that is desirous of will both here and hereafter, should, O foremost of virtuous men, have recourse to righteous behavior, to the counsels of men that are righteous, and to the duties that have been ordained for him. Therefore, for the reasons already advanced by me, thou, O king, shalt be cleansed of all thy sins, for thou hast slain thy foes in the discharge of thy duties as a king, and for the protection of thy life breath and thy inheritance. Or, if notwithstanding this, thou still regardest thyself to be sinful, perform expiation. Do not cast away thy life in consequence of such grief that is not becoming a wise man. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by the holy Rishi, King Yudhishthira the Just, having reflected for a short while, said these words unto the sage. Footnotes 72:2 The rule laid down is that he should eat in the morning for the first 3 days, and the evening for the second 3 days, eat nothing but what is got without soliciting, for the next 3 days, and fast altogether for the 3 days that follow. This is called Kriskara Bhojana. Observing this rule for 6 years, one may be cleansed of the sin of slaying a Brahmana. 72:3 The harder rule referred to as eating in the morning for 7 days, in the evening for the next 7 days, eating what is got without soliciting for the next 7 days, and fasting altogether for the next 7. 74:1 These are the 5 products of the cow, besides earth, water, ashes, acids, and fire. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 37. Yudhishthira said, "Tell me, O grandfather, what food is clean and what unclean, what gift is praiseworthy, and who should be considered deserving and who undeserving of gifts." Vyasa said, "In this connection is cited the old account of a discourse between the ascetics and that lord of creation, viz., Manu. In the Krita age, an assembly of rishis, of rigid vows, having approached the great and puissant lord of creation, Manu, while seated at his ease, solicited him to discourse on duties, saying, what food should be taken, who is to be regarded a deserving person, for gifts, what gifts should be made, how should a person study, and what penances should one perform and how, and what acts should be done and what acts should not be done. O Lord of creation, tell us everything about all this." Thus addressed by them, the divine and self-born Manu said unto them, "Listen to me as I expound the duties in brief and in detail. In regions which have not been interdicted, silent recitation of sacred mantras, homa, fasts, knowledge of self, sacred rivers, regions inhabited by men devoted to this pious acts, these have been laid down as acts and objects that are cleansing. Certain mountains also are cleansing, as also the eating of gold and bathing in waters into which have been dipped gems and precious stones. Sojourn to holy places, and eating of sanctified butter, these also, without doubt, speedily cleanse a man. No man would ever be called wise if he is indulged in pride. If he wishes to be long-lived, he should for 3 nights drink hot water as an expiation for having indulged in pride. Refusal to appropriate what is not given, gift, study of scriptures, penance, abstention from injury, truth, freedom from wrath, and worship of the gods and sacrifices, these are the characteristics of virtue. That again which is virtue may, according to time and place, be sin. Thus appropriation of what belongs to others, untruth, and injury and killing may under special circumstances become virtue. With respect to persons capable of judging, acts are of 2 kinds, viz., virtuous and sinful. From the worldly and the Vedic points of view again, virtue and sin are good or bad, according to their consequences. From the Vedic point of view, virtue and sin, i.e., everything a man may do or not do, would be classed under action and inaction. Inaction, i.e., abstention from Vedic rites and adoption of a life of contemplation, leads to emancipation from rebirth, while the consequences of action, i.e., practice of Vedic rites, are repeated death and rebirth. From the worldly point of view, acts that are evil lead to evil, and those that are good to consequences that are good. From the worldly point of view, therefore, virtue and sin are to be distinguished by the good and the evil character of their consequences. Acts that are, apparently, evil, when undertaken from considerations connected with the gods, the scriptures, life itself, and the means by which life is sustained, produce consequences that are good. When an act is undertaken from the expectation, however doubtful, that it will produce mischief to someone in the future, or when an act is done whose consequence is visibly mischievous, expiation has been laid down. When an act is done from wrath or clouded judgment, then expiation should be performed by giving pain to the body, guided by precedent, by scriptures, and by reason. When anything, again, is done for pleasing or displeasing the mind, the sin arising therefrom may be cleansed by sanctified food and recitation of mantras. The king who lays aside, in a particular case, the rod of chastisement, should fast for 1 night. The priest who, in a particular case, abstains from advising the king to inflict punishment, should fast for 3 nights as an expiation. The person who, from grief, attempts to commit suicide by means of weapons, should fast for 3 nights. There is no expiation for them that cast off the duties and practices of their order and class, country, and family, and that abandon their very creed. When an occasion for doubt respecting what should be done arises, that should be regarded as the injunction of the scriptures, which 10 persons versed in Vedic scriptures, or 3 of those that frequently recite them, may declare. The bull, earth, little ants, worms generated in dirt, and poison should not be eaten by brahmanas. They should not also eat fishes that have no scales, and 4-footed aquatic animals like frogs and others, except the tortoise. Waterfowls called bosses, ducks, suparnas, chakravakas, diving ducks, cranes, crows, shags, vultures, hawks, owls, as also all 4-footed animals that are carnivorous and that have sharp and long teeth, and birds, and animals having 2 teeth and those having 4 teeth, as also the milk of the sheep, the she-ass, the she-camel, the newly calved cow, woman, and deer, should not be taken by a brahmana. Besides this, the food that has been offered to the man, that which has been cooked by a woman who has recently brought forth a child, and food cooked by an unknown person, should not be eaten. The milk also of a cow that has recently calved should not be taken. If a brahmana takes food that has been cooked by a kshatriya, it diminishes his energy. If he takes the food provided by a sudra, it dims his brahmanic luster, and if he takes the food provided by a goldsmith or a woman who has neither husband nor children, it lessens the period of his life. The food provided by a usurer is equivalent to dirt, while that provided by a woman living by prostitution is equivalent to semen. The food also provided by persons that tolerate the unchastity of their wives, and by persons that are ruled by their spouses, is forbidden. The food provided by a person selected for receiving gifts at a certain stage of a sacrifice by one who does not enjoy his wealth or make any gifts, that provided by one who sells soma, or one who is a shoemaker, by an unchaste woman, by a washerman, by a physician, by persons serving as watchmen, by a multitude of persons, by one who is pointed at by a whole village, by one deriving his support from keep of dancing girls, by persons wedding before their elder brothers are wedded, by professional panegyrists and bards, and by those that are gamblers, the food also which is brought with the left hand, or which is stale, the food which is mixed with alcohol, the food a portion of which has been already tasted, and the food that forms the remnant of a feast, should not be taken by a brahmana. Cakes, sugar canes, potterbs, and rice boiled in sugared milk, if they have lost their relish, should not be taken. The powder of fried barley and of other kinds of fried grain, mixed with curds, if become stale with age, should not be taken. Rice boiled in sugared milk, food mixed with the tila seed, meat, and cakes that have not been dedicated to the gods, should not be taken by brahmanas leading a domestic mode of life, having first gratified the gods, rishis, guests, pitris, and the household deities. A brahmana leading a domestic mode of life should then take his food. A householder, by living thus in his own house, becomes like a person of the bhikshu order that has renounced the world. A man of such behavior, living with his wives in domesticity, earns great religious merit. No one should make a gift for the sake of acquiring fame, or from fear of censure and the like, or unto a benefactor. A virtuous man would not make gifts unto persons living by singing and dancing, or unto those that are professional jesters, or unto a person that is intoxicated, or unto one that is insane, or unto a thief, or unto a slanderer, or unto an idiot, or unto one that is pale of hue, or unto one that is defective of a limb, or unto a dwarf, or unto a wicked person, or unto one born in a low and wicked family, or unto one that has not been sanctified by the observance of vows. No gift should be made to a Brahmana destitute of knowledge of the Vedas. Gift should be made unto him only that is a Shrotriya. An improper gift and an improper acceptance produce evil consequences unto both the giver and the acceptor. As a person who seeks to cross the ocean with the aid of a rock or a mass of caoutchouc sinks along with his support, even so the giver and the acceptor, in such a case, both sink together. As a fire that is covered with wet fuel does not blaze forth, even so the acceptor of a gift who is bereft of penances and study and piety cannot confer any benefit upon the giver. As water in a human skull and milk in a bag made of dogskin become unclean in consequence of the uncleanliness of the vessels in which they are kept, even so the Vedas become fruitless in a person who is not of good behavior. One may give from compassion unto a low Brahmana who is without mantras and vows, who is ignorant of the scriptures, and who harbors envy. One may, from compassion, give unto a person that is poor or afflicted or ill. But he should not give unto such a person in the belief that he would derive any spiritual benefit from it, or that he would earn any religious merit by it. There is no doubt that a gift made to Brahmana bereft of the Vedas becomes perfectly fruitless in consequence of the fault of the recipient. As an elephant made of wood or an antelope made of leather, even so is a Brahmana that has not studied the Vedas. All the three have nothing but names. As a eunuch is unproductive with women, as a cow is unproductive with a cow, as a bird lives in vain that is featherless, even so is a Brahmana that is without mantras. As grain without kernel, as a well without water, as libations poured on ashes, even so is a gift to a Brahmana void of learning. An unlearned Brahmana is an enemy to all, and is the destroyer of the food that is presented to the gods and pitris. A gift made to such a person goes for nothing. He is, therefore, like unto a robber of other people's wealth. He can never succeed in acquiring regions of bliss hereafter. I have now told thee in brief, O Yudhishthira, all that was said by Manu on that occasion. This high discourse should be listened to by all, O bull of Bharata's race. Footnotes 76:1 Appropriation etc., as in the case of the king imposing fines on offenders and appropriating them to the uses of the state. Untruth, as that of the loyal servant or follower for protecting the life of his master. Killing, as that of an offender by the king, or in the exercise of the right of self-defense. 76:2 There were, as now, persons with whom the reading or recitation of the scriptures was a profession. The functions of those men were not unlike those of the rhapsodists of ancient Greece. 77:1 i.e., one possessed of a knowledge of the Vedas. 78:1 with very slight verbal alterations. This verse, as also the first half or the next, like many others, occurs in Manu, Ved Manu, ch2, v. 157-58. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 38. Yudhishthira said, O holy and great ascetic, I desire to hear in detail what the duties of kings are and what the duties, and full, of all the four orders. I desire also to hear, O foremost of Brahmanas, what behavior should be adopted in seasons of distress, and how I may subjugate the world by treading along the path of morality. This discourse on expiation, treating, at the same time, of fasts and capable of exciting great curiosity, fills me with joy. The practice of virtue and the discharge of kingly duties are always inconsistent with each other. For always thinking of how one may reconcile the two, my mind is constantly stupefied. Vaisampayana continued, Then Vyasa, O monarch, that foremost of all persons conversant with the Vedas, casting his eyes upon that ancient and all-knowing person, viz., Narada, said, "If, O king, thou wishest to hear of duties and morality in full, then ask Bhishma, O mighty armed one, that old grandsire of the Kurus. Conversant with all duties and possessed of universal knowledge, that son of Bhagirathi will remove all the doubts in thy heart on the difficult subject of duties." That goddess, viz., the genius of the celestial river of three courses, brought him forth. He saw with his physical eyes all the gods with Indra at their head. Having gratified with his dutiful services the celestial rishis having Vrahaspati at their head, he acquired a knowledge of the duties of kings. That foremost one among the Kurus obtained a knowledge also of that science, with its interpretations, with usanas, and that regenerate one who is the preceptor of the celestials know. Having practiced rigid vows, that mighty armed one acquired a knowledge of all the Vedas and their branches, from Vasishtha and from Chayavana of Bhrigu's race. In olden days he studied under the eldest-born son of the grandsire himself, viz., Sanat Kumara of blazing splendor, well conversant with the truths of mental and spiritual science. He learnt the duties in full of the yadis from the lips of Markandeya. The bull among men obtained all weapons from Rama and Sakra. Although born among human beings, his death itself is still under his own control. Although childless, yet he has many regions of bliss hereafter as heard by us. Regenerate rishis of great merit were always his courtiers. There is nothing among objects that should be known that is unknown to him. Conversant with all duties and acquainted with all the subtle truths of morality, even he will discourse to thee upon duty and morality. Go unto him before he abandons his life breath. Thus addressed by him, the high-souled son of Kunti, of great wisdom, said the following words unto Satyavati's son Vyasa, that first of eloquent men. Yudhishthira said, "Having caused a great and horrid slaughter of kinsmen, I have become an offender against all and a destroyer of the earth. Having caused that Bhishma himself, that warrior who always fought fairly, to be slain by the aid of deceit, how shall I approach him for asking him about duties and morality?" Vaisampayana continued, moved by the desire of benefiting all the four orders, the mighty armed and high-souled chief of Yadu's race once more addressed that foremost of kings, in the following words. Vasudeva said, "It behoveth thee not to show such pertinacity and grief. Do that, O best of kings, which the holy Vyasa has said. The Brahmanas, O mighty armed one, and these thy brothers of great energy, stand before thee beseechingly like persons beseeching the deity of the clouds at the close of summer. The unslain remnant of the assembled kings, and the people belonging to all the four orders of thy kingdom of Kurujangala, O king, are here. For the sake of doing what is agreeable to these high-souled Brahmanas, and obedience also to the command of thy revered senior Vyasa of immeasurable energy, and at the request of ourselves that are thy well-wishers, and of Draupadi, O scorcher of foes, do what is agreeable to us, O slayer of foes, and what is beneficial to the world." Vaisampayana continued. Thus addressed by Krishna, the high-souled king, Yudhishthira, of eyes like lotus petals, rose from his seat for the good of the whole world. The tiger among men, viz. Yudhishthira of great fame, besought by Krishna himself, by the island-born Vyasa, by Devastana, by Jishnu, by these and many others, cast off his grief and anxiety. Fully conversant with the declarations of the Shrutis, with the science that treats of the interpretation of those declarations, and with all that men usually hear and all that deserve to be heard, the son of Pandu obtained peace of mind and resolved upon that he should next do. Surrounded by all of them like the moon by the stars, the king, placing Dhritarashtra at the head of the train, set out for entering the city. Desirous of entering the city, Kunti's son Yudhishthira, conversant with every duty, offered worship unto the gods and thousands of Brahmanas. He then ascended a new and white car covered with blankets and deerskins, and unto which were yoked 16 white bullocks possessed of auspicious marks, and which had been sanctified with Vedic mantras. Adored by panegyrists and bards, the king mounted upon that car like Soma riding upon his own ambrosial vehicle. His brother Bhima of terrible prowess took the reins. Arjuna held over his head a white umbrella of great effulgence. That white umbrella held upon the car looked beautiful like a star-decked white cloud in the firmament. The two heroic sons of Madri, viz., Nakula and Sadeva, took up 2 yak tails white as the rays of the moon and adorned with gems for fanning the king. The 5 brothers decked with ornaments, having ascended the car, O king, looked like the 5 elements that enter into the composition of everybody. Riding upon another white car unto which were yoked steeds fleet as thought, Yuyutsu, O king, followed the eldest son of Pandu behind. Upon his own brilliant car of gold unto which were yoked Saivya and Sugriva, Krishna, with Satyaki, followed the Kurus. The eldest uncle of Pritha's son, O Bharata, accompanied by Gandhari, proceeded at the head of the train upon a vehicle borne on the shoulders of men. The other ladies of the Kuru household, as also Kunti and Krishna, all proceeded on excellent vehicles, headed by Vidura. Behind followed a large number of cars and elephants decked with ornaments, and foot soldiers and steeds. His praises chanted by sweet-voiced panegyrists and bards, the king proceeded towards the city called after the elephant. The progress, O mighty armed one, of King Yudhishthira, became so beautiful that its like had never been on earth. Teeming with healthy and cheerful men, thy busy hum of innumerable voices was heard there. During the progress of Pritha's son, the city and its streets were adorned with gay citizens, all of whom had come out for honoring the king. The spot through which the king passed had been decked with festoons of flowers and innumerable banners. The streets of the city were perfumed with incense. The place was overlaid with powdered perfumes and flowers and fragrant plants, and hung over with garlands and wreaths. New metallic jars, full of water to the brim, were kept at the door of every house, and bevies of beautiful maidens of the fairest complexion stood at the particular spots. Accompanied by his friends, the son of Pandu, adored with sweet speeches, entered the city through its well-adorned gate. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 39. Vaisampayana said, at the time the Parthas entered the city, thousands upon thousands of the citizens came out to behold the sight. The well-adorned squares and streets, with crowds swelling at each moment, looked beautiful like the ocean swelling at the rise of the moon. The large mansions that stood on the street sides, decked with every ornament and full of ladies, seemed to shake, O Bharata, with their weight. With soft and modest voices they uttered the praises of Yudhishthira, of Bhima and Arjuna, and of the 2 sons of Madri. And they said, worthy of all praise art thou, O blessed princess of Panchala, that waitest by the side of those foremost of men, even like Gautami by the side of the 7 rishis. Thy acts and vows have borne their fruits, O lady. In this strain, O monarch, the ladies praised the Princess Krishna. In consequence of those praises, O Bharata, and their speeches with one another, and the shouts of joy uttered by the men, the city became filled with a loud uproar. Having passed through the streets with such behavior as befitted him, Yudhishthira then entered the beautiful palace of the Kurus, adorned with every ornament. The people belonging to the city and the provinces, approaching the palace, uttered speeches that were agreeable to his ears. By good luck, O foremost of kings, thou hast vanquished thy enemies, O slayer of foes. By good luck, thou hast recovered thy kingdom through virtue and prowess. Be, O foremost of kings, our monarch for 100 years, and protect thy subjects virtuously like Indra protecting the denizens of heaven. thus adored at the palace gate with blessed speeches, and accepting the benedictions uttered by the Brahmanas from every side, the king, graced with victory and the blessings of the people, entered the palace that resembled the mansion of Indra himself, and then descended from his car. Entering the apartments, blessed Yudhishthira approached the household gods and worshipped them with gems and scents and floral wreaths. Possessed of great fame and prosperity, the king came out once more and beheld a number of Brahmanas waiting with auspicious articles in their hands for pronouncing benedictions on him. Surrounded by those Brahmanas desirous of uttering benedictions on him, the king looked beautiful like the spotless moon in the midst of the stars. Accompanied by his priest Daumya and his eldest uncle, the son of Kunti cheerfully worshipped, with due rites, those Brahmanas with gift of sweets, gems, and gold in profusion, and kine and robes, O monarch, and with divers other articles that each desired. Then loud shouts of "This is a blessed day" arose, filling the entire welkin, O Bharata. Sweet to the ear, that sacred sound was highly gratifying to the friends and well-wishers of the Pandavas. The king heard that sound uttered by those learned Brahmanas, and that was as loud and clear as the sound of a flock of swans. He listened also to the speeches, fraught with melodious words and grave import, of those persons well conversant with the Vedas. Then, O king, the peal of drums and the delightful blare of conchs, indicative of triumph, arose. A little while after, when the Brahmanas had become silent, a Rakshasa of the name of Charvaka, who had disguised himself as a Brahmana, addressed the king. He was a friend of Duryodhana and stood there in the garb of a religious mendicant. With a rosary, with a tuft of hair on his head, and with the triple staff in his hand, he stood proudly and fearlessly in the midst of all those Brahmanas that had come there for pronouncing benedictions upon the king, numbering by thousands, O king, and all of whom were devoted to penances and vows. That wicked wight, desirous of evil unto the high-souled Pandavas, and without having consulted those Brahmanas, said these words unto the king. Charvaka said, "All these Brahmanas, making me their spokesman, are saying, Fie on thee! Thou art a wicked king. Thou art a slayer of kinsmen. What shalt thou gain, O son of Kunti, by having thus exterminated thy race? Having slain also thy superiors and preceptor, it is proper for thee to cast away thy life." Hearing these words of that wicked Rakshasa, the Brahmanas there became deeply agitated. Stung by that speech, they made a loud uproar. And all of them, with King Yudhishthira, O monarch, became speechless from anxiety and shame. Yudhishthira said, "I bow down to you and beseech you humbly, be gratified with me. It doth not behove you to cry fie on me. I shall soon lay down my life." Vyasa continued, "Then all those Brahmanas, O king, loudly said, These are not our words. Prosperity to thee, O monarch." Those high-souled persons, conversant with the Vedas, with understanding rendered clear by penances, then penetrated the disguise of the speaker by means of their spiritual sight. And they said, "This is the Rakshasa Charvaka, the friend of Duryodhana. Having put on the garb of a religious mendicant, he seeks the good of his friend Duryodhana. We have not, O thou of righteous soul, said anything of the kind. Let this anxiety of thine be dispelled. Let prosperity attend upon thee with thy brothers." Vyasa continued, "These Brahmanas then, insensate with rage, uttered the sound Hun. Cleansed of all sins, they censured the sinful Rakshasa and slew him there, with that very sound. Consumed by the energy of those utterers of Brahma, Charvaka fell down dead, like a tree with all its sprouts blasted by the thunder of Indra. Duly worshipped, the Brahmanas went away, having gladdened the king with their benedictions. The royal son of Pandu also, with all his friends, felt great happiness. Footnotes: 82:1 Pratyasannavaya Sananam is explained by Nilkantha as I stand near these distressed brothers of mine, for whose sake only I am for accepting sovereignty. This is certainly very fanciful. The plain meaning is, I am about to lay down my life. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 40. Vaisampayana said, Then Devki's son Janardana of universal knowledge addressed King Yudhishthira, who stood there with his brothers, saying, In this world, O sire, Brahmanas are always the objects of worship with me. They are gods on earth having poison in their speech, and are exceedingly easy to gratify. Formerly, in the Krita age, O king, a Rakshasa of the name of Charvaka, O mighty armed one, performed austere penances for many years in Vidari. Brahman repeatedly solicited him to ask for boons. At last the Rakshasa solicited the boon, O Bharata, of immunity from fear at the hand of every being in the universe. The Lord of the universe gave that high boon of immunity from fear at the hands of all creatures, subject to the only limitation that he should be careful of how he offended the Brahmanas. Having obtained that boon, the sinful and mighty Rakshasa of fierce deeds and great prowess began to give pain to the gods. The gods, persecuted by the might of the Rakshasa, assembling together, approached Brahman, for compassing their foes' destruction. The eternal and unchangeable God answered them, O Bharata, saying, I have already arranged the means by which the death of this Rakshasa may soon be brought about. There will be a king of the name of Duryodhana. Among men, he will be the friend of this wight. Bound by affection towards him, the Rakshasa will insult the Brahmanas. Stung by the wrong he will inflict upon them, the Brahmanas, whose might consists in speech, will in wrath censure him, at which he will meet with destruction. Even that Rakshasa Charvaka, O foremost of kings, slain by the curse of the Brahmanas, lies there deprived of life. Do not, O bull of Bharata's race, give way to grief. The kinsmen, O king, have all perished in the observance of Kshatriya duties. Those butts among Kshatriyas, those high-souled heroes, have all gone to heaven. Do thou attend to thy duties now. O thou of unfading glory, let no grief be thine. Stay thy foes, protect thy subjects, and worship the Brahmanas. Present you by HinduMonastery.com